4, 3, 2.
What can Gabriel do? Abbas is forward. There's been he has the ball in hand! Gabriel!
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Dead! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Baltimore. Every day is like an open door, and today is no different because we are here at day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships. It's been an exciting day 1, but like I said, day 2 is a very exciting day because it comes down to this, right? Today's the final day of competition. Every player's got to use what they got, and I'm excited.
It's a new format, first tournament of the season, and we've seen some pretty crazy things already. I think the teams that we featured yesterday had a lot of unique picks. Scyther, Flamigo, Galarian, Weezing, Toadscroll. So I'm eager to see which teams make it to the top today.
I'm eager to see who's going to take home that first regional championship title, kick off the year strong, and who will follow after that.
Yep, of course, the 2025 season is going to be a long one. This is just the first regional. Let's take a quick look at the schedule here. A lot of events coming up. Of course, all this is going to lead up to Sao Paulo with the Latin American International Championships, and then a string of more regionals, and then all the way to more international championships until it culminates in the World Championships in Anaheim. Of course, follow along, go to Pokemon.com and use that event locator and stay up to date for whether or not it's more special events or regional championships that are announced, or even if it's just to find your sort of local event, sort of your local league challenge or your local league cup, right? So there's a lot more action to come. This is just the start of it. This is just the start of the format. And like you said, Aaron, there's so many cool things. Of course, all players are currently vying for championship points. Championship points are going to be very important for the qualification process and punch your ticket to Anaheim.
Yeah, the payout structure changed in this season, so you get a lot of points now. You can see there's a huge gap actually between top 16 and top 8 as well. 120 point bump for winning that top 16 match. So we are in our final round of Swiss, determined to see who's going to make that final bracket, and some players will have to play in game to get into that top 16. That's a slight bump, but then that match for top 16 to top 8 gives you so many points, and so top 8, huge accomplishment in order to get a lot of points towards Worlds.
And this could be a great start for a lot of our trainers as well who are looking for those Worlds invites. The system has also changed heading into the 2025 season, so there's only a select number of spots available for each region. But you could also win your Worlds qualification outright by winning the regional here today. So another thing that all of our players are playing for.
Yeah, and of course that means that whoever wins this tournament is going to be the first Worlds qualifier. So that's exciting too. You will already know one player that's going to be at the World Championships, right?
And to do it this early on means you don't have to stress about the rest of the season.
Yeah.
We are going to go through a lot of format changes. Obviously playing Reg H right now. We're going to go back to Reg G in January. So being able to qualify for Worlds already means that you can kind of just take things a little bit more chill. And with Worlds being more difficult to qualify for this year, I think anyone would be very happy to secure the invitation this early on.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a quick recap of day 1. We have a couple of matches that we want to highlight. The first match that we want to highlight is going to be Swiss Round 8, the last round of Swiss between Wolf Glick and Zach Minnick.
Yeah, I mean, this was awesome, right? We saw the creation of Weezing plus Toad Scroll, a duo that really no one else brought to this tournament other than Wolf's friend, Justin Karras. And both of them, of course, were competing here in Day 2. Wolf undefeated, guaranteed a spot in that top cut now. Really fun game. I think Zachary piloting one of the top archetypes in this tournament. He's also still in contention for that final top cut bracket. This Porygon 2, Ursaluna, Amoonguss core with Incineroar really strong. Flamigo, one of these newer additions, a Pokemon that had not been on most people's radars before this tournament and is definitely one of the rising stars.
Yeah, and even learning a ton from just that set. Zachary Munich actually ended up getting a chance to play Justin Karras earlier on in the Swiss rounds today and did win out that set. So a lot of learning experiences there.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like Zach was actually picking up later on in the set with Wolf, kind of like trying to figure out the team, and I think like you said, like he was able to face off against Justin Karras, so definitely a learning experience to face off against Toad Scroll twice. I mean, who would have thought? Who would have said that? Hey, I'm going to my first Regulation A tournament. Oh, what? I fought 2 Toad Scroll.
If I had a nickel for every time I faced a Toad Scroll, I would have 2.
Have a dime? Would you upgrade it to a dime?
I think you could upgrade that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, so Wolf is one of the players to watch for sure. He is guaranteed to make it to the top cut, so congratulations to Wolf. Of course, another Swiss round that we want to highlight is Swiss round 6 between Christopher Hahn and Justin Tang. This was a back-and-forth battle between both players.
Super close set. Justin forced the game 3 with a really impressive late game find of just, trying to claw back into things and then getting a double protect. Christopher also running that Flamigo, and both of these players are actually locked for top cut as well. This is once again Christopher's first tournament in the Masters division after being one of the top players in the Seniors division, and he has been on an unbelievable run this tournament, also using the same Porygon 2 Amoonguss, Ursaluna, Flamigo, Incin, Golden Gold team that's been very popular. So it is easily one of the top teams to beat. Justin using a kind of good stuff team. A lot of fun picks like Electabuzz, Primarina, and Sneasler, which unfortunately we didn't get to see on stream from him, but I hope can make an appearance at some point.
I'm sure it's still paid off dividends in some of the other matches that he's had to play, and Sneasler has just been so good. I can't wait to see what those top 12 usage graphics are going to look like for day number 2, because I think we might see some surprises.
Yeah, and this is, Chris Hahn's first year in the Masters Division, showcasing that, hey, just because a player has graduated from the Seniors Division up into the Masters Division, that, it's not to be taken lightly. Like, those plays were super cool to watch. Just like, I remember there was one turn where he spored into the Electabuzz slot, possibly just protecting against Switch, but, you can't spore an Electabuzz because of its Vital Spirit ability. So, Chris really just showing that, hey, respect the Seniors Division. We're very strong players, and coming up here and proving that they're players to watch. The next Swiss round that we would like to highlight is going to be Swiss round 5. We mentioned it earlier that there's a lot of Pokemon being used right now, and VJ versus Jeremy showcase a lot of very interesting Pokemon.
Scyther may be getting knocked out in this clip, but don't be fooled. It was actually very, very good. It was able to pick out a lot of critical knockouts throughout the course of this. Okay, this is just a Scyther getting KO'd highlight reel, but Scyther also picked up, I think, like 3 knockouts in this set. So
Scyther's beating the allegations.
Yes,
don't worry.
It was actually very good. Now, it was still getting 1 hit knocked out, but its offensive potential was very impressive. Close combat into Incineroar. We saw Dual Wingbeat come out as well. That pressures things like Amoonguss, and of course, if you go for a defensive Terra like Grass, Scyther can punish that as well. It has Thief, which combos nicely, obviously, with your ability. And so that team had a lot of craziness. We saw Scyther. We saw Meowscarada. Meowscarada is interesting because it was one of the top Pokemon in the beginning of Scarlet and Violet, but it hasn't been as popular in this event, so it's kind of cool to see that return as well.
It was, and one of the reasons why Meowscarada has certainly been able to come back in, we've talked about the power level going down significantly, and Meowscarada is one of the fastest Pokemon in the format, so that always gives it just a little bit of a leg up or a little bit more viability, but you can guarantee that you're going to be able to get off those fast flower tricks and knockoffs.
Yeah, and VJ mentioned that Meowscarada has been a part of his team for
a very
long time. A believer in Meowscarada, if you will. So again, we mentioned it. It's just a really fascinating format because so many different Pokemon are viable. We had 167 unique Pokemon entered into the tournament, and we're still seeing a lot. I remember we were going through the teams yesterday, and we were like, huh. this made it to day 2. This Pokemon made it to day 2, and it was so fascinating to see all the different teams and all the different Pokemon.
You know, Scott actually put together a really interesting statistic for the players that are still in day 2.
Hit us with it.
There are 12 different starter Pokemon that are showcased amongst those teams. When is the last time that you can think about how many of those first partner Pokemon were viable? We've got 12.
I literally cannot think of another time. Yeah, it's honestly incredible to see. And
I'm used to 2.
Yeah, Incineroar and Rillaboom.
That's all I'm used to.
Best buddies.
there was an Empoleon in day 2. Hypno's not a starter Pokemon, but I just have to give that a call out as well. This Hypno set was unbelievable. I mean, it was like Imprison, Trick Room, and Expanding Force, and Haze on a team that did not have Indeedee or Psychic Terrain, so the idea behind it is it just purely countered Dondozo and Indeedee Psychic Spam, and I thought that was fascinating as well. So new format, plus it being the first one of the season, allows for a lot of chaos.
Yep, and of course we have on the screen right now some Day 2 Swiss players as we move on to the Masters Swiss rankings. These are the current standings right now as of Swiss round 11. A lot of very strong players still out in the field.
Yeah, everyone that is at that 9-1 record or better heading into this final round of Swiss has already locked their spot into Top Cut. But now we're looking at those X2 players that's sitting at that 8-2 record to see if they can get that one final win under their belt and make it into the Top Cut as well.
I'm trying to count like the number of Master Division regional championships that we have just within the players that are locked in, because we've got Wolf Glick, Riley Factura, and Paul Chua, who are number 1, number 2, and number 3 in terms of most regional victories of all time in the entire world. And so it is cool to see the 3 winningest players in regionals history fight for another regional title here. And then we've got Christopher as well as Z, who has come very close to, you know, so many titles in the last year. Been a lot of top cuts as well. So a lot of impressive players within that top 7. And yeah, to have the 3 winningest regional players against each other, I mean, it'd be wild if we saw a rematch or a finals between 2 of them.
That would be incredible. And we can't forget Justin Tang either, the breakout superstar from his very first 2 regionals, winning back-to-back. I don't know if we're ever going to see an accomplishment quite like that ever again.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat, but guess what? Are you ready for some action?
Yeah.
Swiss round 11 is coming up. Of course, follow us on social media. Follow us on X at PlayPokemon. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon and your tweet may be featured on the broadcast. Of course, there's also youtube.com/Pokemon, facebook.com/Pokemon, instagram.com/Pokemon. I love seeing all the pictures that PlayPokemon posts whenever they're providing coverage for an event. Of course, follow the channels youtube.com/Pokemon and twitch.tv/Pokemon. Are y'all ready for Swiss round 11?
It's going to be a banger. This one's a good matchup.
This one's going to be a great matchup. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the desk with Gabby and Scott as they take us through Swiss round 11.
Good morning, Baltimore. Everybody was doing it, so I had to put my 3 notes in too. My name's Gabby Snyder, joined here by Scott Glaza, and it is time for us to wrap up Swiss rounds of this tournament. And Scott, I know that Dawei, Aaron, and Rosemary had their opportunity to highlight some things. Real quick, one Pokemon you weren't expecting to see yesterday.
Scyther for sure.
Okay, cool. I thought you were going to say Delphox, but we'll get into that later as we have a lovely format video for those of you at home who are watching this competition for the first time this weekend. Let's take a look at what these players are playing for and how they're doing it.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
There are so many incredible prizes on the line for our trainers competing here today. The winner of this tournament not only will walk home with $6,000, 108 booster packs, which would be a lot of Pokemon cards for sure, but also the title of regional champion, and I think most importantly of all, an invite to compete in Anaheim this summer.
Yeah, never been more desirable, right? Don't have to worry about being top anything, as long as you're top 1 at the regional championships.
Yeah, the other thing that's interesting about this year too is that I think we are going to see a lot of players, look towards some of the other prizing as things to aim for. As with only 75 people making it into Worlds from North America, that's going to be really difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone who wants to make it can make it, but yeah, I mean, it's going to earn everything you can.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and just jump down to the stage this morning as we are on a roll, and I'm sure y'all don't want to wait any longer to see some Pokemon action now. We have a treat for y'all this morning. We're going to be featuring 2 up-and-coming players, their first time on stream. One of theirs first day 2s and the other's second day 2. So this is Tyler Rutledge versus Kaden Owens.
Yeah, winner of this will be moving on to our top cut phase, so a very tense matchup and some interesting Pokemon here as well. Many of the Pokemon in this matchup, I guess, kind of more what we've seen so far, but some surprises, especially on this side of the field.
I was going to say, I feel like both these trainers have taken some of the more quote-unquote well-known archetypes of the format and added their own personal spin on it. And for Tyler, that personal spin is going to be the Hisuian Zoroark. He'll be playing that alongside of Torkoal Lilligant, their best friends, and then Talonflame, Kingambit, and Clefable. So a few archetypes really melded together.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this Zoroark. It's a Pokemon we were hoping we might see this weekend. You can kind of run it 2 different ways. Either the more offensive Zoroark like this one, which plays a little bit more like its cousin from Unova, and then some players playing a little bit more support-oriented with like Icy Wind and Will-O-Wisp. No need to worry about that now. The only Zoroark we're going to see is this one. Excited to see also this Stellar Terra type. We almost always see it attached to Pokemon that have the Focus Sash, perhaps hoping that the Illusion ability will function as a Focus Sash in the sense of using a not very effective move, so Zoroark can survive a turn or 2.
I'm glad you brought up Illusion, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to explain how that works later on. But first, I do want to take a moment to congratulate Tyler on his second regional day 2. Again, this is an incredible accomplishment for both these trainers to make it this far in the competition and to still be vying for their position in our asymmetrical top cut. His opponent, Kaden, though, is also running a bit of a unique take on one of the more, I believe we called it the boosting teams. You have Volcarona with the Quiver Dance. Usually you have Kingambit with Swords Dance as well on this archetype, but instead this Kingambit's going to be more just an instant damage dealer with low kick for the opposing Kingambit, and then Golden Go with Choice Specs and Trick to provide some more initial pressure on the opposing side of the field.
Kind of feels like coming home to me to be watching this team. It's very close to the first team I played in this format, so I'm glad to see it out here. I feel like the practice is really worth it.
Yeah.
A few tweaks on that kind of compared to the way that I've seen it too. Skill Step and Clefable was really popular kind of the first couple of weeks of this format. We haven't seen as much of it. It'll be the first time we've seen it on stream. Kind of interesting to be able to Skill Step unaware around, try to get the right Pokemon immune to your opponent's stat boost. We also haven't seen a whole lot of that Trick, Choice Specs, Golden Go. I know it's been around the field. I've been hearing about it a little bit. Particularly hearing about some hilarious backfire, so hopefully it'll work a little bit better in this stream. Oh, you're going to be careful when you're tricking Choice Specs onto a Pokemon. If it just uses a powerful special attack any way that you weren't expecting, it hurts.
I know. What's funny for me is that I've actually been running the Volcarona Clefable with Skill Swap alongside of Trick, Choice Specs, Hisuian Zoroark a little bit. So congratulations to Kaden Owens as well on his first day 2. And again, I really am liking this matchup between these 2 trainers because there's quite a few options that both of them can take to start off this match. On Tyler's side of the field, though, let's get this game started. We're going to see Clefable and the Golden Go out on the field from Kaden. And Tyler, similar idea, Clefable and the Kingambit.
Maybe the metagame we were expecting coming into the weekend a little bit. We got Clefable, a very powerful redirector, next to 2 of the format's strongest Steel-type Pokemon.
Exactly, and with two of the format's strongest Steel-type Pokemon, there is a lot of initial pressure down on both of these very supporting Pokemon. For Tyler's positioning, though, he doesn't have to worry necessarily about opting for a redirection here, as Make It Rain will just hit both targets regardless. So his Clefable could either protect, terrestrialize. We saw that he locked into the protect. And now we have a Follow Me on the opposing Clefairy, which would help redirect a Dark-type attack. However, we saw that Tyler opted for that Iron Head, and we'll have to just see how much damage this Make It Rain does with choice specs against the Kingambit. It's not worth it, as you can see. It's not very effective. Finally, that Iron Head, though, is going to be very effective against the opposing Clefable and will activate the Citrus Berry, so it can take one more hit from this Pokemon, but still, really put on the back foot right off the bat.
You mentioned the popularity of Swords Dance Kingambit. One thing to keep in mind is the Kingambit on Tyler's side of the field does have that Assault Vest, so just shrugging off that attack, maybe making it a little bit easier for Clefable potentially to take that attack. Also, with the protected on Clefable, you still have to be concerned on Kaden's side of the field. Was that actually Clefable or was that Zoroark? You don't know yet.
That is true. We do have the benefit of Tyler's perspective in this matchup, but in case y'all at home are curious, the way that Zoroark works is that it will take on the illusion of the last Pokemon you pick in Team Preview. So in this instance, not as relevant, but in Game 2 or potentially even in Game 3, what is very definitely a Clefable could very much not be a Clefable. But there will be only one Clefable left on the field at the end of this turn, as Tauros, the Aqua breed Tauros, will be intimidating this Defiant Kingambit.
And don't forget, it has that Mirror Herb, so this Tauros has done this on purpose.
It has, and that's such a different approach to intimidate users that we've seen recently. Obviously, Incineroar, sometimes we'll just go for that Intimidate on the opposing Defiant Pokemon because there isn't too much that they can do in retaliation, but this Tauros will be able to retaliate quite nicely with a close combat at that boosted attack stage. Another Make It Rain from this Golden Go will again do some decent chip damage to the opposing side of the field. We'll be dropping its special attack in the process, and without Clefable to redirect any attack, one Kowtow Cleave is all it takes to pick up that KO.
A great read there, knows that there's not going to be a Follow Me. Picked up a knockout and a critical Pokemon. Also gained some critical information, sort of for both sides. With both Clefable switching out there, we learned both which Clefable is faster and also does reveal that it must actually be Clefable because the speedy Zoroark would have left battle first and gotten its friend Talonflame intimidated.
Exactly. So now that we know there's no Zoroark in play for Kaden, he can kind of use that in his predictions a bit more. You have to wonder what that final Pokemon is, especially knowing that Talonflame was chosen. This Talonflame, too, is a bit unique with Skyplate, Gale Wings. That's already broken, but also has upper hand. So not that there's any priority moves on the field right now. Definitely not something that Kaden's probably practiced against.
And Tauros is not really well positioned where, it's able potentially to do a bunch of damage to either of these Pokemon. It's Clefable there to protect it. And, with Kingambit being the slowest attacker now on Tyler's side of the field, like a super clear path toward knocking out Tauros, who resists all of its moves.
And not only that, the Kingambit can't protect because it's holding the Assault Vest item. So Tyler's best defensive play at this point in time is most likely to terrestrialize. And while we'll take a moment to see this Talonflame switch out and for the Clefable to come back out onto the field for him, we will see the Kingambit terrestrialize into Grass typing, which is great defensively against the water-fighting Tauros.
Yeah, at least gets that, perhaps can use that to pick up a knockout on this Clefable. But yeah, still going to have to take a very powerful hit. No matter what's coming the other direction now, will most likely be a neutral attack on it. And hey, it's important to keep this Kingambit healthy too. You've also already started to take some damage, but at least do have the boosted attack from Defiant.
Clefable redirecting any attacks. Let's see how much this close combat's going to do to the Kingambit. That is enough to pick up the KO there, so the terrestrialization not even coming to play. Clefable will be back out on the field for Tyler, but with only 2 Pokemon remaining, you do have to wonder how he's going to find the damage to get through the Tauros, which has made great use of the stat boost from the Mirror Herb.
Yeah, kind of an optimistic terrestrialization there, perhaps hoping that there would be a wave crash instead of a close combat, but that kind of makes sense on Taurus's end, right? Might as well just go for the super effective attack rather than trying to take wave crash and maybe avoiding lowering your defensive stats at the expense of some recoil.
Yeah, at least looking at the board state from Kaden's perspective, there are no spread moves available to Tyler at this point in time. So again, you know that you're going to be able to redirect the first attack, which will most likely be from the Lilligant, but I don't know. The other Clefable could still do good damage with a Moonblast.
Yeah, and it'll be a little more difficult now for Kaden to keep chaining knockouts, where at least there's a Focus Sash on one Pokemon and the bulky Clefable on the other side of the field.
Rillaboom takes the field for Kaden, revealing his final Pokemon, and that Tauros will opt to protect this turn to see just what Tyler locked into. Leaf Blade will not connect with the Tauros thanks to the Protect, and the Clefable on Tyler's side of the field goes straight for a Moonblast into the Rillaboom.
Yeah, might as well get a little damage down there. Not going to be too impactful after the healing from grassy terrain, but it gets a little bit down. And more importantly for Kaden, get Rillaboom out in the field now, can try to threaten a fake out perhaps into that Lilligant slot in order to try to break the Focus Sash. Pretty clear the response to that one, likely to be, no, I guess it can't be a Protect. There is no Protect to that Lilligant, so wonderful, right? Have the opportunity to try to two-tap it. Clefable perhaps won't allow it to happen. You could try to follow me away, but likely going to allow Kaden to score a knockout here. And yeah, we see Lilligant fleeing battle, allowing Talonflame perhaps to take that fake out for it.
Yeah, the Lilligant is Tyler's win condition at this point in time. You know, assuming that the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field maybe stay the types that they are. But it looks like Tauros will Terrasilize.
Yeah, I mean, it could be interesting, though, right? Where you can see a path where maybe that works out. The fake out doesn't really matter if it hits the Talonflame. I think the hope was, you can use Clefable then to attack the Tauros, but as you mentioned, no longer super effective, so Tauros will probably survive this attack.
Fake out into the Talonflame with a follow-up on a close combat. Even though that's not super effective, it will be enough to pick up that KO. Will also drop the special defense of that Paldean Tauros one more stage down. Therefore, the Moonblast, not super effective anymore, but certainly does a decent chunk of damage. It looks like it would be a 3-hit KO, assuming grassy terrain recovery in between turns.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting information for both players going into that game, where it's just enough damage. Well, was that a damage roll? If it was super effective and I get a better roll, could that be a knockout in game 2? But for game 1, Kaden probably liking the position that he's in now. Lost that Golden Go kind of for nothing, but I think was able to get enough done where Tauros is still a little bit scary, likely to get to swing at least one more time, and there still is that Clefable in the back to potentially help protect it.
Yeah, I think Kaden made a great call during the team preview phase, bringing Tauros to activate the Mirror Herb, and it's just really paid off for him. And even though Clefable on Tyler's side of the field will take this opportunity to redirect an Aqua Jet, looking like Kaden was trying to break that Focus Sash before maybe the Rillaboom could do some significant damage to that Lilligant. There still is a ton of damage potential for both of the Pokemon on Kaden's side of the field. Rillaboom takes a close combat of its own quite nicely, but will follow up with a Wood Hammer into the opposing Clefable, and it's able to hold on.
Yeah, sort of interesting play there, where neither side probably getting exactly what they were expecting, but I think you're pretty happy with that trade if you're Kaden, right? Still need to figure out a way to break this Focus Sash on Lilligant, but with it only being the one remaining Pokemon and only having single target attacks, once you get rid of this Clefable, you probably only need to swing a couple of times in order to pick it up. However, it's starting to get a little dicey. Aqua Jet kind of right at that point where it probably isn't a knockout on Clefable. Of course, doesn't have to worry about the boost from that Mirror Herb because it has the Unaware ability, and currently is still the Pokemon that has that Unaware ability. So it leads to an interesting spot now, right? Do you think you can pick up a knockout with a Lilligant? Allowing you to maybe try to get a cheeky Life Dew out? Do you play something safer with Follow Me? Do you expect Clefable to be targeted down in order to get that isolated one remaining Pokemon and just go for the Protect? Lots of things could happen here.
One other thing I want to call out is that the Rillaboom on Kaden's side of the field is holding Assault Vest, so it's one of the Rillaboom that you'd expect to see from the previous format. It's a little bit more bulky at the cost of its ability to do damage, and I think that definitely came into play with the damage from the Wood Hammer in the previous turn. Kaden will switch out the Rillaboom, looking to save a fake out for later on in this battle, and the Tauros as well, going for a Protect, so waiting to attack when it has the protection of Follow Me alongside of it. We see a matching Protect on the opposing Clefable, and close combat falls short of picking up the KO on the opposing Clefable, thanks to its typing and that natural bulk.
That's huge for Kaden. I think very close to locking the game in now. Clefable surviving there is really big. Now you have the option of just Follow Me and attack away, allowing Tauros to try to attack the Clefable slot. As long as there's a double Protect there, you get that at least a 2v1, and then because there's no Protect with Lilligant, you can fake it out with Rillaboom and have both Pokemon double target the Lilligant the following turn. Perhaps on Tyler's side, you get something like very surprising, or maybe just go for the double protect, trying to get a little bit extra there because he seems like he's just like a turn too slow right now.
Yeah, I think the fact as well that you forced the Lilligant on the opposing side of the field to rely on close combat, dropping its special defense, does make it a little bit easier for it to take damage from even a resisted attack from the Tauros. Leaf Blade, though, will pick up the KO on the opposing Clefable, so that's one Pokemon down for Tyler, evening up the Pokemon count. The Tauros will be the next Pokemon to attack and will finally go for a Terra-boosted Wave Crash into the opposing Clefable, and that will also be enough to pick up the KO. So it is now a 2v1 situation with Fake Out support and no Protect on Tyler's side of the field, so we'll probably see this resolve in a turn.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, it's hard to imagine how the poor Lilligant's going to get through this one. Really only gets to set his terrain back up, which probably isn't going to matter too much here, but always feels good. And yeah, the combination of a Fake Out and now a mostly a close combat into this Lilligant that's already lowered its defenses with its own close combat, having to deal with also the boost from the Mirror Herb and the Tauros. This Lilligant could be knocked out several times.
Yeah, and it is interesting to me that Tyler...
No. That was a huge Fake Out.
I kind of want to see how much damage Fake Out can do now, and if it's possible for it to get a one-hit knockout on a Lilligant after, what, maybe 4 or 5 defense drops. But anyways, that's for me in my own time later to figure out. For now, Kaden Owens will win game number 1 in the set, and I want to talk about adjustments for Tyler because it's very interesting that he opted to bring the Hisuian Lilligant without the Torkoal, which is the Pokemon that 9 times out of 10 you see side by side, just given their natural synergy, given the fact that it would weaken those water type attacks from the Tauros. It seems like a really good adjustment for him in game 2.
I think it's really cool insight to kind of how he probably got to this point in this tournament too, where like one of the reasons why I'm kind of a little shy about the whole Torkoal Lilligant thing is like needing a 2 Pokemon combination is a little restrictive. Perhaps Timley is willing to just bring the Lilligant on its own, and I think if you don't have the problem to me was really allowing Tauros to take advantage of King Gambit like that. I think it's just an absolutely perfect Mirror Herb execution, and there's stuff he could have done to get back in the game there, but he was so far in the back foot from that point in the game. I think to me that's the key thing to change. Maybe you don't bring the King Gambit at all. If you do, maybe try to be a little bit more careful about when it comes in. I think one of the problems is going to be one of the slowest Pokemon in this matchup. So if you have it out in the field, even if you try to switch it out, it will likely switch after whatever Pokemon switches for Tauros, and then it's too late. All that happens instead is you lose your Defiant boost for it. So maybe a little tricky position to play because, yeah, I mean, I feel like Tauros has been very dominant almost every time we sit on stream this weekend, and once more, it's a game away now from sending Kaden into the top cut.
It's interesting, too, that Tauros has really taken off. I think that when we were coming into Regulation A all those months ago, it was really suited to, I don't want to say be the new Incineroar, because let's be real, everybody knows there is no new Incineroar. It's just here to stay. But I think a lot of people were thinking, especially with the Aqua breed, it can deal fighting type damage, it can deal water type damage. Like, this is the anti-Incineroar, but we haven't really seen it play out until now. So Kaden, I think also great synergy there, being able to intimidate Mirror Herb in that situation as well. But for this game, we're going to start things off with a 2 seeming Clefable on the field, and Volcarona and King Gambit as well.
Oh, I love this look. So, and Tyler says, like, oh yeah, I'm doing the same thing I was doing last time. You remember this, right? Something seems a little bit different here.
Oh, he's going to go for it too.
And I think on Kaden's side of the field, it's interesting too. He did do a switch up here, perhaps expecting something different on Tyler's side, which it looks like he did not do. Interesting too, there's a kind of a neat bait on the field as well, where because the King Gambit's out there, it's really tempting to switch into Tauros, and that might not go so well if it happens.
All right, well, watch Kaden's face closely here, because if he's paying attention to the open team sheet, he knows that Clefable is Terra Electric on Tyler's side of the field, and we know that that's Terra Stellar. And fun fact, actually, now the cat's out of the bag. The Incineroar is out of the bag, except it's not Incineroar. It's a Hisuian Zoroark going straight for a Hyper Voice into the Clefable and the Volcarona. Look at Kaden's reaction to that. Oh, that is why you run a Pokemon like Hisuian Zoroark. We will see the Clefable activate its Citrus Berry to get some of its health back, but Volcarona now, I think this is why he made the adjustment that he did, getting these Quiver Dances in while the King Gambit's forced to play a little bit slower, maybe forced to recognize recognize the Iron Head into the opposing Clefable as being the correct call. Volcarona ends up on top with that, with a special attack, special defense, and speed boost. But there's also a Hisuian Zoroark on the field now, which changes the game entirely.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun, right? Where that's a heck of a turn. Critical hit doesn't matter. They're based on the damage we saw in the first turn. And now we see the drawback of it, right? You get a free switcher Tauros. Speed doesn't matter at all now. We'll get the Intimidate boost, but sort of a precarious position where, can a King Gambit at +1 attack pick up a knockout on this Volcarona with Sucker Punch? If so, things look really bad, right? You really do not want to take or let Zoroark blast away potentially at this Tauros.
Yeah, and not only that, if you decide to try for the Sucker Punch into the Volcarona, you always run the risk of getting burned thanks to its Flame Body ability. Volcarona, I feel like, is a very natural response in the metagame right now to Pokemon like King Gambit, being able to, if you expect a Sucker Punch, you can get those stat boosts in, force the attack to fail, or you could even just say, yeah, you can attack me, but you might get burned. So I think overall, even though it's great that the Tauros is still in a very commanding position here, I do think the King Gambit is going to suffer a bit as a result.
Yeah, I mean, the one positive trade-off is, as we see, Toler considering his move, you do have that Clefable in the back. Both these Pokemon's increased stats, not going to do anything to Clefable and his Follow Me. Volcarona does at least have the spread option with Heat Wave to do some damage, which the King Gambit certainly isn't going to enjoy, but perhaps Zora could survive a single Heat Wave. I mean, Clefable could survive. Wait, there's two Clefable.
I know. This is also the other fun thing about running Hisuian Zoroark, and I say this as someone who's been in this position but with two Clefairy on the field before, and then my opponent had a Clefairy as well. There's just 3 Clefairy. No Clefable will take damage from the Tauros, and that was actually the Zoroark not taking damage. The Clefable proper will be avoiding the Heat Wave, so my statement of no Clefable taking damage somehow held up.
Yeah, both Clefable looking pretty good here, and I think that's a huge deal, right? I mean, it wouldn't have been a knockout on the Clefable anyway, again, ignoring the Quiver Dance, but you see on Kaden's side, kind of understanding that one Heat Wave probably is going to pick up the knockout onto the Zoroark, trying to get the extra damage with the Aqua Jet, no longer going to be an option. I think there's really no way you can not go for the Follow Me on the Clefable here. The real Clefable, of course. Way too dangerous. But Zoroark should get the swing again, and we saw how powerful it was in that previous turn.
Terastallization on Kaden's side of the field. That Tauros will once again be turning into the water type so that it doesn't have to worry about any super effective damage from the opposing Clefable, the actual Clefable's Moonblast. Volcarona now going for another Heat Wave, and it will connect with the Zoroark, finally revealing itself, the illusion wearing off, and will be knocked out for its trouble. So now Tyler was looking at that Pokemon to pick up the KO on the opposing Volcarona. It's no longer really an option here. Wave Crash from the Tauros will follow up now, will get the boost from the Terastallization, does not have the boost from the attack because of the Unaware ability. Finally aware of how that works. Thank you, Scott, for calling it out until I internalized it. But Moonblast still puts it within KO range from another attack. So that's really important information, I think, for Tyler, is that even though this Clefable will have to dodge another Heat Wave and probably a Wave Crash for its trouble, these Pokemon are running out of health on Kaden's side of the field.
Yeah, so to me the really important thing about last turn is it turns out actually no, Zoroark can just be knocked out by the Heat Wave after a single Quiver Dance. Doesn't need any Aqua Jet help, and because of that, I think that was a much worse trade than it seemed like it was going to be. It's still not the end of the world. The positive thing for Tyler here is this Gale Wings is still intact, threatening a knockout almost certainly on either of these Pokemon, but yeah, I think you're hoping for a little bit more in that previous turn if you're Tyler. You spent your Terastallization, you had to switch King Gambit out, you kind of gave up a free buff to the Tauros with Mirror Herb in order to get those attacks off the Zoroark, and I don't know if a single Hyper Voice is going to be or have been enough.
It does make me wonder, though, which Pokemon you prioritize knocking out if you're in Tyler's shoes. Your last Pokemon is going to be King Gambit, and it's going to struggle against both of these two. Talonflame's probably not going to keep Gale Wings after this turn either.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to remove its own probably, right? Where I think you probably have to take out Volcarona and just hope that perhaps you're naturally quicker than the Tauros. Looks like that's the path he's going to go.
Talonflame also has upper hand, though, so if you can force your opponent into picking that priority Aqua Jet as its attack next turn, that could be an option to outspeed, even when you lose your own Gale Wings thanks to Brave Bird. And that's what we see from Tauros. Aqua Jet into the Clefable will be enough to knock it out. And just like that, both trainers down to their final 2 Pokemon. We know Tyler has the King Gambit, but the big question is, who is Kaden's final Pokemon? It is the Golden Go, like we saw in Game 1.
Ooh, that's great if you're Tyler. So, hey, you know, maybe Zoroark was enough after all. Kingambit really going to enjoy battling both these Pokemon, and even Talonflame is a pretty positive type matchup. Now, yeah, I mean, do you go for the upper hand where you got to feel like if you're Tauros, you know, both these Pokemon can move first and knock you out, so you kind of have to use Aqua Jet, but then, oops, you know, maybe kind of a mistake, and then I think no matter what happens, the important thing is just Talonflame needs to deal with this Tauros so that, you know, the isolated 1v1 between Kingambit and Golden Go is definitely going to go Kingambit's way.
Even if the Golden Go were to try to trick away the choice specs as well, like it's still going to have to rely on attacking move in order to deal damage, and at some point in time, a Sucker Punch would be able to connect for super effective damage. So Kaden's really in a tough spot here and has to make the correct call in terms of targeting to ensure that he's able to find the win con.
Yeah, it's like double accurate 2 for Kaden, where and a Sucker Punch would also knock Tauros out, but it's not going to be a priority move. Whiffing the whiff the upper hand, whiffs the Sucker Punch.
Yeah, that is going to be close combat then into the King Gambit for a knockout, which means Golden Go must have tricked the choice specs onto the opposing Talonflame. Now, because trick happened after the Talonflame attacked this turn, Tyler will have the opportunity to pick his attack moving forwards, but Brave Bird's not going to get that KO against Golden Go.
Yeah, none of them work, right?
Yeah.
Where you need Brave Bird to deal with Tauros, well, I mean, you need another Pokemon to deal with the Golden Go, and it looks like Tyler's made that choice, and Kaden's going to lock his spot in the top cut.
Yeah, Kaden Owens going X and 2 overall in the Swiss rounds of competition will be moving on to his first ever top cut with a really fun team of the Golden Go, the Tauros with the Mirror Herb. Some strategies that, well, we've heard a lot of players, you know, talk about and maybe prepare for coming into the competition. We haven't yet seen play out on stream.
I think it's a lot of fun. You know, it's kind of an iconic team of the early format. It makes sense it would make it to the top cut of this first regional championships of this regulation. And you know, shout out to Tyler as well. It was a lot of fun. I'm really glad we got to see that Zoroark on stream. And hey, you know, maybe that game 2 goes a different way. I mean, I think to me the critical thing there is that if you're going to go for the upper hand, I think you need to also Sucker Punch into the Tauros slot. There's really no cost to that because the Sucker Punches is just going to move over to the Golden Go if you pick up the knockout anyway. Pretty risky to fire it into the other slot instead, and unfortunately that mistake ends Tyler's tournament.
I wish that we could have had like a player camera follow the few players who are running Hisui and Zoroark around in the tournament just to see that moment where their opponent realizes, oh, that is not the Pokemon I thought it was. And I know that we have the replay here, and sometimes they do like the face reactions. I'm kind of hoping we caught Kaden's, just trying to manifest that out here. But again, it was a really fun set. You know, we saw some of the trade-offs that players have made coming into this tournament play out. You know, Assault Vest on Rillaboom doesn't do as much damage as that Miracle Seed item that we've seen a lot of top players bring. The Tauros with the Wave Crash into the opposing Clefable really have to relying on that Terastallization to get boosted damage. And even Lilligant as well, showcasing that there is a way to play it moving forwards without the Torkoal beside it. You just have to be careful about how you align it in the overall matchup.
Yeah, I think the Lilligant wasn't the problem there. Although, I mean, yeah, I think maybe you see also, you know, it was the dangers of having Pokemon that don't know Protect, right? I think if Lilligant has Protect, that makes that first game a lot easier to play. But hey, you know, it's like 4 very powerful moves. You know, this Lilligant's a dual type Pokemon, unlike the Lilligant we're used to. So you do want both the close combat and the Leaf Blade. And then, you know, after that, you know, you only have 2 slots for the normal 3 moves we're used to Lilligant having. Opting to give up Protect instead of Sleep Powder after you, which both seem kind of mandatory for the Torkoal mode. And hey, you know, it almost worked.
It's unfortunate that you can't run 5 moves on Pokemon. I know we've said that how many times this weekend about King Gambit, now about Lilligant. I'm sure there's more, but I'm blanking. But still, man, I wish you could. I wish you could. But that's okay. Congratulations again to Tyler. Honestly, making it this far in the competition, running the team the way he did is a huge accomplishment that he should be proud of. And honestly, I think everybody who made D2 of the competition today should be proud of how they did. You know, we had some really incredible, notable matchups coming into this round. And while I really wish we could have featured all of them, I heard there was a rematch of, or a matchup of world champions, senior world champions in the crowd. So it goes.
Yeah, I think it's a great match we got to show. You know, as we mentioned before, kind of a breakthrough performance for both these players, and I think it's a great start to the season for both of them, right? You know, I think, you know, if you're going to get your first day 2 or your second day 2 of your career, a great time to get it the first event of a season now. I think it really changes the outlook of the rest of the year for both of them. If they do want to compete for those World Championships invites, it's a great first step. Kaden will get to see, he could earn even more championship points in these future single elimination rounds. But I think even on Tyler's side, hey, got to use a fun team. I played it pretty well and got to play on stream and get a bunch of championship points. So a great weekend for both these guys to start out the year.
I think so. And I can't wait to see who else is going to be making it into our asymmetrical top cut, because correct me if I'm wrong, I have done my math sort of. There is going to be almost like a win-in round for top cut, as we need to go from top 32 to top 16, and we may not have enough people to fill out the 32.
Yeah.
But please correct me if I'm wrong on that, because I think we're all new to this system.
Yeah, I think my understanding is, it's like it kind of depends a little bit. Like TCG, I think it'll be even different, where they'll probably have more than 8 players, but fewer than 16, and just have the one play-in round. So I think it's nice that it does give you a much greater advantage if you did well in Swiss, where if you got your 0 loss day or even 1 loss day, you're sitting pretty, you get a round off, maybe go get a snack, go get a coffee, see how everyone else is doing, start thinking about your game plan for your likely opponents, because you do get to see the bracket and maybe start thinking ahead a little bit. So I just think that's nice. It's sort of weird in Pokemon once you get to the single elimination phase, where even if you do much better than someone in Swiss, doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good team matchup for you, and sometimes that matters more. At least there's a little extra preparation time. So hopefully that leads to players trying even harder in Swiss this year.
I hope so. I hope so. And I also think as well, knowing that day 2 is even more of an accomplishment than what it was last year, just because there's less rounds of Swiss overall, I do think that makes it a bigger accomplishment and also a bigger challenge, just like, how Top Cut's changing, and really everything changes at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, the margin for error is pretty small, right? Fewer rounds, got to perform better in them, but the players that have gotten to this point in the tournament have shown that they can do it.
All right, well, we have a winner's interview ready in the lounge with Rosemary and Kaden. So Rosemary, please take it away.
Is there like a cue when we're starting?
Well, this is our cue. Sorry about that, Kaden. We're going to put you on the spotlight and in the hot seat for this one. First of all, congratulations on your win. You got so emotive at the end of that set, almost like you couldn't believe it. Did you ever think you'd be in a top cut of a regional?
I mean, my goal originally was to go positive. I wasn't feeling very confident going into the tournament. And then I got day 2 and I was like, oh, okay, like that's my goal. I did it, guys. Woo! And then I don't know, I won out in Swiss. Now I'm 9-2. I've somehow made top cut. And so I'm just kind of happy to be here, to be honest.
Do you feel like that takes a sort of pressure off of you in some ways, where you came in with this one realistic expectation, you met your goal, and now you are going above and beyond that?
Yeah, I would say so, especially for round 1 and 2 of Swiss today. Like, I was like, if I can get a win in day 2, like, awesome. Like, that's even further than I was expecting. And then so when I won, like, set 1 and then set 2, I was like, okay, top cut's a possibility, but I was like, again, like, that's not the goal, right? So I was like, I'll just go into round 3, whatever happens, happens. And then I got put on stage, and I was like, oh, okay. So that was a little nerve-wracking for sure, because that was my first time on stage. But I ended up performing with, I mean, I was proud of my performance on stage as well. So
yeah,
feeling pretty good for sure.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, because those 2 games were intense, especially when you know what's on the line for yourself, a spot in the top cut of a regional championships. Let's go through that just team preview. Right off the bat, you see a Hisuian Zoroark on your opponent's team list. What is your approach, knowing that Pokemon is something you're gonna potentially have to face?
So going into the game 1, I was like, because I realized that, like, against Lily Cole, well, that was the first thing I noticed on team sheet was Lily Cole. I was like, okay, Terra Dragon, Goldengo does amazing into that matchup. So I'll just kind of start with that and then see where I go. And then he counter-led it with King Gambit. So I was like, okay, this is the matchup now. And in my mind, I was like, if he does decide to lead it, if I follow me turn 1, then it's like, I doubt he's going to Hyper Voice into a Goldengo, so it's probably going to be Shadow Ball. But then by that point, like, Zoroark Hisui's dead. Like, it's not going to take a Mega Rain. So I was like, chill there. But then once Clef went down and then Goldengo went down, it got kind of messy after game 1. Yeah, for sure.
It did. So what was that turning point for you? Because you lost your Golden Go to a Kowtow Cleave, and then from there, all of a sudden you're just down such a huge piece of your game plan. So how do you bring it back? That Paldean Tauros put in a ton of work for you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was thinking about it in the game. I was like, yeah, I just killed 4 Mons. That's really funny. But I realized, like, okay, so I'm down pretty far. And I was like, if I can get +2 Tauros, like, that's a lot of damage on literally anything in the board. So I'll like, let me start there and see where it goes. I knew that with Rillaboom, like, fake out pressure, like, I could at least trade something. And so when, what was it? I'm trying to remember the lines.
A lot happens in the sets, honestly, and you got the adrenaline pumping,
sure.
so no worries.
Sure. But I think moral of the story was I knew that I had to kind of like pivot into sweeping with Tauros, and it ended up working out.
It worked out so well for you in game number 1. And game number 2, it felt like, okay, you've got to go back to that game plan a little bit, especially because Hisuian Zoroark is in the lead, but it looks like a Clefable. It goes for the Stellar Terra. Did that catch you off guard?
To the point to where I pointed to the judges, I was like, Clefable's Terra Electric, I don't understand. And then I was like, wait, what happened? I was like, oh, okay, yeah. Because
you see the hyper voice and you go,
I was like,
oh.
That makes sense, right? But my idea going into game 2 was like, okay, so again, I know that Golden Go is really strong in the matchup, so it's like, if I can pressure out Gambit or somehow take Gambit before Golden Go comes out, then I'm in an amazing position. So that was the idea behind the lead turn 1, which was, what was the lead? Oh yeah, when I swapped to Volcarona. Because I also realized that with King Gambit being Terra Grass instead of like Terra Fire like it normally is, he didn't have a resistance to Heat Wave. And then if he switches in Talonflame to resist it, like I break Gale Wings, and then he has to play like Aqua Jet 50-50s later on. So that was the idea behind that.
Well, you ended up playing a very different type of 50-50 at the very end of that game number 2. Yeah. What were you thinking, knowing that there's an upper hand at play here, but I also have Trick? How did you navigate that situation?
So what I kind of figured was like, okay, so upper hand of the Tauros Aqua Jet is like incredibly obvious. And then Sucker Punch the Goldango is also incredibly obvious. And I was like, I have a game to work with. If I get the call right, then I just win on the spot. If I lose, then like we can adapt game 3 and figure it out. And I also thought like it takes a lot to not click upper hand in that spot. So I went for the CC into the Gambit, and I thought to myself like, okay, if I trick here and I kill the King Gambit, then even if he like if he like Brave Birded into, well, I guess he could have Brave Birded into the Tauros, but assuming he clicks upper hand, like Goldango always wins if Gambit's off the field essentially. But again, I couldn't get Sucker Punched, so I was like, okay, I'll just trick into the Talonflame. Like, that avoids Sucker Punch. Like, it's just the call that I have to make, and it ended up working out, and then I got the win.
That is really amazing, especially when you're in such a high-stakes scenario. Having to keep your cool like that is certainly a skill that you develop over time. But if I'm not mistaken, you haven't been playing competitive Pokemon for a very long time. So what's that journey been like for you?
It's been a, like, oddly steady climb. So my first regional was Pittsburgh of last year. And going into that format, which I think at the time was Regulation D, was like, that's when Urshifu got introduced. It was mainly just kind of a test of like, do I enjoy traveling? Do I enjoy like genuinely competing? Because like I play on online tournaments and whatnot, but you know, that's just a whole different ball game than, you know, the regionals. But there, I went 6-3, but I didn't have a win in it. So at that point, I was like, okay, I have potential to like make a performance. So that's nice. And then after that, I went to Orlando because I just like already lived nearby. I was like, all right, I'll just go. And there, I also went 6-3, but I did have my chance to win it in. And so that was kind of my first feel of like genuine like pressure, because that's a whole different ball game of like, you're just sitting there one-on-one and it's like whoever wins goes, you know what I mean? And so coming into this tournament, I was like, okay, well, didn't get my win in the first turn, he went 6-3. Got to my win in and lost. It's like, you know, if it's part of the plot, like I have to make day 2 now. And so, you know, once I made day 2, and then that's kind of just been the general progression of it.
It's good exponential growth for you, it feels like, from event to event. And now that you've been able to do a couple of regionals in a row, I'm sure you're feeling pretty good after your performance at this one, but what do you think of trying to go for a Worlds invite, or like sort of what are your next big picture plans for VGC?
So last year I was like, okay, let's see if I can like qualify for Worlds or like see how many points I can get. And I just wasn't able to travel because like, you know, life stuff happens.
Of course.
But I was able to have performances, so I was like, okay, that's cool. And so going to this one, they obviously changed the qualification for Worlds, where it's like the top 75. So I was like, okay, Worlds is probably gonna be pretty hard this year. A lot of people are gonna be gunning for it and whatnot for those spots. So I was just like, okay, like let's just take it tournament by tournament, and then if I end up like getting a lot of points, then like maybe we can like, you know, try to see where we can go from there.
Well, there is a potential spot to just automatically qualify for Worlds if you win the tournament. What do you think about your chances for that?
It's just unbelievable, to be honest. Like, the fact that I've even made top cut is like beyond my wildest dreams of coming here. And now that like I've made it to top cut and I could potentially win the whole thing, like, you know, it's just, let's just see what happens sort of deal, you know?
I love that attitude. I think
Yeah.
the last thing I wanted to ask is if you had any advice for anybody that is seeing your journey right now and is really inspired by the fact that your first regional ever was last season and now you're finding yourself in a top cut just over the course of a year. What would you give to them in terms of starting out their own competitive journey?
It feels so weird to give advice because I feel like I've been the underdog this whole time. But
or maybe something you wish somebody told you before you started playing.
I think honestly, just like, it's just about putting in the effort for it, you know? Like, starting out, it's gonna be rough. Like, you're gonna get slammed on ladder a lot. You're gonna there's like a big learning curve that you're gonna have to understand. But once you get past that and you start like grinding out like the online tours, I think that's a huge resource. If you're learning the game, grinding out the online like online tournaments to get tournament experience and like best of 3 experience, especially on kart, very huge. I think that I can attest a lot to my success. And just trying to like have an open mind about it, you know? That and like, you know, I think
That's really great advice. Thanks for sharing that. Final thoughts from you to anybody that's supporting you or just people that have been cheering you on?
I mean, I could shout out so many people. I think it's the Kaden camp, the Discord server. They've been helping me out. Spicy in the crowd. Emilio's been here the whole time. A lot of people have been in my corner this weekend. I'm really, really appreciative of that. I, honest to God, don't think I would have made it past day 1 if not for them. So shout out to all those homies out there.
That's awesome. Kaden, thank you so much for joining us again, and congratulations on Top Cut.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take it to a short break, but when we come back, we will be getting ready for the Top Cut of the Baltimore Regional Championships in 2025. Don't go anywhere.
Baltimore has been known by many nicknames through the years, including the city that reads, the monumental city, the city that believes, and Charm City. I feel like my attack has harshly fell.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequates, but it's not enough.
It's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion! Battle can do whatever they want!
They're going straight forward, the stun in the middle, who's gonna go for the secure? Race so low!
taken by Fennel! It's gonna be taken by Fennel! Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're gonna see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's gonna take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is the handle! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much, as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper. And as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Turnavelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and to see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be led? legendary. Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to lead them on. Do you wanna be legendary? Do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? Do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Baltimore. It's the end of Swiss. We're getting ready for Top Cut right now, and I'm super excited because there's so many cool things to talk about before we lead into this bracket.
This format is crazy, Dewey. Like, I just went through all the teams that are in the Top Cut. There are just over 20 players that are in Top Cut. And the number of just really unique and interesting Pokemon that we have not really seen before thrive has just been absolutely amazing to see.
Can you just give us an idea as to what cool Pokemon we might be expecting when we actually go into this Top Cut, Aaron?
There is a team with Volbeat and a Spathra. Volbeat. I mean, huh?
I'm also just sitting here like, yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. Like, you know, this is a format that we talked about yesterday in the lounge and opening. We've been emphasizing this a lot just in general. Like, there's so many cool, unique Pokemon that can be viable in this format, right? Like, I mean, we mentioned it earlier on in the opening, like, Empoleon, Hypno made it all to day 2, but these are the Pokemon that finally made it through, finally punched their ticket to the Top Cut, and Volbeat, just one of them. But there's other cool options too, right? I mean, we've talked a lot about Flamigo.
Yep.
A Flamigo, there's lots of Flamigos in Top Cut, actually. That's actually a Pokemon that I talked to with Yotam Cohen, and he said that it just has a lot of counters to a lot of the metagame. So I'm excited to see how this Top Cut plays out.
Totally. I think like one of the biggest teams going into this Top Cut and really in this tournament was a lot of top players, including our #1 seed, Christopher Hahn, who we saw on stream yesterday, have brought this team featuring Porygon 2, Incineroar, Amoonguss, Golden Go, Ursaluna. By the way, we can take a look at all of the players from day 2 right now.
These are actually the 21 that made it through to Top Cut.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So all of these players, of course, are in Top Cut and will be fighting for a spot to become the champion. So the way this tournament is working is basically there are many players who have received a bye, so they are automatically slotted into Top 16. And there are a couple of players who basically will be playing a Top 32 match right now.
Yeah, so a really nice change. I remember, you know, a lot of tournaments in the past, we always relied on tiebreaker to make it to a top 8, a clean top 8, where just the top 8 players move through. But you know, this one allows it so that way you just have to hit a certain threshold and able to make it to the elimination round. So again, a very strong list of names here of players that are going to be competing for this title of Baltimore Regional Champion.
Yeah, and we were just talking about Christopher Hahn earlier. I mean, what an impressive run, right? He was one of the best players in the seniors division. His little brother, Kevin, won the junior division world championships just a couple of months ago. His first tournament in the masters division, he's the #1 seed coming into this tournament. We were just talking about Flamigo, where he is one of the players using that Flamigo composition as a tech to kind of round out the Porygon 2 Ursaluna teams that are out there. And he looked very impressive on stream yesterday when he played against Justin Tang, 2-time regional champion.
Yeah, that was a match that I was watching. It was a back and forth battle between both of the players. It was a great match to be able to showcase that both players, you know, wanted the championship, but also like just how much knowledge that they had about how to play this game, right? They were making plays that were a little risky, like I mentioned earlier, you know, trying to predict an Electabuzz switch Instead, sporing that slot, Electabuzz, of course, cannot be put to sleep because of his Vital Spirit ability, but, amazing play from both players, and I'm excited to see how that plays out in Top Cut. So, other players, you mentioned it before, Wolf Glick made it to Top Cut with that Toad Scroll team. He was the undefeated going into the final round of Swiss, finally dropped a round in Swiss, but excited to see what Wolf brings to the table in the Top Cut. Of course, there's that team that we were talking about, that really fascinating team with Toad Scroll and the Galarian Weezing.
Yeah, the team is just pure chaos. It is really offensive. You've got so much strength. You obviously have the Weezing plus Toad Scroll combination, which allows Toad Scroll to actually get some really fast spores off by turning off its ability. And Weezing can actually deal massive amounts of damage. You've got the combination of Acid Spray from Toad Scroll plus Weezing being able to follow up with that. Yesterday, we saw that Acid Spray into Strange Steam was able to do like 90% into an Ursaluna. And here we see Ursaluna knocking out the Weezing, but right before this, the Cup double up onto the Ursaluna almost just got the knockout. Of course, this team has a lot of offense from other Pokemon like Hisuian Typhlosion, like Garchomp, so you can use the Toad Scroll plus the Weezing to get knockouts in the early game and then finish off strong with Pokemon like Typhlosion and Garchomp. There's a Corviknight that is on this team as well, and that is kind of a bulkier Tailwind user that can heal up with Roost and also deal good damage with Brave Bird.
Yep, and there is that Toad Scroll using that Acid Spray. Easy knockout right there from the Flamigo after it's been taken down into its Focus Sash range, but, Wolf playing extremely well here. That Toad Scroll eventually getting knocked out, but I mean, Toad Scroll actually has some bulk built to it, but this Toad Scroll's a little bit different. This Toad Scroll's built to be fast, built to be able to get off those really fast spores after Weezing neutralizes all abilities, right?
Totally, and of course using that Paw Mod as well. I think normally when people see Paw Mod, they almost always expect the Revival Blessing to be on it, but this set is Fake Out, Close Combat, Double Shock, and Protect. And so as a result, you're able to fit your Fake Out, you're able to fit double offensive options and go for Protect. Paw Mod notably also has that Electric Terrace. You're able to go for that and consistently go for the Double Shocks.
Yeah, so that was Swiss round 8 that we just replayed there, featuring Wolf Glick versus Zach Minnick. Of course, there's so many players to be featured. I mean, Riley Factura, a player who won last year's first regional, has also made it to the Top Cut here and is trying to win the first regional of the 2025 season as well. You mentioned it earlier. There's so many regional championships in the field right now. You see here, Riley Factura already has 5 regional championships under his belt, using a very, I'd say it's a fairly standard team for this format right now. Granted, like, the format's not really solved yet, in my opinion, but, he's running the Rillaboom, the Annihilate, Primarina, Whimsicott, Golden Go, and Incineroar. So that's a pretty solid team. This is a very Riley team.
Yeah, Riley, a player, like, if you've been watching VGC in the last year, you've seen a ton of across all the different tournaments. He had one of the most outstanding seasons out of any player in the world last season. He was deep in Day 2 of the World Championships as well. And yeah, he was just on an unbelievable tear at the beginning of last season and was able to just consistently get result after result. Of course, winning the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, actually defeating Wolf in the finals. And Whimsicott's a Pokemon that Riley really likes. He brought it to the World Championships earlier this year, and obviously that was a completely different format, but it's a Pokemon that he has a lot of comfort with. What's interesting about this team is you do have the beat-up combination with the Annihilate. Most people normally support the Annihilate with Mouse Hold, but Whimsicott, of course, also gets access to beat-up. And people often like to pair Whimsicott with really powerful Pokemon that are maybe a little bit less bulky, right? Hisuian Typhlosion, Ursaluna Blood Moon. Riley's, however, here actually has decent bulk on a lot of the Pokemon, and so Tailwind, of course, can really help out because these Pokemon are normally kind of in the middling speed tier. But yeah, Riley looking for yet another regional championship. He's got 5 already, looking to add a 6th one to his belt.
Yeah, how many times did Riley qualify for Worlds last year, technically, because of the threshold?
I think maybe 5. Like, yeah, it's too much to count, honestly. He just accumulated so many championship points that it felt at the beginning of the season, once again, was like absolutely unreal because he like wins the regionals and then like I think had the streak where he basically wasn't getting worse than top 4 at a tournament, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think that was the thing too, like leading up to LAIC and then in LAIC making it to the finals of LAIC. Such an amazing run from Riley last year, and he's trying to capitalize, start off the season very strong as well. Another player to feature, of course, again, talking about regional championship numbers, Paul Chua. How many championships does Paul Chua have? Too many?
I think it is 6, right?
I'm trying to ask you. I'm trying to ask you, Aaron.
Well, I remember the list, like at one point was Wolf was at 6, Paul was at 6, Riley was at 4, I was at 4 actually as well, you know, but they're all just getting further and further away.
Does that mean that you're gonna jump behind or jump on a stage and compete?
No, they're just running away with it at this point. The race is lost already. I'm just waving to them from behind. But Wolf, of course, then became the winningest player of all time when he was tied with Paul, and then just won 2 more afterwards as well. And so I believe Paul's at 6. He also, of course, has the European International title from not this season, but the previous season. Top 4 at the World Championships. I think many people consider him to be one of, if not the best player to not win the World Championships. Certainly among that tier. And he's a player that's been in this game for a very long time as well. And we got to feature him yesterday with Alolan Ninetales.
Yep, we got to see him battle on stream with that Alolan Ninetales. A very interesting Alolan Ninetales variant because this Alolan Ninetales did not have Aurora Veil. It was a much more offensive Alolan Ninetales, I believe, right? With the Blizzard, Freeze Dry,
Encore and Protect.
And Protect, yeah.
Yep. And here we saw Justin Karras go up against Paul Chua. Really fun 3-game set. Paul using Dragonite. I think Dragonite's been one of the premier winners from this format, and it looked really good on stream yesterday. A lot of people have been moving away from Choice Band Dragonite, which was very common, especially in some of the more offensive formats. Choice Band Dragonite with that normal Terra, really powerful, especially when Qian Pao existed, but now that the power level, you don't necessarily need to pick up these like big one-hit knockouts, and you want to actually switch your move. You don't want to just lock into extreme speed because Golden Go and Ghost types in general are fairly popular. Paul using this Lumberry variant, which was very good into Justin and the Toadscrew in particular.
Yeah, that Lumberry for Dragonite, being able to prevent burns. Also very important, being able to prevent spores from opposing Amoonguss, or in this case, Toadscrew, right? So that Lumberry very much being important. Instead, Dragonite already hits pretty hard. It has a very high attack stat.
It does.
Just the fact that you're boosting your Terra Blast, you're flying type, so you get the same type of attack bonus, you get the Terra bonus, and then just hitting super hard with that Dragonite off that high attack stat we saw it do so much damage from just in general yesterday.
Yeah, the idea behind it is that, like, you're going to just pick up a lot of 2-hit knockouts. If you hit something for super effective, decent chance you can actually get a 1-hit knockout onto it, right? But because it's so bulky, because you've got the multi-scale, I think that's one of the other interesting things, people moving away from Inner Focus Dragonite. Inner Focus, such a nice ability to block the fake out from things like Incineroar and Rillaboom, and also, of course, make you immune to Intimidate. But having the multi-scale just allows you to be a lot bulkier and get multiple hits off, and forces your opponents to stagger their damage in a way where they have to first break the multi-scale, then get the knockout. And as a result, you need to launch multiple attacks into it to deal with it.
Yeah, so Paul Chua trying to add on to the list or the number of regional championships that Paul has under his belt. Again, there's so many great players here. Aaron, what are you most excited for in the top cut?
I want to see some of the other unique picks that we haven't featured on stream yet, right? We were talking about Espathra Volbeat. That Volbeat set is absolutely wild, by the way. I believe it is dual weather with Sunny Day and Rain Dance. It's got Tailwind and Encore, so it's like no offensive attack. And there's like a Primarina and a Hisuian Typhlosion on the team, so the idea is, hey, let me just like help my partners out and allow them to deal all the damage. But seeing a setup Pokemon that has not a single offensive move is always really fascinating. Espathra, just a Pokemon that we haven't seen very much of either. There's a Vivian in the field. There's a Breloom on the field as well. Breloom, a Pokemon that was very good back in the day, Dewey, when we were playing.
I remember Breloom very well, yeah.
Very, very solid.
Back in the day, nice Spore, had some great offensive options. It looked like a mushroom. It wasn't a Amoonguss, but it looked like a mushroom, right? So it was a good Pokemon, and it's back.
It is back, yeah. I think it's interesting because obviously Amoonguss has been good in basically every VGC format, but then Breloom like definitely had some notable years, 2013 being, I think, one of the biggest years for it, but then just wasn't nearly as consistent anymore. It's, you're generally pretty frail. You want to run a Focus Sash in order to survive an attack and maybe get a single Spore off. Amoonguss generally seen as the more consistent option. And then speaking of Spore users, of course, we had that Toadscrew out, Wolfglick and Justin Karras brought to this tournament as well. So I personally want to see some of those more unique picks because I think Regulation H is a format that allows for so much creativity and team building, especially given that this is the early meta where things haven't really been fully established yet. And there's a Delphox too. I really want to see Delphox.
Delphox, the starter. I mean, we talked about this earlier. There's so many like first partner Pokemon that are viable in this format. 12 out of what, 27. So that's a good amount. I mean,
and that's just those that made it day 2. I mean, the others have a good shot as well of being good. You just need someone to pilot it. But this format is so open. Like, yeah, at this point, I have zero expectations. Like, you could tell me someone made day 2 with the most random Pokemon and I'd believe it, because if Hypno could make day 2 with like Imprison, Trick Room, Haze, then anything's possible.
Did you know that Baltimore is also known as the city that believes?
No, but that would make a lot of sense.
Do you believe in whatever Pokemon that do you believe in Volbeat?
I do. I really do. I mean, like, one of the biggest things in competitive Pokemon is, do you have experience fighting against these Pokemon and these teams? When you bring something like Volbeat Espathra to a tournament, or Toedscruel Weezing, for example, it is very likely your opponent has never fought against it before. And so when you're going up against more standard teams, right, you generally know what to expect from them. Maybe they'll have some surprise spreads, the way they train their Pokemon, maybe a surprise Terra, for example. But you look at the team sheet, like, okay, like, I've practiced against something that's like 90% of the version of what I'm going up against. When you're going up against these crazy combinations, you're scrambling to think about, like, oh, wow, I only have, like, you know, just over a minute to make my decision for what to even bring to the game, let alone, like, mapping out how to play those first couple of turns. And so I think it was harder to get away with surprises in really high-level power formats like the last couple that we've played over the last year, because you just have Pokemon that are so objectively powerful, right? When we had restricted Pokemon, when we had Urshifu existing, let these Pokemon just, it's like really hard to make more niche Pokemon work because they're just so powerful, right? But now we're in a much more wide open format. And so, yeah, I would love to see like a really creative team take this tournament, because I think there's no better time for it than now.
So do you think Volbeat's going to go all the way?
You know, I gotta see the Volbeat team play, actually, but it's made it so far, right? It's made it to the top 16 already, and so it's definitely one of the teams I'm rooting for.
All right, well, you know what Pokemon I'm rooting for?
What are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Tauros, because
okay.
Yep.
We just saw a win on stream.
We did, and I'm a firm Tauros believer. I was maybe 7 years too early to the Tauros train, but here we are in 2024 with Paldea and Tauros in Top Cut. Aaron, it's been a pleasure to get to sit here in the lounge with you.
Are we done? No more?
No. I mean, the tournament's going to start. The tournament's going to go back. Top Cut's going to start. I know you could have gone for another 3 hours.
I wanted to talk about all the other crazy Pokemon, man, but I guess we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, so guess what, everybody? Top Cut is getting ready to start. We'll go ahead and throw it over to the casters as they prepare to pilot you through Top Cut.
Thank you so much, Dawei and Aaron, and thank y'all for staying with us as we got ready for the first asymmetrical Top Cut at Regional Championships in Pokemon VG history.
Yeah. Well, yeah, what better time for it, right? I really enjoyed listening to Aaron there. You can see how genuinely excited he is. This whole format has been such a breath of fresh air, and I'm glad the tournament format kind of follows along with it, where everyone gets to feel like they had a fair shot at winning the tournament.
For sure, and while we have some incredible Pokemon picks that made it into our Top Cut here, we have some incredible Pokemon trainers as well, and our first top 16 matchup of the day is going to be two former regional champions from last year, in addition to their myriad of other accomplishments. Toler versus Riley Factura.
It's kind of funny. This is what passes for like a standard matchup in this format, where we have Flamigo versus Primarina.
Yes, the way that the cards have dealt. I believe there are actually 7 Flamigo who made day 2. I'm not sure how many of those converted into Top Cut, but I do believe Riley Factura is one of the only beat-up Annihilate that we've seen in the competition, and I think the person who's made it this far, or the most far with that Pokemon. But first, let's take a moment to look at Toler's team, as while you may be familiar with it, I think we saw a few people running this archetype on stream the other day. It's a really unique combination of Trick Room with Porygon 2 and Ursaluna. This is the normal Ursaluna with Flame Orb and the Guts ability to boost its attack. You have Amoonguss as a great Trick Room supporting Pokemon, being able to redirect, being able to put Pokemon to sleep with Spore. And then you have Goldengo, Incineroar, and Flamigo really to put some faster pressure on the opposing side of the field.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Toler make it to this point in the tournament with Flamigo. We were talking to a little bit after the tournament yesterday. They kind of all wondering, the group of folks that he's working with, if they had revealed Flamigo was very good a little too soon. But seems like it is worked out just fine for everybody. And, you know, props to them, right? Where, you know, Flamigo, a Pokemon I had previously known mostly for being very effective at Pokemon speedrunning, also being used to speedrun this tournament.
It really has, and what's fascinating to me as well is that it honestly took this long. I mean, Goldengo has been very popular as a Pokemon ever since its introduction, for sure. Fantastic typing, fantastic coverage, but Flamigo as an adaptation to that Pokemon certainly is new. Toler is not new to the Pokemon circuit, though. I mean, we have his I was going to say most recent accomplishments, but it's kind of a mix of older and recent accomplishments. The one that was kicked off the bottom of the list is he was the 2012 Seniors World Champion back in Hawaii, second time we were there. Most recently, though, placed top 64 at the Honolulu World Championships back in August.
Yeah, it's like, hey, world champion's pretty good. Usually that makes it out there. But yeah, I mean, he's been very good for a long time. Really nice guy. Excited to see him. Always kind of has like a little fun quirk to a team. You know, not someone who plays something, but, you know, you saw on Twitter the day before.
His opponent, Riley Factura, really needs no introduction if you've been watching the streams at all in the past year, is going to be running a Fire, Water, Grass team with Rillaboom and Incineroar Primarina. Will have his own Golden Go with Nasty Plot and Life Orb to provide some boosting support. And then, of course, the fabulous duo of Whimsicott and Annihilate. Now, we have seen these two Pokemon together in the Scarlet and Violet tournaments in the past, but really not a lot of appearances of them this weekend, at least on stream.
Yeah, and you know, maybe this could work out pretty well for Riley here, where I think the Annihilate combination in particular is always kind of fun, where it's just something you have to keep in your mind the whole game. You know, whenever Annihilate's out in the field, you got to position in such a way that you're not allowing it to get snowballed, either through you attacking it inefficiently and building up Rage Fist, or through Whimsicott doing its cheese. And I think if Riley had a lower third, it could probably be man who hates inaccurate moves. Kind of one of his shticks
yes.
is that he does everything he can to have only attacks with 100% accuracy in his team. I think it's one of the reasons why perhaps he didn't do quite as well in the previous format, where it was a little more difficult to do that. But this is another format where, much like the beginning of last season, it's a little bit easier to have those consistency sort of Pokemon, where this time, Riley able to have a team that kind of fits his usual qualifications while all still being top of the meta Pokemon.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I called out the Fire, Water, Grass core here, because between Incineroar, Primarina, and Rillaboom, you can find some really nice switches where you can take a Pokemon onto the field that would resist a super effective attack that's incoming into that slot. And I do think that if your goal is consistency, which, let's be real, 5-time regional champion, getting top 4 at LAIC last year and top 32 at Worlds this past year, if that's your goal, having those tools, having those consistent forms of play, even when the Pokemon change, even when maybe the individual strategies change, helps those skills carry forward in the format.
Yeah, I think, kind of both sides, they've more conservative teams in the sense that they can switch around, they can play balance. I think we're going to Porygon 2, like the Trick Room oriented balance, and then more of a Tailwind oriented balance for Riley. But both players very able to play the conventional Pokemon, right? Again, I think a lot of players have found this format to be very refreshing, where it's more traditional gameplay. You can take a few hits, you can move around a little bit, you can kind of play a little more chess, right? Where the last format, I think, it tended to be more about making a decisive play early in a game, and we could have a very evenly matched matchup here, where both trainers having great tools to just kind of grind it out.
So as we take a look at both these trainers and as they get into team preview, that does make me wonder what the approach is going to be for both of them. Because on paper, looking at Riley's team, a very easy lead for game 1 could be Whimsicott and Annihilate, whereas for Toler, a very easy lead for game 1 could be Fake Out plus Trick Room, or maybe Redirection plus Trick Room. But given their experience, I don't think that's necessarily what we'll see. I feel like you do try to read a little bit deeper when you are playing an opponent with this much caliber.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where they're both 4 or 5 ways down that I think he's going to think, but I think he's going to. I guess one of the nice things too about especially like Toler's side of the field is that the Pokemon are so bulky that you don't need to commit to the really aggressive setup, but you do have to lead in such a way that you're not just allowing Annihilate in particular to get rolling easily. I was going to say, I think we're almost certainly going to see Flamigo, where almost all of the Pokemon that it's sort of designed to beat are on this team, though it's not going to enjoy immediately leading off against this Incineroar.
It is not going to enjoy it, but its scrappy ability does mean it will not be intimidated by the opposing Incineroar. Annihilate will be that partner Pokemon, and then for Toler, it's the Golden Go alongside the Flamigo.
Yeah, so I guess there's the option of trying to double the Flamigo, although I think you're probably just short of being able to pick up a knockout, and you don't want to just ignore a Golden Go. And I guess that's some of the fun of Flamigo, right? Where just does a good job of attracting attention, threatens so much damage, and nearly all of the Pokemon in this core between fighting and flying. I think every Pokemon, but Primarina is weak against one of its attacks. Can't say that about too many Pokemon.
No, and it's also interesting to me as well, you have this interplay between the Golden Go and the Annihilate and the Incineroar on the other side of that. If Golden Go is allowed to connect a Shadow Ball to a Ghost-type Annihilate. That would have done a potentially knockout amount of damage, but this time around, Riley will be locking into a Terastallization turn 1 into that Fire typing, so it won't take that super effective damage. We'll be firing off a Rage Fist into the Golden Go, and because it has not taken any hits yet, it is at the lowest possible base power. One hit from close combat is all that's needed to pick up the KO on the opposing Incineroar, though, and I think that's a great trade for Toler. Riley, interestingly enough, not opting to go for Fake Out, and Golden Go going to start things off slower, avoiding targeting that Annihilate to boost Rage Fist and instead boosting its own stats with a Nasty Plot.
Yeah, it's a critical way of how you play against Annihilate, right? You can't just whittle it down most of the time. You got to be careful about how you deal with it. And yeah, I think it's a pretty good first turn for Toler. You know, there's an option now for Riley where if he has something like the Whimsicott, he can get speed control or whatever, but actually taking advantage of that would be pretty tricky. You know, you didn't break the Focus Sash on this Flamigo, who's again looking very threatening and probably at a point now where it could potentially knock out either of these Pokemon. In order to try to prevent that, now there's the threat of yet another Fake Out here, but still you gotta like position to actually deal with the Flamigo at some point. At least one of the nice things about Rillaboom is that even though it does not want to take another attack from the Flamigo and get chunked by Brave Bird, at least even if like you were to like protect a Fake Out, at least you still have Grassy Glide to get the Focus Sash. But Riley's gonna have to make some moves now. He's at an early deficit.
For sure. Golden Go will take this opportunity to Terastallize into a Dragon type. Will no longer be taking super effective damage from Rage Fist, and given how much damage it took previously, it would most likely take another hit. But whoa, here we go. Riley using the priority of his own attack to boost Rage Fist's power, and that boost makes it enough to pick up the KO on Golden Go. Had he doubled into Golden Go with the Grassy Glide, I don't think that would have been enough damage.
Yeah, 4 more damage that way. Does everything he can to reduce the damage of his self-hit. Not going to be able to do anything to reduce the damage of that Brave Bird, allowing Flamigo to pick out its second one-hit KO of the battle. But a clever little move there, right? You know, we talked about Beat Up as a means of increasing Annihilate's damage, but you can do that with any move, you know, not taking really any meaningful damage from the resisted Grassy Glide. And quickly, Riley is down to 2 Pokemon, but he does have the Annihilate slowly scaling its Rage Fist at least.
With Golden Go as your last Pokemon as well, you have some opportunity here to allow that Annihilate to scale. Flamigo, you have to be careful because Flamigo with Scrappy can hit that Golden Go super effectively, and given the presence of Porygon 2, you have to assume that Trick Room is a very tempting option for Toler here.
Yeah, sort of an interesting spot though, right? Porygon, after Terastallization, is committed sort of a not great final Pokemon to have perhaps against the Annihilate because you can Drain Punch it to get your HP back. And Golden Go going to protect itself, allowing it bulk up now as the Annihilate continues to try to scale.
Again, Riley taking advantage of these passive turns, recognizing that Golden Go is the more tempting target for that Flamigo with a close combat. Porygon 2 ending the turn with Trick Room. The biggest question I have at this point in time is Annihilate is at +1 defense. It has Rage Boost boosted already because it's taken a couple of hits. It has that attack boost as well, and it's at full health. I'm very curious how Toler tries to navigate through this, and if there's a way he has a one-hit knockout on that Pokemon.
Yeah, it could be a tricky spot now, and now that Golden goes in the Trick Room, perhaps be able to be safe from Flamigo for a single turn. It's broken its own Focus Sash by using Brave Bird, and while that knockout was very valuable, it's sort of one of the key Pokemon perhaps that could help deal with this Annihilate. We'll have to see what Toler's final Pokemon is, but maybe Annihilate will be able to handle this one kind of on its own.
It's going to be close for sure. Porygon 2 will try and start chipping away at that Annihilate with a Terra Blast, but every single hit you make with Annihilate means it's going to get even stronger. Make It Rain is enough to pick up the KO on the opposing Flamigo, and Golden Go was slower than Flamigo in Trick Room. Drain Punch will connect with that Porygon 2, pick up the KO, and I think most importantly of all, provide Annihilate with a lot of health recovery, especially after the grassy terrain in between turns. It's going to be basically at full health.
Yeah, as an Annihilate been on here the whole battle, but things are looking okay, right? Had that early deficit looked like Riley might get Flamingo, but instead, we just see the Ursaluna coming out, and okay, well, it's a perfect final Pokemon, right? Still a whole bunch of Trick Room turns left. The Ursaluna not yet burned, but does have the type advantage. We see Toler helpfully hovering the Trick Room for us. There's 3 turns remaining, so perhaps enough time to get burned and then to smack both of these ground weak Pokemon.
It is a tough position to be in, though, because without the terastallization, you do have to worry about taking a Drain Punch from the Annihilate. Obviously, Annihilate can hit you either way with super effective damage, and I guess it is fortunate for Toler that because it's still a normal type Ursaluna, Rage Fist will not do any damage there. But with 2-on-1 in this situation, and without the Guts already being active, going on the offensive here is certainly a call, and it looks like, given Headlong Rush was able to pick up the KO on the Annihilate in that one hit, could be a call that pays off for Toler.
Yeah, I mean, going for the Headlong Rush, it does no Earthquake, but because it's not burned, needs that extra damage. Make sure it takes care of that Annihilate. And the Golden Goat going for the nasty plot, perhaps predicting that the Ursaluna would go for a Protect to activate its Flame Orb instead. Really getting burned there, because now the Ursaluna will literally get burned and have 2 turns to try to knock out this Golden Goat. Assume the only out for Riley now is you Protect twice. You hope you get the double Protect, because if you don't, Ursaluna easily going to pick up this knockout on the final turn of Trick Room.
The benefit of going for Headlong Rush for Riley is that the special defense of that Ursaluna was dropped 1 stage as well. So given all the boosts and dropped in play right now, this Golden Goat does have a decent shot of landing a Make It Rain for a 1-hit KO. But the big question here, like you just said, Scott, is can you get the double Protect? Can you power through Trick Room? And can Golden Goat attack first?
Yeah, you'd assume both Pokemon able to easily knock one another out. So Ursaluna going to be much slower in Trick Room. We'll have to see what happens. Riley's going to cross its fingers, and the double Protect does not succeed.
It's a 1 in 3 chance. And unfortunately for Riley, did not come through this time around. Another Headlong Rush is more than enough damage to pick up the 1-hit knockout on the opposing Golden Goat. And Toler is 1 win away from moving on to top 8 of this competition in Baltimore. But Riley, certainly a player who knows how to adjust, especially when put on the back foot.
Yeah, exciting first game there. It comes down to a very easy to math out percentage there. Both players, pretty good shot of winning that first game on the final turn, but Toler able to pull it out after pulling an early advantage with the Flamigo.
Exactly, and going into game number 2, you have to assume Riley will account for that Flamigo a little bit better in his approach. I mean, if we go back to the replay from that game number 1, leading the Flamigo, having that instant pressure, no fake out onto that Pokemon to flinch it, as, you know, it just wasn't really worth it at that point in time, really made it difficult for him to navigate.
Yeah, although you got to keep in mind, too, it was just that close where, yeah, I mean, I think you're Annihilate protecting instead of trying to attack on that turn of Trick Room that Ursaluna first came out away from winning the game, probably. So Toler hits the read that really matters there, and then also avoids falling into the double protect. A really exciting game here where 2 of the best trainers in the region showing why.
Yeah, and as this replay goes through as well, listen closely, y'all, because we actually are going to hear the players themselves as they react to one of the final turns of this game. All right, give it 1 more second, y'all. I promise it's coming. But the other thing that was great, here we go. Good game, very well played. I mean, these are 2 trainers who know just what that end game was, and you know, it was a roll at the end of the day. And I think one of the great things about Pokemon, especially when you're playing at this high of a level, is that you can recognize when they are those rolls and just appreciate them for what they are.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's it's the right move, right? Where
Yeah.
I think that's sort of the thing with sometimes, you know, it's a probability management game, right? You'd love to just make awesome reads and just pick up an easy knockout and you know, win decisively. But when you get to this point in the tournament, you know, the margins are always going to be thin. Both trainers kind of realizing the right way to close the game out there, where Riley got a spot where, hey, you know, as soon as I lost the Annihilate, the best I can do is try to get out of Trick Room, and he almost made it there. But we see as the trainers get into this game, there's a more similar strategy from Toler, and on the other side of the field, Riley happening to use that Whimsicott that we were talking about so much in the pregame.
I was going to say, we saw Riley try and set up the Annihilate in game number 1 with a Grassy Glide from his own Rillaboom. I think an easy adjustment to make in game number 2 is you just threaten a huge amount of damage right off the bat. As long as you still have 4 Pokemon in your party, Beat Up will hit once per each Pokemon that has not fainted. So that is a huge jump in base power potential from Riley this turn. Toler has to respond.
Yeah, sort of a tricky situation, too, where, you know, one of the weaknesses of it is it does only attack a single target. There are 2 Pokemon potentially threatening a lot of damage on Toler's side of the field. So, you know, do you read that? You just get a Protect Tailwind maybe on the other side of the field, and it's all for nothing. A lot of different things could happen here, so sort of a tricky turn to play out. Toler being a little defensive here, getting the Porygon 2 in order to try and get the Trick Room up and avoid any potential Tailwind shenanigans.
Moonblast is the move of choice from this Whimsicott, bringing the Flamigo down to its focus sash. Whimsicott has a surprising amount of special attack at the end of the day, and while it is not enough to prevent damage going down on this Annihilate from a close combat from this scrappy Flamigo, it is going to be enough to ensure that another attack from either of Riley's two Pokemon is enough to remove it from the field. And Rage Fist is going to be the attack of choice to pick up that KO.
No knockouts for Flamigo this time. Riley saying enough of that. I can't just allow this one Pokemon to run over my team, and that winds up being a pretty decent trade for him. Now end up the situation where Ursaluna gets to come out in the field. Certainly clear what Toler would like to do here, right? With one of the slowest Pokemon in the game and a Pokemon that knows Trick Room. So now it is up to the Annihilate and the Whimsicott to try to stop that, right? Well, you could use Beat Up to power up the Rage Fist, but the Rage Fist isn't going to do anything to Porygon, who could still easily Trick Room in front of that, and then perhaps try to help Ursaluna take out the Annihilate inside Trick Room before it's able to use a powerful Rage Fist on anything or to Drain Punch the more critical Ursaluna.
It's a tough spot for sure, and I think to Toler's benefit, I mean, we saw how impactful Trick Room was in game number 1 for him, and in game number 2, because Annihilate hasn't gotten that bulk up in yet, there really is no opportunity for it to deal damage to the Porygon to stop a Trick Room.
This is an incredibly bold play by Toler there. I don't know if you saw when he locked in, but
no, I was waiting.
Yeah, they kind of realize that Riley knows that he needs to play this conservatively, and instead not playing it conservatively at all. Protect,
right.
What's that? Don't know her.
Well, I'm not sure what Protect is. Just kidding, I do know. But Drain Punch will not be stopped by a Protect. We'll be doing some damage into the opposing Ursaluna, earthquaking your own Porygon too. Not a bad decision at the end of the day for Toler, as it doesn't do much damage to the Porygon 2, but does do a decent chunk to a now Incineroar and still that Annihilate on Riley's side of the field.
A fun little play there, right? Where maybe it doesn't matter a whole lot that it took that extra damage. So instead, chipping Incineroar enough that another Earthquake later in the game, even if Intimidated, will probably pick up a knockout. Get a little more damage of an Annihilate. Rage Fist doesn't really matter here, since 2 of the Pokemon on his team are immune to it anyway, and the other one is going to get knocked out if it gets caught by it either way. So hey, why not? Bold play, but never know when a little bit of damage is going to make all the difference, especially because in this matchup, Toler's going to get one Trick Room almost for sure. Got to make the most of it.
Riley has to find his way through the next Trick Room turns, and admittedly, I think one thing players will do in this position is they will use Fake Out, they will use Protect as a way to sort of buy some time. Given that Riley has Fake Out available to him, I think the prediction that Toler makes here is, okay, you're going to Fake Out, maybe potentially even attack my Ursaluna, which is exactly why I send in the Golden Go, who's not going to be taking damage from a fighting type attack from that Annihilate. Riley goes for the Terrestrialization here onto the Incineroar, going to be turning into a Ghost-type Pokemon so that it doesn't take any damage from the, guess what, the normal-type Terra Blast on this Porygon 2. So both of these trainers know their type charts and using it to their advantage to dodge almost any damage this turn. The Annihilate picking the correct target in that Porygon 2 with Drain Punch.
Yeah, I think this is way advantage Riley. Not only does Annihilate get even healthier, but really the end game here, if you're Riley, you really just need to stall at this Trick Room, right? You still have all your Pokemon remaining. You need to get through this safely, and I think Incineroar getting that Terrestrialization is actually a big deal. Kind of dodging the Terra Blast is great, but I think what's really critical is now if Incineroar leaves battle, since it's no longer weak against that Earthquake, it could potentially switch back in even after the Guts boost and maybe survive it because it's flipped the type chart and get that one more Intimidate off, but Fake Out again, at which point you've almost certainly survived that Trick Room. On the flip side, now that Golden Go is out there threatening all this damage, it is weak against both of these Pokemon, but maybe it creates an opportunity where Porygon could go for a recover and try to get himself healthy enough to use Trick Room again later.
Really, trying to get healthy enough to use Trick Room later is Toler's only option here, as, Terra Blast cannot do any damage anymore, and while we see it go for an Ice Beam into this Incineroar, actually that Ice Beam did a decent chunk of damage and would be a 2-hit knockout on the Incineroar at this point in time. We see one Pokemon target down the Golden Go on Riley's side of the field, and I believe that was that Incineroar.
Yeah, not a bad little trade there for Toler. I mean, again, you're losing Trick Room turns. Not like a huge amount of damage, but it does certainly get Incineroar weak enough that if it switches into almost any attack, it'll be knocked out now, which makes it a little bit easier. The threat of a second Fake Out is pretty low, and now maybe you have Golden Go potentially pinning Annihilate, pending the Pokemon speeds. You have Porygon pinning the Incineroar, and hey, maybe you're getting somewhere.
I also feel like since Porygon 2 is it's the slowest Pokemon on the field, but it's the fastest Pokemon in the Trick Room world, knowing that you are going to be moving first, it does mean you can put off using this recover for a couple more turns and just save it for when you actually need it to ensure that Porygon 2 will remain healthy enough again for a potential Trick Room later. We see Riley switch out the Incineroar and reveal that Rillaboom is his final choice for this match, and actually this is going to be a double switch, so the Rillaboom and the Whimsicott will be out on the field side by side with each other. Ice Beam from that Porygon 2 finds a better target into the opposing Rillaboom. Shadow Ball from the Golden Go will connect with the opposing Whimsicott, leaving it down in the red.
Hey, again, another term where it's not the worst thing in the world for Rally, right? You have to give them some resources. That's sort of the nature of Trick Room, but Porygon still not able to use a fake out sort of forced, or not fake out, recover, sort of forced to keep attacking an event. Incineroar slot does get a nice bit of damage in the Rillaboom, but Toler really couldn't make a read there, right? Even if he wanted to, it would have been so dangerous if just, Riley just stayed in. He would have instantly lost the game if his Pokemon getting attacked. Instead, kind of having to play this out, and we're almost through the Trick Room now without anything really having happened.
You say without anything really have happened, but I do wonder if Porygon 2 has taken enough damage overall to prevent more Trick Room from happening, which would be the best possible outcome for Riley. Yeah,
I mean, I think, to me, you probably sacrifice Rillaboom here in order to continue stopping that recover, and then you get in a situation where once the Trick Room expires, you're actually looking pretty good.
Well, with a fake out onto the opposing Porygon 2, Shadow Ball will be the only attack to target this Assault Vest Rillaboom on Riley's side of the field, and that alone is not enough damage to pick up that KO. So here we are. There's going to be a little bit more recovery on the field from these Pokemon, but with the Trick Room turns winding down, Riley has found an out to keep his speed on his side and stop the Porygon 2. With so much damage, you have to assume Woodhammer should be enough to pick up the KO, especially with a little chip from Moonblast.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to be pretty happy when your opponent gets Trick Room up and it expires and you still have all 4 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah.
That will likely not be true after this turn, where potentially Golden Go threatening a knockout on both of these Pokemon, but there's a world where, hey, maybe you pick up a knockout on Porygon and get a Tailwind for your final Pokemon. Hope you can close out the game out in that 2v2.
Toler has to find a way to get Trick Room back on the field so that the Ursaluna in the back of his party will have a way to victory. Tailwind first from this Whimsicott will be setting things up for the Pokemon in the back of Riley's party, and here comes that Woodhammer onto the Porygon 2. It falls short of the knockout. Make It Rain from Golden Go will knock out both Rillaboom and Whimsicott, and Porygon 2, hanging on with just a sliver of health, has found an opportunity to twist the dimensions once more. And honestly, with the Tailwind set up now, that's even better for Toler.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we would be moving first anyway, but we'll potentially really be moving first, assuming it is the Trick Room we see, and there it goes. Porygon just barely surviving. Riley betrayed by his own grassy terrain, healing up the Porygon just enough that it was able to survive and use that Trick Room. Now that Ursaluna looning in the back is looking awfully scary.
The Annihilate and the Incineroar will be returning to the field for Riley, and while they are still relatively healthy, while this Incineroar will have the opportunity to at least flinch the Porygon 2 this turn, there's only so much Riley can do in this position.
Yeah, I mean, because we've seen before, either of these Pokemon can now attack the Incineroar slot. It does not have Protect. Pick up a knockout there, and it's Annihilate versus the world with an awful lot of Trick Room turns to try to survive. Really great spot now for Toler. Porygon surviving that Woodhammer was just huge, and it looks like he could be very close to moving on to the top 8 of this first regional of the season.
With Ursaluna in the back for Toler, we've seen how much Headlong Rush does into the opposing Annihilate when it has Terastallized. It hasn't Terastallized yet, but on the other hand, there wasn't Guts in play that previous time either. There's no more options for an Intimidate onto that Pokemon. So even though there are 2 special attackers on the field right now for Riley, and even though one of those special attackers is only going to be attacking this turn, Toler correctly picks the target of that Incineroar to connect a Shadow Ball with for the knockout. It is just Annihilate Annihilate standing in the way of Toler from making top 8 in the first regional of the season.
Yeah, Nob's kind of been the hero of its set. You know, it almost was able to knock out all the Pokemon Toler's side of the field last game. Gonna be a little trickier this time. I was a little surprised to see the Protect there. I felt like Ian, you know, removing Incineroar was sort of the safest path forward, but hey, you know, that's one turn of Trick Room down. Maybe somehow Annihilate can find a way.
You know, I know Baltimore is the city of believing, but it looks like Toler has found a way to make it into top 8 of this competition, beating Riley Factura, another previous regional champion along the way. Congratulations to both of these trainers, as that was an incredibly well-played set. And, you know, Toler, I think one of the people who first believed in the Flamigo in particular, and just paying off incredibly well for him in his tournament run.
Yeah, Flamigo was great in that set, right? I mean, you see more directly contributing that first game, picking up a couple of big knockouts, but I feel like even in the second game, sometimes it's fine, you know, if a Pokemon doesn't pick up a bunch of knockouts, because it forces how your opponent plays the game to be not quite optimal for their strategy. You know, having to target it down at the beginning of the game, got Toler in really good position to get that first Trick Room up, do just enough damage, and then just barely get Porygon 2 in a position where I was able to survive the Wood Hammer. It's so low HP, you kind of wonder, like, oh, is that one of those attacks where, like, depending on the roll, it could have knocked it out, it could not have knocked it out. Either way, this time it did survive, allowing Toler to pick up that decisive 2-0 victory.
There was also, I mean, just remember how much damage was on the board, I think, for both these trainers. At the beginning of game number 2, we saw that Flamigo go down immediately, but that bought time for that Porygon 2. Also, Ice Beam into the Ghost-type Incineroar honestly did a lot more than I expected. Going into this tournament, I think a lot of trainers anticipated the form of Trick Room to be that Psy Spam, Expanding Force, Psychic Terrain variant that we've seen pop up time and time again since the Sword and Shield era, but Toler and these other Flamigo players have really showcased that Ursaluna and Porygon 2 alone are enough to make the Twisted Dimensions very worthwhile.
Yeah, so I might disagree with you if that's what players were expecting, but I do think it's a great point to bring up, right? Because, yeah, I mean, maybe if you're playing in like that best of 1 global challenge or something, the Psy Spam version of the team is a little bit scarier, but to me, this is what you want to bring to a tournament like this if you want to get a bunch of championship points. I think it's a little more of a mature team. You know, you can play the game a little differently. The team doesn't fall apart so easily when something goes wrong. You know, we'd seen Tyranitar mostly in that Flamigo spot, right? I think, and these guys kind of innovated that archetype by using Flamigo instead, and we've seen that pay dividends. I feel like every time Flamigo's been on stream, it's been pretty scary looking. But I think this core is just great. You know, all the Pokemon are a little bulkier. There's some ways to win if you don't get Trick Room active, where, you know, see Flamigo tear through the team, but also, you know, Golden Go itself, you know, you got the option of kind of just having something like Incineroar and Amoonguss beside it, supporting it, allowing it to really be attacked. I think this is just a better way to run that strategy, but that strategy is strong. You know, Trick Room is powerful. There are tons of Tailwind teams in the field, and abusing it by just going under with the Trick Room, proving to be a powerful strategy once again.
Yeah, I mean, I've always believed in Trick Room, so it's just what flavor of Trick Room is the flavor of the week, and I just, again, love the creativity here. I think that there's also some really cool play between the Amoonguss and the Golden Go with Nasty Plot. I mean, we saw Nasty Plot really do work for those Calyrex Shadow Rider players in Regulation G, where there were players who would just go for Nasty Plot, and then all of a sudden you had a +4 special attack, scary Pokemon on the field that you had to contend with. And the thing that jumps out to me about this team is that, yes, you have potential for that with Golden Go. You have the potential for scary attack powers from the Ursaluna. There's just so much damage potential here. Being able to anticipate what your opponent's going to pick is really the first step. And I think an experienced player like Toler can look at the team preview and use that knowledge and that experience to his advantage when it comes to how he crafts his own game plan.
Yeah, I think in that regard, one thing that was interesting to me about this too, and kind of comparing this version of the team to some other similar versions we've seen, is that third move slot on Ursaluna. Earthquake's actually kind of the classic choice, where he's one of the few players who have stuck with it, and we kind of saw it pay dividends in that match, where Earthquake provided some valuable chip, which allowed some later knockouts, sort of forced the terrestrialization from the Incineroar, even though you know, it wasn't like super packed, but it's like a double KO or anything. It was just the right amount of damage. Inversely, boy, would it have been kind of funny if Porygon had been knocked out later, and part of the reason why would have been the attack from the ally Ursaluna. But you know, he mathed it out. He knew exactly how many grassy terrain turns he was going to get, even though he hadn't seen Rillaboom yet. He saw the future.
He saw the future. Future Sight is a psychic type attack, so maybe he is a Psy Spam player.
The spirit of Psy Spam was protecting him, yeah.
But that's enough from us. Let's hear from Toler Webb himself as he moves on to top 8 of this competition. Dewey, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Gabby. Thank you so much, Scott. I am joined in the lounge with Toler Webb. Toler, how are you feeling right now? You are our first quarterfinalist to make it into the top 8. Tell me about it.
I was so sure after yesterday that, I mean, like, I just had a very middling run yesterday. I had a lot of losses that felt really my fault. You know, like, I just wasn't playing at my peak, so I've been really pleased to be able to get these 4 wins in a row today, and I guess I can't ask for more than I've had so far.
I remember leaving the venue with the rest of the casters, and we ran into you, and we were like, hey, how are you feeling about day 2? And you're like, I think I'm going to lose everything. And look at you now. You've won so many in a row. You're, like, geared up to play for top 4 right now in your next match. Can you tell us a little bit about going into this matchup? You had mentioned earlier that, you know, this is the 4th Annihilate team that you faced off against.
5th, yeah.
Fifth Annihilate team that you faced off against. Tell us about your thoughts on this matchup between your team and the Annihilate teams.
Yeah, so Annihilate is freaky for Porygon 2 and Ursaluna, right? Because our big coverage moves, I mean, I'm Terra Normal Ursaluna. Our big coverage moves are Facade and Terra Blast, or Terra Fighting Terra Blast. Either way, we can't hit the Annihilate with our core plan. But I think once you get to high-level Pokemon, the way that you play isn't defined by, you know, how you execute your core plan. It's defined by how you execute your counterplay. And the vast majority of games you play in day 2 and onward, even late in Swiss day 1, you don't actually get to do the thing you want to do, which is set TR and click Terra Normal Facade.
Yeah.
You usually have to do whatever your alternate thing is, so you end up doing your backup plan as your plan A most of the time.
Gotcha, and it seems like it's paying off really well. I mean, this is the 5th Annihilate team that you face off against. Riley's a very strong player, and then you're able to overcome that. Can you tell us a little bit more about your team? You have that Flamigo. It's a team that's very similar to what Chris Hahn is running, I believe, right?
Yeah, Chris Hahn took it from us.
Gotcha. So can you tell us
he was also working on it simultaneously.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about that Flamigo, that option and that choice?
Yeah, so this is Yotam Cohen's team. This is his baby. I'm just borrowing it for the weekend. He was working with Porygon 2, Ursaluna, Amoonguss, and Incin, and Dango for a while. Actually, he loves Porygon 2 and Ursaluna. He actually built the original draft of the team that won EUIC last year. That ended up getting played at a Swedish local, and then Nils took it from the Swedish local and modified it a little bit and won EUIC. So Yotam is like tried and true Porygon 2 Ursaluna lover. So he's really amazing at coming up with how these teams work. The only thing I added on, we were talking about trying to cover 3 different matchups simultaneously, which was like Rain, it was Mouse Ape, and I'm trying to remember the last one, Psy Spam. So like hard TR Psy Spam. And it was really hard to find Pokemon that would do all 3. He had Dragapult there, which was really good into Mouse Ape, but kind of middling into Rain and useless into Psy Spam. But what Flamigo does is it actually handles a lot of our fringe matchups in that way. So against Mouse Ape, right, we can close combat the mouse and it's down. If people aren't running max speed Jolly Annihilate, it can Brave Bird that. Of course, everyone is.
Right.
So I have not run into an Annihilate that's been slower than my Goldango all weekend. So no really slow, bulky ones. But it's really good into Mouse Ape. It's good into Rain. You can CC the Archaludon. And we found out when we started using it that actually it's good into everything.
Yeah.
Because it's Urshifu Light. You can you never get intimidated, so it's kind of like critting everything.
Yeah.
You don't hit through Protect, but you do hit through Ghost types. So Flamigo is just kind of doing an Urshifu impression while being immune to Earthquake and giving us wide guard access for Typhlosion and expanding Force. It's really it's pulling a lot of weight.
That sounds like a choice, and I'm so happy to see so many Flamigos make it through. Toler, last year you won the Knoxville Regional Championships. What would it mean to you if you won this regional championship, the first regional of 2025?
I would be shocked. I mean, like, again, this isn't my team. I thought I was playing really well at Worlds this year. I ran into some misfortune in day 2 paired with some poor play on my end in that game 1 round 9 then when I was playing in day 2, and I really felt like I was playing at a level where I could have gone all the way at that tournament. And we saw a team very like I brought Shiliang Tong's team with the Ogerpon and Scarflandorus. We saw a team very like that making finals. So it's nice to have that little bit of redemption to get this far, and you know, I'll try to be satisfied no matter what happens, but if I could win right away, that would, I guess I could finish my PhD a little sooner. That might be nice.
That'd be pretty nice to be able to just qualify for Worlds and not have to worry about it for the rest of the season.
Just work overtime a little bit, yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you prepare for your next match, your top 8 match. Toler, before I let you go, though, any shout-outs to the crowd?
As always, shout out my mom. Shout out my beautiful girlfriend, Casey, who's watching from home. Yeah, without my mom, I wouldn't be here. Without Casey, I really wouldn't be here. Without Yotam, I definitely wouldn't be here because this is his team, his work. He's hosting me this weekend. We've been hanging out all weekend. He had a disappointing run yesterday, so I can only hope that one of me or Chris, we both work with Yotam, so one of me or Chris can take the team all the way and then do him proud. I figure the next best thing Sometimes not, but the next best thing to winning yourself is seeing a friend win with what you worked on. So try to give him that.
That is absolutely true. Toler, it's always such a pleasure to get to talk to you. Thank you so much for your insights onto this team, into the matchup. Best of luck in the rest of Top Cut. We're gonna go ahead and take a break, but when we come back, more Top Cut action here at Baltimore.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win. Let's go! Come on! We came to win. We came. Here we go.
And that is why Fusion are just a smile on his face. Prince.
Fabio Musican, Robbie, Marco, Hafata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
Hey everybody, Dawei here on the floor with the Junior Division Regional Champion. I'm joined with Cameron. Cameron, how are you feeling right now after winning that championship?
Oh my God, great. I am feeling so great.
You're feeling so great. Can you tell me about your tournament experience this weekend?
This weekend I kind of was not, I only came to this regionals because my grandma was sick and the expense was too expensive, so I had to make some money. And I saw how much money you could get if you get first place. So I'm donating all of that to my grandma.
That's super sweet of you, Cameron. So can you tell me, is this your first championship and how does that feel?
No, it's not my first championship. It's my first regional championship win.
Yeah? Can you tell me a little bit about the team that you're running?
Well, okay, it's a Golden Go team. What is actually very good. If you with a Talonflame, if you get the Tailwind up and get a Terra, make it rain up, it's literally dominating.
What other Pokemon do you have with Golden Go?
Sometimes if I don't know which Pokemon I bring, I just bring Golden Go and Dragonite.
That sounds like a very interesting team. Well, do you have any shout outs that you want to give out to anybody watching along?
Yes. Shout out to my brother Corey for helping me all on the way.
That sounds great. Of course, Corey, I remember when he won the World Championship, you were just a little baby, so I feel like this is really awesome that I get to interview you with your first regional champion. Any last words?
Well, I congratulate everybody who made it to this tournament and got top 4 and made day 2. I hope you have a good Pokemon year this year.
Thank you so much, Cameron. This is Dawei here on Baltimore. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, more action here from Baltimore.
Well, that break wasn't very long, but that interview was amazing. We also hope that everyone is going to have an amazing Pokemon year ahead of them. Already starting off the year so strong, though. I am Rosemary, and I'm joined once again by Aaron to bring you through this next match.
I can't wait. I wanted to see one team, one player in particular, and I think we're going to get a chance to see it here on stream. Folks, that's a Volbeat. That's going to be the Espathra. Neither of those Pokemon were even in my radar at all coming into this tournament. The fact that we get to see a team that has both, I think, is absolutely awesome. Volbeat actually was used a little bit in previous regulations, just as a kind of unique Tailwind user. And so, yeah, of course, it does get access to Prankster, it does get access to Tailwind, and I really hope that it comes out in this battle.
What about Illumise? I feel like that was another one that we've kind of looked at, the partner to Volbeat, and kind of a more niche pick, but has also kind of seen some success.
Yeah, I think both are just so niche in general compared to the premier Tailwind users in Pokemon like Whimsicott and Talonflame. Of course, Tornadus, when we were playing in that regulation, just was such a good Tailwind user. Like, you would really need a good reason to not use Tornadus or Whimsicott. And Whimsicott, of course, is still allowed, but yeah, to see Volbeat here is fascinating. Of course, it is pretty similar to Whimsicott in the support moves that it gets, but this one has Tailwind, Sunny Day, Encore, and Rain Dance. And Rain Dance here is a really big deal. Dual Weather Volbeat, of course, enables so many different strategies. The team that Volbeat's on has Hisuian Typhlosion, Primarina, as well as Archaludon, so it allows you to lead all of these different combinations where you just get your weather up immediately and then use your attacker to just deal massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, it's a nice defensive strategy as well versus other weather teams, and you can shut off your opponent's weather. You can also give yourself resistances to even just water type attacks if you see that someone else is running an Archaludon. Oops, like I guess you can't actually get your Electro shot in one go, and you also won't be able to hit me with with Basket Legion or Swift Swim, any of those types of shenanigans. So I really love being able to see that as a strategy on here, but I think you also have to hone in on that Espathra a little bit more. I feel like every time we've seen Espathra in competitions, it's always been gravity hypnosis, or like, I'm just gonna keep getting speed boosts and keep hitting you with Lumina crashes. So how does this one even fit onto the team?
Yeah, it's interesting because it does get access to Expanding Force. I think when people think about NDD setting up Psychic Terrain and who can take advantage of Expanding Force, they think about Pokemon like Hatterene or Armarouge, which are typically seen on the hard Trick Room teams. But turns out there's a lot of other Pokemon that get access to Expanding Force as well, right? Espathra being one of them. So Espathra is interesting, of course. Its speed just snowballs really quickly. You're normally going to run Protect on it, so you can take a turn, get your speed boost, and then just outpace everything. And the kind of coverage you have between Psychic and Fairy is really powerful as well. You mentioned that Lumina Crash. The NDD on this team is actually Hyper Voice, and so you can, deal actual damage with it. You drop your opponent's special defense and then follow it up with the Hyper Voice. And Expanding Force is just really strong, especially if your opponent doesn't have a way to control the terrain, right? And while Rillaboom is a common answer into terrain control, this team has an Hisuian Typhlosion, it has an Archaludon. Neither of those are Pokemon that Rillaboom likes fighting against.
It's really great coverage then into the Rillaboom, and unfortunately for Dawei, there's no Rillaboom on this team, so not really a great way to actually shut off the terrain. I have seen, even just kind of thinking back to like speed boost on Espathra, there's a couple of other teams in day number 2 that have utilized very similar strategies. We've seen a Blaziken on a day 2 team. There's also a Quaquaval with the, gosh, what is it called? We haven't seen it very often, so honestly, this is why I'm forgetting that it exists, but it does have its dance moves that help also give it the speed. Someone's gonna help me with this at some point, but you guys all know what I'm talking about because you're smart.
Yeah, I think Speed Boost, just an ability, is really interesting, right? Because in VGC double...
Aqua Step.
There you go. Yeah, like having access to Protect, and so many Pokemon carry Protect anyway to begin with, allows you to just get that speed boost immediately, which is really awesome. And so, yeah, I think it's so cool to see Pokemon like Blaziken and Espathra here make it this far in the championship. And I think this is just one of the most interesting metagames we've had in a long time, right? And so many unique Pokemon here in day 2 of this tournament, in the top cut of this tournament as well. And yeah, Volbeat as a Prankster user, once again, I think just so interesting. And what makes it unique here is the combination of all of the moves of Tailwind, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, and Encore.
That's so interesting because I feel like it's sort of like the Whimsicott Light in a way, where it does have access to the same moveset, but then you also are able to kind of think about it in a different way, where it's a bug type. Like that's such a unique typing to have in a format like this. So why we sometimes see Terra Bug as a Terra type for Pokemon.
Yeah, totally. And once again, it's like the combination of Sunny Day and Rain Dance that makes it so powerful and so interesting, right? And so Tornadus could do that, but we don't have Tornadus anymore. So bye-bye.
Yeah. See you later. See you soon. Wait, not too soon.
Yeah, we still got a couple months.
Yeah. Which is honestly so exciting, though, because if this is what we get for the very first tournament in Regulation H, think about the possibilities. And we've got Louisville right around the corner. We also have 2 other North American regionals that are going to be coming up throughout the rest of this first couple of months, also kind of leading up to Toronto in December. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the meta is going to evolve and adapt. Do we still have room for the creativity of the Scythers and the Volbeats and the Hypnos of the world?
Yeah, I think the answer is definitely yes. And what'll be interesting is seeing what top compositions come out of this tournament. You obviously have the things that are super unorthodox, but Porygon 2 Ursaluna has definitely been one of the strongest combinations here. We just saw Toler Webb win against Riley Factura on stream in the top 16 match featuring those. And yeah, Porygon 2 Ursaluna was a combination that has already demonstrated a lot of great strength in other formats in Scarlet and Violet as well, so it's no surprise to see it continue to do well. The Flamigo edition feels like kind of the missing piece maybe that some of these teams didn't have previously, that I think is really interesting as well. But there are multiple versions of that, of course, in the top cut, and I think that might be the #1 team archetype overall, just because it's so consistent and has so many tools coming out of this tournament. You've got Rain, of course, as well, and then just some of the more crazy, unorthodox hyper offense stuff like this Volbeat team with so many strong attackers, like the, Weezing plus the Toad Scroll combination that Wolf Glick and Justin Karras brought to this tournament. So it'll be fun to see what becomes popular after this event.
Well, your brother is also using Hisui and Samurott, right?
That's right, yeah.
That's a really cool Pokemon that I was hoping we would see a little bit more of. Alongside Hisui and Decidueye, when you think about scrappy users like Flamigo, I think about Hisui and Decidueye just being able to also do super effective damage with triple arrows. So that's a kind of an interesting thing maybe to... Ooh, the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, both are really interesting. I think Samurott, it feels so sad because they gave it a cool signature attack, but the signature attack can miss, and it's also not exactly the most offensive. And so, I was talking to my brother, and he, brought it to the tournament, and he was saying, I'm not even using the signature move because, one, I don't want it to miss, and two, its damage output is just not actually very good. That Ceaseless Edge just not actually that powerful. And so, but it is a really interesting Pokemon because of its typing, being able to resist Make It Rain from Golden Goal in this format, obviously a really big deal. Decidueye is interesting as a scrappy user as well, but I think it is kind of awkward because its base speed is not exactly very high. So Flamigo is what a lot of people have opted for this tournament because, one, Flamigo's gets access to other, good coverage like Brave Bird. It gets Wide Guard, which is just such a good support move as well.
Cool.
But I would love to see Decidueye make an appearance because its signature attack is really awesome. I mean, that one is, it can do so many things, right? Like crit you, it can flinch you, it can drop your defense. It's pretty wild.
There's a chance to do that on every hit, too, which is, so all the three of those things can happen at once, which is probably why they had to nerf it in some ways with the speed, because otherwise it might just be a little too powerful. But we've seen Hisui and Typhlosion, which is a Pokemon that we could potentially see again in this upcoming matchup. And just in general, I mean, we talked about that stat where we have 12 starter Pokemon
12 starter Pokemon, yep. And it's funny, we all knew Rillaboom and Cineroar were going to be good. Primarina, I think, has had a knockout performance on so many teams and has demonstrated itself to be one of the primary water-type attackers in this format. But to see things like Blaziken, for example, make an appearance, I think is... Greninja, yeah. Greninja's interesting, I think. You can obviously combine that with our Chaladon, boost our Chaladon's defense a little bit, or not a little bit, very quickly, basically. And it's a Pokemon, obviously, is very fast as well. And so, I mean, yeah, once again, when we're in a format like this, it just feels like you can really make anything work. You just need to build the right team around it. Whereas in other formats, when there's like so much power level, you have to find a very good reason to use a Pokemon over other Pokemon when there are just so many stronger options available. But now in this format, things feel a lot more wide open.
So what you're saying is that people really can win with their favorites.
It's possible. You have to work hard. You have to work hard. But
well,
I think if there's any format you can win in your favorites, this is certainly one. So if you're looking to, make your favorite Pokemon work and you want to just jump onto the ladder and get some wins with it, I think, this is truly one of the best formats we have for that in VGC. Because once again, just no Paradox Pokemon, no Legendaries, drastically decreases the overall power level.
Well, we're going to take a short break. So we're going to let you guys get those brains going, maybe start to think about some of the Pokemon that you might want to bring to the next regional championships as we check in with the senior champion from the Baltimore Regional Championships.
Hey everybody, Dawei here with the winner of the seniors division. I am currently on the floor with Justin. Justin, first things first, congratulations. Can you tell me about how you're feeling right now after your win?
I am feeling ecstatic. My win means a lot to me, and it was a very tough win. Like, I had to fight a lot with a lot of predictions, a lot of games that were very, very close. Like my top 4 game, it came down to whether I hit Rock Slide or not, and my heart was racing. I was like, it's gonna be so close, and then I ended up hitting it, and then I was so overjoyed.
That sounds like an amazing way to take that victory. You said that this is your 28th championship. This is your first win in a year and a half. How does this championship feel compared to the others?
It feels way more difficult because now I'm in the seniors division. All the players have a very high skill level, and to win this means like my preparation was amazing, and I was able to defeat all the other players.
Can you tell us a little bit about your team and your strategy going into this tournament?
My team was a hyper-offensive rain team featuring Basket Legion as well as Sturdy Arcaludon. Sturdy is not a very common item on Arcaludon, as most players use Stamina, and they use Tactics to defeat Arcaludon, which rely on the opposing Arcaludon being Stamina, but mine being Sturdy made a more offensive build to the team, which made it very difficult to defeat. And what I do is I'd lead Pelipper and Arcaludon, and I could click Tailwind, and I could click Electro Shot. And then after that I have so much damage on the opponent, so I could clean up with my Swift Swim, Life Orb, Basket Legion, as well as Garchomp.
Thank you so much for telling us about the team. How are you going to go celebrate tonight?
I'm going to celebrate tonight by going on the flight. I'm going to celebrate by exploring DC as well, and it's going to be awesome.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Justin, for taking some time out of your day to interview with me. Congratulations again on your win. We'll be back with more action here from Baltimore. Hey everybody, Dawei here on the floor in Baltimore again. I am joined by Yotam Cohen, a player local to Baltimore. Hey, Yotam, what's it like having a regional in your hometown?
Hey Dewey, it's honestly so exciting. You know, we've had a Baltimore regional before, but it was only TCG and Go. So when they announced that we would have a VG regional here in Baltimore, I was so excited. I knew it would be an opportunity for me to host my friends here and also kind of hopefully have the home field advantage for the regional. So yeah, no, it's been so exciting to have a Baltimore regional.
What's it been like having your friends kind of like around, and also you getting to show them the city, but also getting to bond over this experience of Pokemon that everybody enjoys?
Honestly, it's been just amazing. You know, as soon as it was announced, several friends claimed spots staying with me at my house, which was fun. And so we've had just a blast over the last several nights. And you know, just since everybody's gotten here into town, it's been so exciting, so much fun for everybody. We've gone all over the city, we've done fun stuff, and yeah, everyone's just really happy to be here.
You have any tips for anybody that's going to be hosting friends in future? So, you know, Worlds in 2026 is going to be in San Francisco. That's where I'm from. You have any tips for me?
Okay. Yeah, honestly, it's been chaotic. I kind of expected it to be at some level, but I didn't really anticipate how, you know, how chaotic it could be. It's been super, super fun. But, you know, a bunch of VGC players, a bunch of Pokemon players in one house, you know, it gets to be a little much. So I'd say keep a level head and, you know, make sure everyone has what they need.
I'll take note of that in a couple years. You competed yesterday. Can you tell me about the tournament experience for you yesterday?
Yeah, honestly, I always love competing in VG. You know, I love the game. I love competing. It just gives me that rush. Yesterday, I didn't do as well as I wanted. I finished 5-3, which is still okay. But the more exciting thing is that several of my close team building partners ended up having much better tournament runs with a team that we worked so hard on over the last several months, actually. And so I'm so happy for them.
I'm not sure if you were able to watch back the stream, but you actually got shouted out after Christopher Hahn won. He said that you were one of the reasons behind the Flamigo that was the MVP on that team in that battle. Can you tell us a little bit about Flamigo?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I guess I'll just backtrack a bit and say, so this team that we built together, we actually built it in Regulation F, and the core of the team is Porygon 2 and Ursaluna, and so you have this really, really strong Trick Room duo, and then we kind of supplemented it with like Incineroar and Amoonguss, which are just kind of really great balance pieces to be able to get the positions you need in Trick Room with Ursaluna going. And in Regulation F, we ran this team where the last two pieces were Fluttermane and Urshifu. Now in the Regulation H rule set, we of course don't have access to Fluttermane and Urshifu, so when we kind of revisited this team in Regulation H, we said, what belongs on this team? What do we need? And so we tried a bunch of things out. We tried things like Como and Tyranitar and various other pieces, and none of them were quite working. And the reason for that is because we needed something that would beat the Maushold Annihilate matchup, that would be playable in the Rain matchup, and that would also be playable in the Mirror match. And one day, Toler Webb and I were just talking about it, and you know, we were scrolling through the available Pokemon, and we saw Scrappy Flamigo, and we said, wait a second. This Pokemon, Scrappy, allows it to hit Golden Go. It's faster than Golden Go. It's playable in Rain. It's great into Maushold and Annihilate. And we looked at each other and we just went, there's no way we're going to actually try Flamigo, is it? And so we put it on the team, and we played it in a grassroots tournament that week. And I went 10-0, undefeated in the tournament. And again, we revisited it after the tournament, and we said, there's no way. There's no way Flamigo is the answer. And it turns out it was. And so after that Limitless tournament performance, a bunch of people started taking notice of the team and using Flamigo, and we started seeing it pop up all over the place. And what was initially kind of a joke became a real, actual threat in the metagame. And so that's kind of the story of how Flamigo came to be. And now, today in day 2 here at the Baltimore Regional, both Toler Webb and Chris Hahn have advanced to top cut using that team with Flamigo.
That must be super exciting for you. Yotam, I'm going to let you go back. I'm going to let you go ahead and, go root for your friends that are still competing and stuff like that. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to ask you right now, do you have any Flamigos that you want to shout out?
Oh, Flamigos! I like that. Yes. Yeah, of course. I want to shout out, Toler Webb, Justin Karras, Chris Hahn, all of my friends and family, my wife Becky, who's been an incredible supporter for all of us this week. And yeah, all my friends.
Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to get to talk to you. This has been Dawei on the floor. When we're back, more action here at the Baltimore Regional Championships.
Love the insight that Dawei has been able to get from all of our players as well as spectators here at the event. It always makes things so much more exciting when we get a chance to get the insight there. But we are just about getting ready to go over to the stage for our second top 16 match. Aaron, we already teased it a little bit. There's going to be a Volbeat, there's going to be an Espatra on these teams. So let's break it down even further now that we've got these two players sitting across from each other.
So Alex here using a really interesting hyper offense team. The idea, of course, is to use Volbeat to disrupt and set up state weather, right? So you've got the sun on the Typhlosion, you've got the rain on the Primarina, or sun to enable Typhlosion, rain to enable Primarina. You've also got the rain to enable the Archaludon, and then this really interesting core of Indeedee plus the Espatra as well. So the idea is I'm just going to hit you for a ton of damage. My damage is going to really be boosted. Imagine, Typhlosion here, it's got the Charcoal, it's got Fire Terra, and it has Sunny Day support. Primarina here has that Choice Specs as well. And so when you have all of these multipliers, you can just start dealing so much damage immediately. Dawei, on the other hand, running a team that's very similar to a lot of the Porygon Annihilate teams we've seen thus far, but it does have Grimmsnarl, and it has the ability to, of course, set up screens. Annihilate here also exists without the beat-up combination from other Pokemon, which I think is really interesting. So the idea is, hey, Grimmsnarl is just going to set up screens. I'm going to just kind of stay on the field. You're going to have to deal with me eventually. As you hit me, I'm going to just stack up with the Rage Fist, and then you've got some pretty unique support here in that Volcarona as well.
Yeah, the Volcarona is also not going to be one of those more setup-oriented ones. It has Struggle Bug, which is going to be really nice coverage to have. You've got Will-O-Wisp on this Pokemon as well as the Rage Powder, just to redirect away any attacks. But I'm also looking at some of the other differences that we've seen from more of the P2 Ursaluna teams, where this Ursaluna does have access to both Headlong Rush as well as Earthquake, and the Porygon 2 has Tri-Attack over the Terra Blast that we've seen on some of these other Porygon 2s.
Yeah, and it's got the Shadow Ball and Trace, so a lot of interesting things that make this Porygon 2 stand out a little bit. I think what's interesting about this team is that you have a lot of different options offensively. You can go right into Golden Go, for example, and just deal massive amounts of damage. As we quickly take a look at Dawei's accomplishments, having made it to the top 32 of NAIC in back-to-back years, and top 16 even the year before. So top 32 or better basically in 3 consecutive NAICs, which is really impressive given how large NAIC has grown to.
Yeah, Dawei's been very, very consistent when being able to accumulate those results over the course of those last couple of years. But on the flip side of things, when we take a look at Alex does not have that same history or list of accomplishments, but is still going to be able to put on quite a show here. Was able to get top 64 in day 2, the Indianapolis Regional Championships last year, so still coming off of a high in terms of the end of the season, really rolling through that with this Volbeat and Espatra team.
Yeah, this is going to be the best tournament run he's had, and it's not over yet either, and this is easily one of the most unique teams that we've seen come out of this tournament. Once again, hyper offense, the idea is to just hit as hard as possible, and the Archaludon set here also interesting because it is the Power Herb set. You have, of course, Volbeat to set up the Rain Dance, but you won't always be able to guarantee that, right? And so with this, you're able to still get your Electro Shot off. And look at those other moves. Dragon Pulse, Aura Sphere. This isn't the typical Draco Meteor body press that we see. There's no Flash Cannon, no Steel type attack on this Archaludon either.
Yeah, this Archaludon is certainly going to be a bit more unique than the ones that we've seen already on stream, but I'm looking at the Primarina as also fitting the bill. It's going to be the Choice Specs as its held item alongside 4 movesets of Weather Ball, Hyper Voice, Moonblast, and Dazzling Gleam. And I think Weather Ball, that's the real big key here for me, knowing that it could be a Water type, or it also could be a Fire type attack with the Volbeat.
Yeah, I think what's so cool about this team is you have so many options, right? You can lead Volbeat with Typhlosion, you can lead Volbeat with Primarina, Volbeat with the Arch Halidon as well. You can lead Espathra and NDD. And I think what this team wants to do is basically force a defensive Terra out from your opponent. If you're able to force that defensive Terra out, then you can really say, okay, well, now you have no other things that you can do to resist my attacks, right? And so, for example, in this matchup, I think Volbeat Typhlosion with Pre-Marine in the back can be one really viable lead for him, Alex's end. But we're going to see Espathra here making an appearance here with the Typhlosion, so no Volbeat quite yet, but a lot of offense here immediately.
I love the Volcarona choice here as well. It does have Flame Body, so while it's not going to necessarily be able to actually do anything in terms of the physical attackers on Alex's side, because he has none, it still is able to actually Rage Powder something away and still potentially put things on a timer, as well as resisting something like that Typhlosion.
Yeah, I think one thing that's huge here is like Grimmsnarl is basically guaranteed to get Light Screen off. There's no way to stop it with something like Fake Out, for example. So I think what Dawei is probably setting up for is maybe Porygon 2 Ursaluna in the back, where you basically disrupt in the early game, use as much defense as possible to mitigate Alex's damage output, and then get what is your strongest attacker out in Ursaluna out immediately afterwards. So I'm curious to see if that is what's in the back, but this is a really defensive core, right? You're not going to do very much damage, so we'll see if Alex can do enough damage. You're going to be able to, of course, decrease special defense right now with that Lumina Crash.
Oh boy, and especially knowing that Alex is already going to go all out on the offense here with the Lumina Crash into this Volcarona, dealing just a little bit of damage. It's going to just be the Struggle Bug in response. That is a spread type damaging move. It's going to be able to chip away at both the Espathra and the Typhlosion. That was actually even a crit, which is kind of wild, but it's the special attack drop from that Struggle Bug, which is going to matter the most. Eruption now is going to come out here, going to do a little bit less damage because that is taking some damage there on the Typhlosion, but look at that. It's really nothing.
You'll notice as well that Volcarona, of course, does not eat the special defense drop from Lumina Crash. Normally it would drop special defense, but with that Covert Cloak, this is actually a really nice lead to mitigate the special defense drops. And there's Porygon and Ursaluna. I think the way to approach this game is to get Ursaluna out and set up Trick Room, but it's risky leading Porygon 2 in this matchup because Alex has Taunt with the, or you have to worry about Imprison from the Indeedee on the opposing side. Now Indeedee doesn't make an appearance, but if you lead Porygon and he gets imprisoned, you can't set up Trick Room. So I like what Dawei's going for here, recognizing, you know what, I'm just going to basically drop your stats in the early game. I've got a lot of ways to drop your special attack. I can set up Light Screen. You don't have any physical attackers. This Grimmsnarl now may be free to start, going for disruptive moves like Spirit Break. We're just going to see another Lumina Crash, but it's still not doing that much damage. Alex is just looking to get some knockouts now.
And you are going to be able to do just that, as that Espathra is going to get the knockout with that double up there on the second turn. But the special attack getting dropped once again on this Typhlosion. You have the opportunity now, because you're Charcoal, to actually change up your move selection, but you're still going to go for this Eruption with that Terrifier. You still have a decent amount of HP, but look at that with the special attack drops and the Light Screen. Both of these Pokemon on Dawei's side are taking very minimal amounts of damage, and you get to follow that up again with another special attack drop thanks to that Spirit Break.
Yeah, this is a really clever lead. I think on paper, Grimmsnarl plus Volcarona does not look very offensive, but with the Espathra actually coming out here, being able to Struggle Bug it for super effective damage is a huge deal. This Typhlosion is in a really awkward spot right now, right? You kind of feel forced to switch out, but then how are you dealing enough damage still is the question. Dawei critically also still has Terra available, and it's just kind of waiting to bring out Porygon 2 and set up that Trick Room. So I think Dawei's game plan coming into this was honestly really brilliant, and I think Volbeat over the Espathra would have been able to exert a little bit more pressure here, because you can at least set up that Sunny Day and just allow Typhlosion to have that increase in damage. But that Covert Cloak on Volcarona is such a key item in this matchup. So Typhlosion is going to switch out, it's going to get rid of those special attack drops, and it's going to be Indeedee as the last one.
So Indeedee now on the field does put a little bit more pressure onto that Porygon 2, as you were calling out the Imprison for the Trick Room. It also has the opportunity here to go for Follow Me, but if you look at the Struggle Bug, it's still going to be able to do that spread damage, so that Follow Me isn't really going to help out here. It is P2 now taking the place of that Grimmsnarl on Dawei's side, but the Liquid Voice, oh boy.
Liquid Voice being traced, Struggle Bug here. This is one of the things that is really strong for Dawei. You can just so easily go for Struggle Bug and Light Screen because there's just no physical damage on the opposing side, right? So with Light Screen set up and with that Struggle Bug, look how little damage Porygon 2 takes from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be very difficult to take out. Eviolite being able to boost up the special defenses as well is another way that Dawei just can consistently be able to tank this damage from Alex's team.
Yeah, and now You can see Dawei's considering, do I want to bring the Grimmsnarl back up? Because Grimmsnarl's Spirit Break here is actually pretty reasonable damage as well, right? You could just go out into Ursaluna then. The one main debate here is, do you expect the Indeedee to go for that Imprison? If so, you could, of course, just go for damage here. You might not want to click that Shadow Ball. Fairy Terra here, really safe, and I like the decision to just click damage here, right? Alex's team really is able to snowball quickly when you are able to pick up knockout after knockout. But here, there's just so much defense from Dawei's end that when you're not being able to actually get these knockouts, it puts Alex in a really difficult spot. And I think the Primarina now, especially with that special attack drop, wants to switch out, but this is such a good Fairy Terra now. You can knock out Indeedee and then set up Trick Room.
Yeah, and even if Indeedee does decide to go for Imprison here, it kind of doesn't really matter at that point. You're still allowing this Ursaluna to secure the knockout.
Right.
It forces Alex to have to bring in that Typhlosion again, which would be under even more threat, knowing that this Ursaluna just gets to go for spread damage with Earthquake. There's no way to actually mitigate that damage.
Exactly. So Primarina is now going to switch out into Typhlosion, but Typhlosion's already taken a lot of damage as well. Those Eruptions are just way less powerful. There's no Sun, there's no way to drop the opposing special defense. So Dawei, with this early light screen, with no way from Alex's end to deny it, makes it really difficult. And yes, Spathra just not able to do very much in this game. Fairy Terra here on Ursaluna, very safe to go for as well. Indeedee is going to go for that follow me. The idea is, hey, let me just sacrifice this so I at least have my two strongest attackers out. But with light screen still set up, I don't know how you really get through this Ursaluna. And I think Dawei's game plan into this game one was perfect.
And how do you even actually get a chance to attack when you know that the Trick Room's going to be going up at the end of this turn? We're going to see the Porygon 2 be able to get off attacks as well as this Ursaluna, the two fastest things in Trick Room.
Yeah, I think the Grimmsnarl Volcarona lead just so clever. I think if you're Alex and you want to adjust, one thing you might want to consider is maybe leading Volbeat with Typhlosion, Volbeat with Primarina in the future, right? Once again, I think the fact that Volcarona can just knock out the Espathra as easily as it did with Struggle Bug, this is not meant to be an offensive Volcarona, really, right? Like, it's got so much support with the Will-O-Wisp, with the Rage Powder as well, but to actually use it offensively and be able to drop your opponent's special attack is the absolute dream. So I think if you're Alex, you got to go back to the drawing board. If you expect the same lead, you got to exert a lot more offense against that combo on turn one, but Earthquake here just going to come out.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even mind being able to hit your own Porygon 2. It is just so tanky that it's not even going to be bothered by that Earthquake, and this poor Primarina is going to be following up this Typhlosion very shortly after with this final attack, try-attack, and finish the job here, and Dawei wins game one.
Wow, I mean, I think what's really interesting about Top Cut, yeah, like it's the game plans that you come up with, and I think for Dawei to recognize, I'm just gonna lead Grimmsnarl Volcarona. You have no way to prevent my light screen, and these special attack drops are so valuable, and even the added benefit of that Covert Cloak, right? Being able to prevent that special defense drop from the Espathra on the opposing side is such a big deal, and so yeah, Alex basically needs to go back to the drawing board, needs to exert a little bit more offense, and so I really look at that Volbeat. I think Volbeat being able to enable Weather immediately already increases your damage output, right? So consider something like a Volbeat Typhlosion lead where you can go for Sunny Day, Fire Terra, Eruption. You could also consider something like Volbeat Primarina. Primarina obviously exerts that super effective Hyper Voice into Volcarona.
Could also force the Terra out as well, so that Terra isn't available for the Ursaluna like it was in that last game. But I think it's really difficult because the Primarina has to make a choice very early on. Thanks to that choice specs, it can only lock into one specific thing. But you still have something like the Weather Ball, which is going to be doing insane amounts of damage if you are able to set up a weather for it.
Yeah, totally. I think what's tough about the matchup for Alex here is you have a lot of offense, but if you're not able to pick up big one-hit knockouts with this offense, it's already kind of tough, right? Because then you're just taking so much damage in response. Dawei having not only the Grimmsnarl, but also the Struggle Bug on Volcarona just makes it so much tougher for Alex to get those knockouts early. But if Alex can at least maybe get a ton of damage off immediately, make it difficult to just, set Porygon up and Ursaluna as easily, then I think that can be an advantage. But no Volbeat here. It's going to be Indeedee Primarina. So opting to go for potential support with the Indeedee. It's got the Hyper Voice here, and of course, this Indeedee lead would cover for Porygon 2 being led.
Yeah, but the problem is still persistent. You have two special attackers on this field with this Volcarona on the other side. Struggle Bug, Struggle Bug, Struggle Bug, both Indeedee and Primarina are going to be at a loss in that way for special attack output.
Totally, yeah. The question here is, like you called out earlier, do you want to potentially go for the Terra here with Volcarona? Like, Volcarona is honestly just in such a good spot here. because of the speed, where, yeah, like Indy now forced to switch out. So I think Alex may have been trying to predict a lead mix-up here, trying to catch that Porygon 2 in. Doesn't come out, so it sets up the Psychic Terrain. Yeah, prevents the taunt, but that's basically it. So Light Screen is set up, and the speed interaction here is that Volcarona is faster. So now you just get the Struggle Bug once again against both of these Pokemon, and this is just such an effective strategy.
It's still not going to be very effective, so the damage is going to take a little while to actually start to stack up. But as you were calling out, the longer that this game goes on, the more that Dawei is going to be able to gather momentum and really keep these special attackers in check. Even now, when you take a look at how little damage that these two Pokemon have even taken from Liquid Hyper Voice, you're safe to Terra. You also know what this Primarina is going to be locked into.
Yeah, Dawei recognizes, look, Ursaluna is so good into my opponent's team, but in order to get it enabled, I need to first of all set up Trick Room, and then I need to get it out without it having taken too much damage. So this lead does such an effective job in doing so. And yeah, Entity being led here does not exert that much offensive pressure, right? There's actually no helping hand on it, for example, so you can't just increase the damage output of Primarina. And what's awkward here for Alex is that the Primarina is outsped by Volcarona as well, so you just eat up the Struggle Bug before you get your damage off. So a -1 Hyper Voice in Light Screen, so much weaker than normal, right? So Primarina now forced to switch out. Typhlosion, of course, does exert a little bit of pressure with that Eruption, and the idea is to bring out Entity so you can catch Porygon as it switches in, imprison in the subsequent turn. But Struggle Bug still looks quite solid.
Yeah, I mean, the Typhlosion's going to have to eat another special attack drop. Unless you want to end up committing a Terra once again, you're still going to be looking at maybe not able to just get through this Volcarona, especially when this is going to be the Dragon Terra on top of the Volcarona. Very safe when you know you've got elemental damage on the other side.
Exactly, yeah, this allows you to resist the fire type attacks. You've gotten that special attack drop on the opposing side as well, but Struggle Bug continues to come out once again, and yeah, for a move that's supposed to be solely defensive, like when you're up against Psychic-type Pokemon, being able to deal as much damage with it is so meaningful here. So that is just continuing to chip away. Here's Eruption now, but the Volcarona takes such little damage from it. And now Porygon just in such a good spot. Now, at least, Entity can go for the Imprison, right? But if you go for Imprison, you just keep eating Struggle Bug up. I think this Dragon Terra is so smart, recognizing, well, hey, Volcarona, it just is not going to get knocked out anytime soon, so I think you're free to just click Struggle Bug with it once again. Porygon here now, of course, could try attack into the Entity. You, of course, could click Trick Room, but Trick Room is actually kind of awkward because Primarina in the back is going to outspeed you under Trick Room, so I like the idea of just going for damage here. Let's, like, knock out the Entity, let's set up Trick Room, and then let's get Ursaluna out. But Struggle Bug comes out once again, and this is just such a nightmare for this specially oriented team to deal with.
Yeah, oh, goodness gracious. I mean, you've got the special attack drop onto the Indeedee again, but it still looks like it's going to be a guaranteed 3-hit knockout onto that Indeedee. So what more can it really do in this game as Typhlosion? I mean, we're looking at the Porygon 2 and this Volcarona at the tanning salon right now. But see the Imprison, but it's just not going to fall for it as Dawei gets a chance to get the Tri Attack and the freeze onto the Indeedee.
Yeah, I don't think the freeze matters too much, but just adding a little bit of insult to injury here.
It's just salt.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Dawei's play in this entire set. I think it's basically been flawless. I think recognizing the strength of Grimmsnarl plus Volcarona is really strong. I think Alex basically already had a really uphill matchup here and needed to exert more pressure. The reality is, though, when you're only running special attackers, right, there's not a single physical attacker on Alex's side. Light Screen plus a way to decrease your special damage is just so threatening here. So Struggle Bug knocks out the Entity. It's another Pokemon down. Of course, now Dawei still can have that Ursaluna in the back and just set up for Trick Room. So I don't really think it's possible for Alex to win this one, to be honest, but let's see.
It's so tough because you still need to be able to take a turn to get this Typhlosion out of there. I mean, the Shadow
15
Ball,
damage.
It's just a tickle as this Porygon 2 undoes all of the damage that Alex has worked so hard to put down onto that Pokemon. Alex is forced in this position to have to put another Pokemon on the field. I think this Typhlosion is at -3 at this point, with the Light Screen still intact for Dawei's side.
Okay, well, Spathra has hit the field. You do have expanding force with it now, but Typhlosion kind of feels forced to switch out, right? And so I like the decision to not Trick Room on the earlier turn, right? You don't want to Trick Room because then the speed interaction is a little bit awkward. Might as well just get your healing out. I think now Dawei can consider going for Trick Room so that you get Ursaluna out as Volcarona is KO'd. And once again, I mean, this Spathra is still taking damage from the Volcarona as well. So yeah, when I came into this game, I thought like, okay, Ursaluna's the main win condition. You need to get that out. But so far, Volcarona has proven to be more than strong enough.
Oh, such an MVP of this match already. I was thinking maybe there's a world where Espatra gets a chance to like go for a protect, you get the speed boost, and then you actually outspeed the Volcarona. But this is such a pin right now from Dawei.
Yeah.
Because even if you get the speed boost, Trick Room goes up, you get the Primarina in, but at what cost when this Typhlosion is able to reset its stat drops? Are we even going to be outside of Trick Room for it to be able to take advantage of that?
Yeah, I like this. I mean, you might as well just go for the Psychic Terra, just maximize your expanding force damage this turn, knock out the Volcarona, get damage on a Porygon, but then you're still playing against the Porygon plus Ursaluna in the end game. So expanding force here. Let's see. I mean, a critical hit on a Porygon could be huge, but Volcarona here, I would expect to feint. It does, but look how little damage Porygon takes from that. It's Psychic Terrain boosted and Psychic Terra boosted, and a barely dense Porygon.
Wow, that's the Eevee Light and the light screen putting in a lot of work there.
Much.
So the Trick Room goes up, and a free switch in now for this Ursaluna to be able to come in and sweep the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And the Psychic Terrain is gone.
And Espatra gets a speed boost, but it really doesn't want that right now. So Ursaluna now safe to come out, threatened with so much damage. And I think there really isn't a single turn I can point to in this game where I was like, oh, I think like Dawei had a better move to make. Honestly, I think Dawei played it flawlessly. They recognized the advantage that they had with the Grimmsnarl plus Volcarona lead. They recognized how good Ursaluna was into Alex's team, and Hyper Offense generally does not like going up against Trick Room. Normally, you counteract that with the Imprison Trick Room combination on the Indeedee, but Dawei doesn't need to lead the Porygon, right? You don't actually feel the rush to set up Trick Room immediately, and with Alex having that Imprison Trick Room combo, what Dawei wanted to do was get rid of Indeedee, then set up Trick Room, and they were able to accomplish that perfectly both games.
Yeah, it is very hard to see a path to victory here for Alex in this set. But we just have to commend Dawei for how beautiful this game has really played out. There's still maybe like the focus sash, maybe targeting here. Maybe Alex is able to secure another knockout, but you just buy a turn for this Ursaluna to just go for the protect, get the Flame Orb Guts boost for this next turn, and Shadow Ball now is going to be doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, this was like the one turn where if Dawei made a mistake and you let Primarina critical hit Hyper Voice you, then maybe that's a path back in, but Dawei just goes for the safe play once again, goes for that protect. You get that Flame Orb online now. That Primarina does not have protect, right? So now you can just easily go for a headlong rush into that slot and Shadow Ball once again into the Espathra. So yeah, honestly, like critical hits were always going to be, I think, the only potential way to get back into this. Dawei doesn't even offer that opportunity by going for that play. Now you can go for another Shadow Ball here and then just go for, yeah, exactly, the headlong rush into Primarina. And there's really nothing you can do to stop this with 3 turns of Trick Room still left.
No, Primarina is also maybe not one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we've actually seen in this
I don't think it's going to survive
either,
this one.
So I don't know with the Guts boost. Not looking so great for Primarina here. It is going to go down without a fight. And with this special defense drop and that defense drop, you kind of would have hoped that this Primarina would get a chance to move, but there's just too much HP on the side of this Porygon 2 as well.
Yeah, and with Trick Room set up, like Espathra, it's just a nightmare for Trick Room, for it to go up against Trick Room, right? Because you just constantly boost your speed, you're slower than everything. So yeah, this game felt like it was a huge uphill battle already, and to me, like one of the critical turns was the Dragon Terra just to survive for even longer with Volcarona, knocking out the Indeedee and then Porygon 2 coming out. But patient play by Dawei, going for never a play that felt super risky, and I think for Alex, actually, Volbeat may have been able to benefit a little bit if you were able to bring it out here and pressure with, you know, your weather, but the Indeedee lead maybe trying to catch the Porygon 2. Porygon 2 isn't led, and so Alex is just forced to switch immediately, and being down on the leads in a matchup that's already not favored does not feel good.
You still go for the out that you can, though, and that would have been being able to get a triple protect here on that Espathra, and now you need the double protect on the Hisuian Typhlosion in order to stall out these final turns of Trick Room and give yourself a fighting chance. But that Espathra failed. That double protect is going to get knocked out here to the Shadow Ball, and it just comes down to this Ursaluna being able to potentially finish the job on this next one. Grimmsnarl also gets a chance to come in and to even like set up another light screen if it wants to.
Yeah.
There it goes.
And you know, this match looked quite one-sided, but you have to give both players credit. First of all, I mean, Alex using such a cool team to make it this far, and Dawei for recognizing what your advantages are, right? Just because you have matchups in the tools in the matchup. You know, so excited to see that finish. But congratulations, first of all, to Dawei, and congratulations to Alex as well. The point I wanted to make is just because you have tools in the matchup, you still have to find those tools. You know, Rose, you and I were talking about this game beforehand. In my head, I told you, I was like, I don't think Volcarona comes out in this one. But then, like, the combination of Struggle Bug plus Grimmsnarl is so powerful, and to identify that and recognize this just allows me to always get Porygon in safely and Ursaluna in safely afterwards is so powerful. So being able to recognize what advantages you have and then executing them, so well done. And for Alex, I think, you know, it was already really difficult, and the Indy lead, you know, I kept calling out Volbeat, but I think you might expect Dawei to make a mix-up, right? Because you're thinking, oh, like, sure, they might go for an adjustment here. And so I can definitely respect the Indy lead, maybe trying to catch the Porygon 2 in. But yeah, Espathra, when you're up against, like, Covert Cloak, honestly a nightmare of an item.
Look at that.
There wasn't Covert Cloak in game 1, then the Typhlosion actually does so much more damage to the Volcarona as well. But such a critical item. Normally you use the Covert Cloak to block fake outs, but here being able to block that special defense drop is huge.
It really is. And so right off the bat, it felt like Dawei was just a couple of steps ahead in terms of those game 1 leads, and then being able to continuously use the Struggle Bug. Like this poor Typhlosion, it is just out here trying its best. And I'm sure being able to get to this point, Alex was able to put a lot of trust into that Pokemon to really do that damage. You got to top 16 for a reason with this team. Just unfortunately going to fall a little bit short here. But I love that we get a chance to give Alex those flowers, because top 16, especially at an event like this, in such an open meta, really is a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, and Dawei now advancing on, of course, to the top 8. And coming into the matchup, you know, we're talking about Porygon 2, Ursaluna, that's fairly common, but you have some really fun tools here. The Grimmsnarl and Volcarona were MVPs of this match, right? And normally the Porygon is supported by classic things like Incineroar and Amoonguss, but those Pokemon are pretty priced into the metagame. Everyone expects them. I think this Volcarona and Grimmsnarl combination just makes it so much harder to deal with, and to have such a defensive lead, also be able to put out some offense, you know, like Spirit Break, Struggle Bug, Overheat. The damage from it can slowly add up as well, and the whole idea is to just whittle away so that your Porygon 2 can safely set up Trick Room. So Dawei, yeah, I mean, one of the most impressive players from the North American International Championships having made it so far. This is going to be their first top 8 at a major tournament.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see if Dawei can even take that a step further and maybe even be our very first regional champion for the 2025 season and add that to their list of accomplishments. Fantastic choices all around. I mean, even just looking at the Porygon 2's attacks, didn't get a chance to call out the Shadow Ball before we got into that match, and then that also played a huge part when we see a lot of Porygon 2 right now running that Fighting Terra Blast.
That's right.
And Ice Beam.
Yeah, it's a different take on Porygon 2 Ursaluna, and it has a lot of, like, you know, the Golden Go here, also interesting because a lot of people like using the Nasty Plot sets on those teams. This one is just choice specs, right? So what I like about Dawei's team is you have a lot of immediate offense as well. Yes, Grimmsnarl, Volcarona, that is a more passive duel, but imagine just leading Golden Go, Volcarona, turn 1, Rage Powder, go for Terra. Oh, you don't need a Terra because it's not Steel Terra Golden Go, but just Rage Powder and make it rain immediately. That's just so much damage. And Pokemon is a game, especially where once you make it to top cut, you're obviously going to be facing against so many good opponents, and matchups can play a really big deal here as well. And honestly, I think Alex probably rolled one of the worst matchups possible, right? You are up against a team that has guaranteed light screen and has something to drop your special attack stat. And when your whole team is special attackers, there's just not really too many options Alex had. I think even if he had considered going with Volbeat, Typhlosion, Volbeat with Primarina, it still would have been a huge uphill battle, because the reality is you do not have a way to really pressure that Porygon for a knockout. It's very difficult to stop the Struggle Bug, and for Volcarona to just outpace the Pokemon on Alex's team naturally makes it that much more difficult, because Volbeat can't just set up Tailwind and Weather simultaneously. You can only do one at a time.
Yeah, and Espathra could never turn off its weakness to the Struggle Bugs either, so like...
The fact that I just fainted to 2 Struggle Bugs!
You just never imagine things like that. I mean, yeah, the Volcarona also had an opportunity to go for Overheat, so like there is offensive pressure there, but Struggle Bug was certainly not on my list of moves that I thought Volcarona would be able to use to such high value.
Yeah, and it's a move that is so good into a lot of different team composition. If you think about like Hard Trick Room, for example, right? The versions with Indeedee and Hatterene and Torkoal.
Yeah.
This Dragon Terra plus Struggle Bug plus Grimmsnarl having Light Screen means that you can continuously disrupt those attackers as well and just drastically reduce their damage output. This team has 2 really powerful Pokemon in the Ursaluna, in the Annihilate, so a lot about it is kind of waiting for those Pokemon to come in safely. And against, you know, other teams, that don't have a light screen, you can't, or reflect, you can just do a lot more damage, burst them with super effective damage. The Ursaluna here also Fairy Terra. We've seen different Terras being used. Some people use Ghost Terra. We've seen normal Terra even being used to up your damage output of Facade. But yeah, I really like the Fairy Terra choice defensively here. And I really like Dawei's take here on Porygon 2 Ursaluna. A lot of the other Porygon 2 Ursaluna teams in this tournament have felt super similar. This one's saying, well, I'm going to use the same Pokemon, but have a lot of different tricks.
I really like that the Annihilate is on this team as well, just because it does have access to Defiant. There's still a lot of Intimidate users in the meta, so it's nice to know that you have this Annihilate as a check to any of those Intimidators that might want to get the Intimidate drops onto Ursaluna. Like, that's normal strategy to use, but it's really risky now.
It is, yeah. But that was an exhilarating match. Congratulations to Dawei, who I believe we actually have an interview with, so let's just jump right to that.
Oh, no. Hi, I'm currently on the floor right now with our top 16 winner, another member of the top 8, Dawei. Dawei, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very, very good. It was my first stream match, and I think I played it very well and won it. I'm just very happy.
Can you tell us a little bit about the thought process behind the team that you've built? This Volcarona is very unique in my opinion. Can you tell us more about that?
So it's like everyone is thinking like the Quiver Dance Volcarona is very strong, but also everyone is countering that. So I just want to use like a different kind of Volcarona, and it just works very well in this team. And especially against my opponent, he had a very, very special team, but the issue is it was so much special attackers, so many special attackers. So my light screen and the struggle bug was just doing very, very well.
Usually when you see Hisuian Typhlosion on the other side carrying that Choice Specs, carrying that Terra Fire, you're expecting a lot of damage out, but you're right, that struggle bug and that light screen definitely helped out a lot. What about your thought process going into the matchup, going up against your opponent?
Yeah, so basically I saw the team and I thought the struggle bug just ran over it. So yeah, that was just the plan. And bringing also Porygon 2 and Ursaluna in the back, considering they didn't have much protect or something to stall the Trick Room. So it was kind of easy, like relatively easy matchup for me.
You've top 32'd a couple of international championships now. What would winning this regional championship mean to you?
Yeah, so yeah, I had some achievements in like top 32, and I actually also got one top 16 before, but I never been made it into any top 8. So it is already like a very special moment for me. But I think I will win it like overall. Yeah.
Have you had a chance to look over, the rest of the bracket? Are there any players that?
No, not yet.
Do you have any players that you're kind of nervous to face off against?
I'm not sure right now. Actually, I think anyone in the top cut is so good. I respect all of them, and I will try to win it.
I'll go ahead and let you go prepare for your next match. It's going to be a very important match. Before I let you go, though, do you have any shout-outs that you want to make to anybody that's watching the broadcast right now?
Yeah, so shout-outs to my partner, Lisa, and the ones in my building group, like Zach, Harrison, and Gavin. And also all the people that helped me practice the matchups, like Mel, Guli, and everyone supporting me. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Dawei. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break, but when we come back, more action here from Baltimore.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at, and then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me, but we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out what the best thing is that day, I'm just gonna get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
The first umbrella factory was here in Baltimore and established in 1828. Pretty fitting considering the fact that there's a lot of rain teams expected to be had here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships, our first stop in our journey to the next World Championships in Anaheim, California. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined again by Aaron Cybertron Sang, and we are here to bring you through the next match in our top cut.
We are down to top 8, I think. And
Yeah,
so 8
just
players
like
left.
that.
Just like that, yeah. And I am really curious to see what archetype takes it all. Porygon 2 Ursaluna has been on a tear this tournament. We spent a lot of time talking about the more unconventional picks, the more unconventional Pokemon as we quickly take a look at that top 8 bracket. Christopher Hahn, the senior prodigy, once again, first tournament in the Masters division, sitting there from the #1 seed, continues his run and is now in top 8 against Dawei, who we just featured on stream.
Yeah, and we also are going to be able to follow that up with Lorenzo versus Nicholas. We've got Z Costiola versus Paul Chua, and then Jinshi Zhu versus Toler Webb. This is a very stacked top 8. Even just looking at the progression from top 16 to top 8, there's so many matches I wish we could have seen.
Yeah, especially that bottom bracket. Jungsi against Wolfie, knocking Wolfie out of this tournament. And Jungsi has been an amazing player, having made it very far at the World Championships as well. And you know, Paul Chua here, of course, a player that really needs no introduction, but is still hunting for yet another regional championship. He's the second winningest player of all time in regionals, and coming into this bracket, we had Paul, Wolf, as well as Riley. It is just now Paul in the hunt to try to catch up to Wolf's 9 victories. And Lorenzo and Nicholas, I think that is one part of the bracket that I'd be really fascinated to watch. Both players that we haven't seen too much of before relative to a lot of the other players in this bracket. So I think it's going to be a really exciting finish. And we've got a lot of different team compositions represented here. Porygon 2 Ursaluna, though. I've seen Christopher's team, I've seen Dawei's team, I've seen Toler's team. They're all using that combination.
So that was a very, very smart money for this tournament.
Yeah.
I know if we were checking in on the caster predictions, I think Gabby would be pretty happy about that one. Looking at Trick Room as just a super viable archetype. And I think when it comes down to like the Porygon or Saluna, there's also so many other pieces around it that have been able to make it so strong. Even just other Trick Room Pokemon, I think that you compare with that do make it like really, really valuable. I think we've seen also like Golden Go, Tyranitar, just a couple of other options that you can actually use in Trick Room, despite maybe it being a little bit more unconventional in the thought process of what we would consider hard Trick Room, right? Your Torkoals, your Hattereens, your Indeedis, and things like that. Surely will make an appearance later on in the tournament, but I'm very excited to see how this top 8 is going to shake out.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one. We, of course, saw Paul Chua yesterday use a really fun team with the Alolan Ninetales, using it offensively, actually, rather than setting up for the Aurora Veil. And we also have seen more Porygon 2s in the tournament. Z, I believe we haven't been able to feature on stream yet, but they are also running a Porygon 2 team. However, no Ursaluna, and let's quickly take a look at the usage stats today.
Ooh, okay, so King Gambit definitely creeped up there in terms of the top usage. We also see the Amoonguss Primarina. There's the Porygon 2.
There it is, yeah.
I don't think we saw that as a part of the top 12 graphic from yesterday.
Yeah, and look how close a lot of these percentages are, but also look how far away Golden Go is from a lot of them, right? Golden Go, Rillaboom, and King Gambit, really high usage here. It's no surprise to see Golden Go take the top spot, right? Because it's so powerful. Make It Rain is just one of the strongest moves ever created in this game, right? It feels like something that it feels like a Calyrex move, right?
It does.
Like the Astro Barrage or the Glacial Lance, but Golden Go, so flexible. You can run Steel Terra, you can run a defensive Terra like that Dragon Terra, for example. You can run Choice Specs, you can run Nasty Plot, you can run Leftovers. It's just such a flexible Pokemon, and Make It Rain just does so much damage. And its ability is nuts, right? You just are immune to Amoonguss. Like, even if you look at the Pokemon here in the top 12, Rillaboom struggles against Golden Go, Amoonguss struggles against Golden Go, Sneasler, if it doesn't run a Dark type attack, struggles against Golden Go. Our Chaladon, if the rain is set up, can Electroshot it, but otherwise struggles against Golden Go. So this is just a really, really good Pokemon, and I'm not surprised it's #1.
The only way it gets nerfed is that you can't go Helping Hand next to it because its ability will block it. So it's something else to keep in mind for the spread damage.
Yeah, there's so many mechanics like to remember in this game, and when you play a new format, I think, and you're going up against new Pokemon and old Pokemon you haven't used in a while returning, it's so easy to forget these things, and that's just one of the many things that makes Pokemon such a complex game. Sneasler is the Pokemon that I really wanted to see in this tournament. It was #7 in usage, but I feel like we haven't seen it had like super big victories on stream, but it's clearly still there. Ursaluna usage, honestly, feels a little bit lower relative to how many like of the best players are brought in. Like, I think we have at least 3 Ursalunas in the top 8, right? So even though 17.4% of Day 2 is using it, that's at least 3/8, 37.5% of the players here in top 8 who have it. I don't know if any of our other top 8 players are also using it, but you know, given that it's clearly performing so well relative to its Day 2 usage rate, you have to pay attention to Porygon 2 Ursaluna coming out of this tournament.
You really do. I was kind of hoping to see a little bit more of the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I thought that would have been something
That
to
was one of my
pair.
caster picks. I thought, you know, hyper offense with Ursaluna Blood Moon, but it does not scratch the top 12 once again here.
Yeah, And where's Flamigo in all of this? Because you talk about Golden Go being at the top of the usage charts in day number 2. It has even increased so. And Flamigo was one of the Pokemon to bring into this tournament as a big counter to that pick. So I wonder where it is. Maybe is it right outside of the top 12? Just shy of being able to creep into this graphic.
Yeah, my guess would be much lower, but it should become a Pokemon that becomes more relevant after this tournament. I think Flamigo, we actually heard Yodam Cohen talk about him and his team building partners, right? Use Flamigo and identify it as a really top pick. And that's what I think makes VGC so fun, because the metagame constantly evolves, it constantly adapts. I think Flamigo was on very few people's radars coming into this tournament, but now that so many top players have performed well with it, it certainly will be a more impactful Pokemon. And actually, if you look at the top 12, like Flamigo, close combat into Golden Go with Scrappy, Brave Bird into Rillaboom, close combat into King Gambit, Brave Bird into Amoonguss, close combat into Incineroar, Brave Bird into the Sneasler, close combat into Ursaluna and the Archaludon and the Porygon. Like, it hits everything on here for so much damage. So
and it's fast.
It is, exactly. And so, yeah, that's what's so cool. Like, being able to find one of those niche picks and say, you know what, I think like this actually is an incredible matchup against so many of the top Pokemon. It also patches up a lot of matchups. Flamigo, to me, was definitely one of the biggest winners from this weekend. It's not the easiest Pokemon to use because it's frail, right? You're running that Focus Sash. If you Brave Bird, you're going to take recoil damage. You might knock yourself out, especially if you're down on that Focus Sash. So not an easy Pokemon to use, not very bulky, but man, have I been impressed by it.
Super unintuitive to have on some of these P2 or Saluna Trick Room teams.
Exactly,
also,
right, because you normally want to set up Trick Room.
Anti-synergy.
Totally.
So it has been really amazing to see Flamigo's success, and I sort of wonder what else is going to follow in its footsteps as something to help shape the metagame. But that is certainly something that you're going to want to have an answer for. Maybe some more electric type damage, or even Sylveon, where are you? I think there's so many different ways that we're going to see Louisville just completely change things up, and also looking at our first European regional of the year.
You mentioned Sylveon, Rose. I want Sylveon to work. I want it to be good. But look at who's at number 1. Golden Go's just standing there with this little cheese string saying, good luck, buddy. If you want to be good in this format, you're going to have to get past me. And then King Gambit's also just standing there waiting for the Sylveon as well. Solvest King Gambit, really popular in the metagame in this tournament in particular. And then you go down to Archaludon as well. Archaludon, at least, you know, Happy Rose does decent damage, but with the Assault Vest sets,
so many poison types.
Yeah, and the Sneasler as well.
Yeah, it's you know what, it's gonna work one day. I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna make it work. Someone's gonna make it work. We've seen a couple of Sylveon. Looking at you, you know, someone's gonna at least get it to do something. I was very happy that we got a chance to at least see it on stream yesterday.
It made an appearance, and it won. It had Quick Attack. We saw Quick Attack even snipe down a Porygon 2, which was awesome. That was definitely one of the highlights that we had from day 1 of this competition.
Thank you, VJ.
But yeah, to me, like, the main takeaway I have from looking at that graphic is, hey, Porygon 2 Ursaluna is back. That shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, right? This combo won the European International Championships, and that was in a format with more power as well. So it's no surprise that now the power has decreased. You don't have to face things that are really strong, like Urshifu, for example. It is really darn good. But we are ready to get into our top 8 matchup, and it is going to be an awesome one because that is a Vivillon.
It is a Vivillon. So you wanted to see your bug types. Sadly, we didn't get a chance to see Volbeat, but are you interested in a Vivillon?
Yes, I'll take anything. Just give me a single bug at this point, please.
Well, the Vivillon is going to be sort of fulfilling a similar supportive role, right? It has Sleep Powder, Rage Powder. It also has Hurricane with Compound Eyes, so it's going to be able to increase the accuracy of those moves at least a little bit. Sleep Powder is still not 100% accurate, even with that ability, so it will have a chance to miss.
Yeah, but far more consistent. You normally see Sleep Powder and Hurricane on a Pokemon's moveset, and you're like, oh my goodness, like, good luck. But with the Compound Eyes, so much more consistent. And Vivillon, just a really unique support option, right? Not only can you put things to sleep, but you can also deal damage with the Hurricane. It's not the slowest Pokemon either, right? Like Amoonguss is sometimes something considered being used for Rage Powder as well as Spore. But the Vivian here provides a very different set of tools. Of course, you're flying type as well, so synergizes so nicely with that Garchomp that you see right next to it. You can go straight away for something like Sleep Powder into the Earthquakes. And I think Porygon 2 on this team, really interesting as well. Normally, you know, you see more slow Pokemon built around the Porygon 2, something like that Ursaluna, but we've actually got Garchomp here as a fast way to deal ground type damage rather than Ursaluna.
And if you really wanted to set the Trick Room, then you've got something like Golden Go, Primarina. You can actually train those to be pretty much on the slower side in terms of the meta format, and still find a way to be able to use the Trick Room that way. Z, though, I mean, what a phenomenal player that they have been over the course of so many seasons. Even just looking back at the 2024 season, got top 16 at NAIC, got top 8 at San Antonio. Just very consistent results every couple of months or so. Z is in top cut, in the top tables.
Yeah, Z had one of my favorite teams from the North American International Championships, bringing Talonflame to that event when most people were using Whimsicott with the Miraidon team compositions. And so they are still looking for their first big victory. You know, came as close as making it to the finals of regionals before, but will they be able to finally secure a victory and win an entire tournament? It's going to be a very tough opponent because this is Paul Chua that we're talking about, using that multi-scale Dragonite with that Flying Terra Blast, and of course the Alolan Ninetales.
And the Lumberry. So you want to put it to sleep? That's unfortunate. You could miss, or that Lumberry is going to wake you up immediately. So Dragonite becomes a very good Pokemon to have at the front, but you also have so many other pieces to be able to support it. We kind of saw some Garchomp interactions when Paul Chua was versus Justin Karras on our stream match yesterday, so maybe something else that you might say, oh, well, Garchomp versus Garchomp, again, that's also something you have to pay attention to.
Totally, and I think one thing that's really funny about the Garchomp war here is that both of them are using a defensive Terra that's weak to ground. You've got the Steel Terra here on Paul's end, you've got the Fire Terra on Z's end, and so if you go for that defensive Terra and your opponent reads it and goes for Stomping Tantrum into it, I think that could be something that'd be impactful as well. Now, because this is multi-skill Dragonite, Incineroar from Z's end, of course, can intimidate it. You can flinch it with that Fake Out, but how safe do you feel bringing Incineroar when there's a King Gambit on the opposing side? And this is a King Gambit with low kick as well. It's not the set that normally runs just Dark type attacks and Iron Head, for example. And so that's one of the things that I'm really curious about as well. Assault Vest King Gambit here, I think, can be scary, but it does have to fight against the Fighting Terra Blast Porygon 2 from the opposing side.
Yeah, I mean, that Assault Vest is certainly going to help a little bit with that, and you can also Terrastalize to the Dark type so that you aren't going to be 4 times weak to that Fighting Terra Blast. But I look at Golden Go, I look at Primarina, and King Gambit would love to be on the other side of both of those.
Absolutely. We are getting right into this first game, and it's going to be the Incineroar and the Dragonite. This Dragonite has been so clutch for Paul Chua, and Vivian has hit the field.
Ooh, very exciting here. You've got the Vivian to be able to increase the speeds. You've got the Garchomp as well that just can go for some of these super fast attacks. But what about this Flying Dragonite on the other side?
You called out the Lumberry. That makes it so much tougher for the Vivian to be effective early on in this game. Right now, you also are staring down the Incineroar with safety goggles. And so Paul, with the perfect lead here to cover for Sleep Powder Vivian specifically, you will not be able to put either of these Pokemon to sleep on turn 1. Vivian is way less effective, and that's why you're going to see Z swap it out right now.
You also get to keep that Focus Sash intact for a little bit later. Maybe it will end up becoming a little bit more powerful in later parts of this game. But as we see the Porygon 2 hit the field, it is going to get a download boost. And right off the bat, let's see the Terra.
Yep, it is going to be the Terra going on to the Dragonite. This is such a consistent option from Paul's end, being able to just dish out so much damage with that Terra Blast. Of course, this also takes away your Dragon typing, so you don't have to worry about Dragon Claw hitting you for super effective damage. Fake Out going into the Garchomp, though, just to prevent it from attacking this turn. And I think Paul was basically one step ahead here with the lead, catching Vivian off guard and having the perfect anti-Vivian lead.
And you've got the Terra Blast, which is going to do a huge amount of damage here into that Garchomp. It's almost taken out in one fell swoop.
That's so much damage. Z had the opportunity to potentially protect the Garchomp that turn, right, but was potentially worried about a double up going on to the opposing side. Paul's just so good with playing with this Dragonite in this tournament so far. And so, you know, Porygon now also in an awkward spot. You're facing down the knockoff pressure from the Incineroar from the opposing side as well. And so I think Paul is off to a really, really strong start. Porygon 2 also notably did not get a special attack boost there either, so you're not even dealing that much damage. Incineroar, I think, a really good switch in. I thought maybe it could have been switched in the previous turn to get the Intimidate off immediately. Garchomp's, you know, HP is still relatively low right now.
Yeah, but you do have to worry maybe a
but
little
it survives.
bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's going to be able to do a little bit back in terms of the rough skin, but Garchomp gets a chance to go for the Stomping Tantrum. It is going to be intimidating, but it's still enough to get the one-hit knockout into the Incineroar.
And that is one interaction because you got flinched by that fake out. Yeah, the Stomping Tantrum dealing the increased damage there as well. So that is a really good trade for Z.
It's so good because now you get a chance to actually bring this Porygon 2 back in scot-free, still at full HP with your Incineroar that can help you go for a fake out.
Yeah, I thought like Paul was just off to such a strong start, but what a huge survival that was. And knocking out Incineroar is such a big deal as well because now you clear the Pokemon that can remove your Eviolite on Porygon 2. Kingambit does hit the field. I think Paul would have preferred Kingambit to be on the field when Incineroar came in. Download now will get the special attack boost as well. And let's not forget the Terra on this Porygon 2. It is going to be that fighting Terra Blast. So right now, a lot of offensive pressure coming out from Z's end, actually.
I will say, though, because this Dragonite does have that Terra-flying Terra Blast, I know it's been intimidated, but you are at least able to hit that Porygon 2 super effectively if it does go for the Terastallization. Just feels awful that it might be the Kingambit you have to sacrifice in order to actually put that damage down.
Yeah, the Kingambit's actually caught in a really bad spot right now. You already are facing down Flare Blitz Incineroar, but you're also facing down the threat of Terra fighting Terra Blast. Now, you might not want to go for that Terra immediately, right? You can see Z's opting to not go for that because you're worried about Dragonite then going for flying Terra Blast onto you. So, a double up into that slot. It's going to be a Moongus coming in, but we saw the attacks here coming out from Z's end. Really, really good targeting here. It's going to be the Flare Blitz. That's going to deal super effective damage, and that just does so much immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to take that recoil, but it's going to be the follow-up from that. After the Citrus Berry is consumed, that's going to put this Amoonguss on a huge timer. Might even potentially be knocked out here.
I think so.
It's going to just go into that with the special attack boost. And so Amoonguss, another key piece here for Paul to lose so early.
Yeah, fantastic play from Z after what was, I thought, a fairly tough turn one. Low kick does not even knock out the Incineroar either. So, interesting endgame here. Paul brings the Dragonite back out. Of course, that multi-skill has been broken. There is still the Vivillon in the back as well.
Ooh, you can go for a knockoff here too. I mean, when you look at that, that means that you can get rid of the Lumberry and then you can actually put this to sleep if you want to without the threat of this Dragonite knocking you out. Still have that Focus Sash as well.
Yeah, one of my big questions is Porygon 2's Ice Beam into the Dragonite. There is that fighting Terra Blast, but once again, you don't want to just go for Terra fighting and then eat up a Terra Blast from Paul's end, right? So you can see Z here considering, okay, maybe I just want to go for Flare Blitz, Ice Beam. Let me just go for the super effective attacks onto both. Paul, of course, has Sucker Punch pressure with that Kingambit. You have extreme speed pressure, and of course you do pressure with Terra Blast, but looks like Z here opting for a maybe more defensive play. We're seeing potentially hovering the Recover and the Parting Shot. Ooh, we're getting low on timer, but it's going to be the Flare Blitz and the Recover here. Sucker Punch into the Porygon. It's going to fail. The Recover works. Here's the Terra Blast. Is it into Porygon as well? It is.
Wow.
That's the perfect play by Z here.
Because that Recover at the end of the turn is going to be able to heal back up all of that damage, and this Dragonite gets chunked by the Flare Blitz.
Yeah, but Incineroar faints, and you don't mind that because now it's a free switch him back into the Vivillon.
Yeah, I think that also makes a lot of sense why Porygon 2 also would not want to go for something like the Trick Room, because yes, here comes the Vivillon, here comes the Sleep Powder pressure, also Hurricane, just so many tools at the disposal for this Vivillon.
Totally. I think you could just Sleep Powder now into the Kingambit and Ice Beam into the Dragonite. So it looks like that's what they're considering here. And it's really consistent, right? Dragonite, of course, could protect, but what is Kingambit going to do? You're just going to get hit by Sleep Powder. And there's just going to be the extreme speed here. So I like the idea, just try to finish off the Vivillon, but basically, what Paul is hoping for here is a mistake. For some reason, you click Hurricane. There's really no other way, I think, to get around this, because once Ice Beam KOs Dragonite, you can just go for that Fighting Terra with Porygon and then Terra Blast Kingambit. So this Fighting Terra Porygon 2 with Terra Blast picking up in this metagame has been absolutely huge, and what a great comeback from Z after what I thought was a really tough turn one.
Yeah, the turn one was really difficult. The fact that you were losing your Garchomp right off the bat meant that you didn't have that same type of pressure, an additional way to potentially hit this Kingambit and even this Incineroar, but it was able to kind of dish back out that Stomping Tantrum, the critical survival from that extreme speed. It's just amazing. Z found a great line back into the game.
Yeah, once again, like Stomping Tantrum getting that increase in power because the Garchomp was flinched on turn one. normally, you know, Clear Amulet is an item that people have been using on Garchomp, but it feels like life where a lot of players realize, you know, I just need the extra damage output. You can intimidate me. I don't care because Garchomp still has a really good matchup into Incineroar, right? So once again, such a critical turn
Oh
here.
my gosh.
Stomping Tantrum just knocks out the Incineroar despite being intimidated. That clears it out of the way immediately. And of course, hanging off from that extreme speed, I think Garchomp had 4 HP, right? So if Garchomp just faints there outright, the Incineroar can parting shot. It can go for a knockoff, and that game looks really different. But a critical knockout, perfect positioning with Porygon. And that recover play was awesome as well. You know, baiting out the damage onto the Porygon, recognizing, hey, I think Porygon can win, but I need to get Vivian in safely, so let me just Flare Blitz. If you knock out my Incineroar, great. You've given me the free switch into Vivian that I was looking for, and I think that turn specifically probably played out even better than Z could have expected it to.
How many things can actually take out a Porygon too, also? When you
Right.
think about it, would the double up of the Kowtow as well as the Terra Blast actually been enough?
I don't think
it's
so.
Hard to
it's
call.
such a bulky Pokemon, exactly. And what I really love about the Porygon here from Z's end is that it just does so much damage, right? You've got Terra Blast with that fighting threat, but also just regular Terra Blast is so good, and we're just going to get right into it. So it's going to be Incineroar and King Gambit this time around, and Incineroar here will get the Defiant boost, but King Gambit, of course, can't protect, so you can at least fake it out on the first turn. We see the faster Intimidate from Z's end so far as well.
Yeah, so it should tell us that maybe Z's Incineroar is faster in this scenario, and this King Gambit is not safe. As you call out the fake out into that slot, you can also just hit it. Even if it's going to be neutral damage as the King Gambit tears to Dark, you can still double up into that slot if you really wanted to.
Totally. We're going to see Garchomp just switch out here, though, and Incineroar did not click fake out. So this is an opportunity for King Gambit to do a lot of damage, but Primarina, a nice switch in to resist a fair bit of the damage, and Sucker Punch here is just going to fail, so Z making it a fantastic play. Flare Blitz just comes out. That's a lot of damage to get onto King Gambit this early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be more than half, so this King Gambit, I mean, even with the Assault Vest, I kind of look at Primarina still being able to dish out a significant amount. Maybe Moonblast or something, able to help sort of pick it off. But this parting shot at least allows Paul to pivot something else in that might be able to help out with this Primarina a little more.
Yeah, there's so many interactions here going on, right? I think Paul probably doesn't want to click fake out into the Garchomp because you're worried about the Stomping Tantrum interaction once again. And okay, that is a fun hover. Oh, I like it. The idea here is you can haze to get rid of these stat drops, namely that Intimidate. Okay, looks like considering it, just going for a Hyper Voice here potentially instead. Of course, critically right now, the Amoonguss is very good as a defensive piece, but Z does have the safety goggles on Incineroar, so you will not be able to redirect a Flare Blitz away. King Gambit, of course, though, could switch back out into the Incineroar, but if you switch into Incineroar, then you're going to be hit by a Hyper Voice, and it looks like it is Incineroar coming back in.
You get the Intimidate drop down onto the Incineroar, which will help out there, but as you said, like, poor Primarina as a special attacker, your Incineroar is going to be on the receiving end of a lot of hurt. That's going to be another 50% chunk to this Incineroar, and Paul is starting to lose out on quite a bit of HP on his Pokemon.
Yeah, critical turn, though, because Amoonguss does get the opportunity to go for an attack. You'd have to imagine it's Spore into Primarina right now as it is, and taking advantage of the fact that Z has not brought too many Amoonguss counters. I think Amoonguss, a big Pokemon into this matchup, and so now the Primarina slot is left completely exposed. However, the downside is you have Incineroar and Amoonguss on Paul's end, so Paul doesn't actually have that much damage this turn against this duo, so you're going to want to make for a switch, fish for something, maybe get Dragonite, which might be your final Pokemon back in. Paul, of course, by bringing in the Amoonguss, has to drop one of Dragonite or Garchomp.
And maybe it is going to be the Garchomp. It's so tough to think about bringing Garchomp into this matchup because you know that there's going to be a Primarina, but it is the King Gambit making an appearance again, a little bit more safe knowing that the Incineroar has been intimidated this time around.
Yeah, and it's going to be knockoff here, so Amoonguss does have the ability to go for side Pollen Puff right now, which would be huge. You heal Gambit all the way back up, and there is that side Pollen Puff.
Fantastic. So all of the damage that Flare Blitz had done at the very beginning of the game is gone, and you're able to deal with this Hyper Voice way better from this Primarina.
Yeah, there was the opportunity for Incineroar to actually have clicked Flare Blitz into the King Gambit switch in, but obviously then you'd be Flare Blitzing Incineroar. How consistent does that feel? So Flare Blitz comes out into the Amoonguss, but this Amoonguss just so difficult to knock out with all of its bulk and with the Intimidate. Low kick comes out as well, and Incineroar hangs on with just the sliver of HP here. Another side Pollen Puff here, and Primarina's really hoping to wake up sooner than later, but even if it wakes up, you're not doing that much damage with Hyper Voice or Moonblast.
Another Flare Blitz might do it though into this Amoonguss, especially because its Citrus Berry got knocked off. It doesn't have that recovery anymore, but it looks like it could still be a very close call for this Flare Blitz to finish up the job.
Yeah, you could totally just switch out into Incineroar from Paul's end. You get that Regenerator, get an Intimidate as well, but no switch, and Primarina wakes up. It is just going to go for the Protect this turn, so no offense, but critically Amoonguss not pivoting out this turn.
No, but the Sucker Punch with this Incineroar so low, able to pick off the Incineroar before it's able to dish out that extra damage onto the Amoonguss. Now that's out of the way, this King Gambit is in a pretty good spot outside of that Garchomp.
Yeah, I like that Sucker Punch play as well. I think you could switch into the Incineroar, but Paul might want to save the Incineroar specifically to bring out against this Garchomp right now. But I do think Garchomp and Primarina in combination right now exert a ton of offensive pressure in combination with each other. And ooh, I like this. Just saying, I'm going to go for Life Orb Earthquake. What do you have to deal with this right now?
Maybe a Terra? Maybe a Terra here onto the King Gambit would be able to keep it safe. At least you can Terrasilize away from your Steel typing, but the Incineroar comes in just to give a bit more staying power, as the Intimidate drop onto the Garchomp will help to limit that damage just a little bit, but there's no Terra. It's just going to be the Earthquake into the King Gambit, and the Incineroar gets knocked out too on the switch in.
Yeah, no Terra, recognizing if I Terra into Dark, I just get hit by Moonblast, and that does super effective damage. So now, can Assault Vest King Gambit survive Moonblast here? This also could activate Defiant. It does survive! It's Defiant! Activates! Are you kidding me?
That is the perfect thing!
Oh, where did it target? It's gonna be the Kowtow Cleave +2 attack into the Garchomp for a one-hit KO! That is the risk of going for Moonblast there, but of course, Z gets that most of the time. You don't get that special attack drop. That's so scary. That was the worst time to get that secondary effect.
And the Rough Skin isn't even enough to actually knock out this King Gambit.
Yeah,
it's
hangs
still
out with
hanging
1
around.
HP, and there it is. Dragonite is the last one. I think Z making a really consistent and safe play. The Moonblast covers for the Terra on the King Gambit, but King Gambit hangs on with that bulk and critically actually gets some extra damage thanks to that Defiant.
Wow, and now you get a chance to actually save this Terra as well for the Dragonite. And so you know that you're not going to be taking 4 times the damage from something like an Ice Beam, something like a Moonblast. Yes, you have to give up maybe your resistance to those water-type attacks, but you don't care. You're going to be able to do a tremendous amount of damage now with this Dragonite, and the Incineroar's off the table. No Intimidates.
That's right, exactly. And Primarina here, you know, you have to still break the multi-skill on Dragonite as well. Porygon doesn't have Protect here, so let's see if Paul just went for the double up into it. There's Sucker Punch. Look how much damage he does after that Defiant. Now, Terra Blast does go into Primarina, so critically not a double up there into the Porygon. I think Porygon would have even survived Terra Blast, but then you're Extreme Speed KO range. Ice Beam now finishes off the King Gambit, but of course, this grants Paul a free switch in back into the Amoonguss.
Yeah, and that's going to have a little bit more of the recovery as well with your generator. So you now also have the opportunity to just go for the Rage Powder, at least direct away an attack from this Primarina, force it to have to go into something like the Hyper Voice instead. And you don't have to play the mind games anymore either if Porygon 2 decides to go for cover and Sucker Punch.
Yeah, this is an intense turn. So Terra Blast here, I don't think it'll knock out Porygon, but let's see, are you targeting Porygon? Yes. Does it get the KO right now? I think it's close, and it does not. And that is absolutely huge because Hyper Voice now will come out. Amoonguss wouldn't be able to do enough damage if Ice Beam KOs Dragonite. Does it get the KO? It does not either. So trading a lot of damage, but now the Spore comes out. I was thinking, hey, if you actually get the knockout with that Ice Beam, then you've got Porygon and Primarina out against an Amoonguss that is just relatively low, but with that, Porygon now asleep.
That's so tricky. I mean, you're going to have to take a mandatory turn of sleep if you are this Porygon 2. It's going to give this Dragonite another chance to get off an attack. It's going to be the Primarina on the receiving end, and it is knocked out. Just Porygon 2 left with a sliver of HP, and this Amoonguss still having an opportunity to go for an attack. And so we're going to be looking at a game number 3 as this Pollen Puff is going to finish up the job.
Wow. I cannot stress how important that Moonblast special attack drop was. It allowed the King Gambit to suddenly just be so much more activated. And it's funny because we even saw Defiant activate in the beginning of this game, but I thought Z did such a good job forcing the King Gambit out. The Earthquake plus Moonblast play works out so frequently. It covers for Paul going for Dark Terra as well. The only way where that turn becomes a disaster is if you get that special attack drop from the Moonblast. Primarina here able to wake up, of course, but not super relevant in this current game state. And then the Sucker Punch onto Incineroar as well. So This has been a really fun set to watch where it feels like one player gains an advantage, but then the other player is able to claw back into it. And yeah, this is also a testament to how bulky King Gambit is. It survives the -1 Life Orb Earthquake into Moonblast. And this Primarina, not being Choice Specs, not being Life Orb, does not have that extra bit of damage output it needs to get the knockout.
The Defiant and the Kowtow Cleave to just finish off this Garchomp. And then it doesn't even get knocked out from the Rough Skin recoil either.
Yeah.
So this King Gambit is around to continue to just power on through this second game. But this is sort of what you should expect out of two of the best players we have in North America. This is a set that has really delivered on so many fronts.
Yeah, so let's talk about what Z can do, right? The Among Us was a huge problem in that game, being able to put things to sleep. So you've got the Vivian, which did not come out in game 2. I think Z recognizing in game 1, well, Vivian was not very effective into your Incineroar, into your Dragonite. Seems like you're willing to bring both of those out, right? What Vivian can do, however, of course, is pressure with Hurricane, super effective damage into Amoonguss. You've also got Golden Go, which is really strong into Amoonguss because, of course, you are immune to the Spore. You can just set up with Nasty Plot in front of it. However, if you bring out that Golden Go, it's really weak to Garchomp on the opposing side. So here we go. A Alolan Ninetales now has hit the field, and there's the Vivian and the Garchomp. I think Z trying to adjust with the Vivian, but Ninetales, such a nice Pokemon here, puts on a lot of pressure with that Blizzard immediately, and Paul gets the Intimidate here onto the Garchomp as well.
Oh, you have to go for a Sleep Powder here, and I think you just have to go all out on the offensive, because otherwise this Ninetales could really do a number to you. As we said before, this is going to be more of an offensive variant for this Ninetales with Blizzard and Freeze Dry. It also has Encore. That might be something that comes into play here too, but it's going to be the Terastallization onto the Garchomp first to the Fire Terra.
Okay, where is the Incineroar targeting right now with Fake Out? I think that's my first question. I love the Fire Terra here, just really good defensively, saying, you know what, if I Fire Terra, you just do way less damage. It's going to be Protect actually coming out from the Ninetales. Okay, so deciding to play a little bit more defensively to start. Garchomp can start off with the Earthquake.
Yeah, there's no fake out at all. So this Incineroar is going to have to take this Earthquake. At least it is spread damage, so it's not going to just be concentrated onto the Incineroar. And with that Intimidate drop, it is going to survive. So the Sleep Powder, oh, it's also not going to be able to find its mark because of the Protect. So great job from Paul there to be able to bypass that. But with the knockoff, you are going to already break the Focus Sash of this Vivian.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. One other thing that Z had the opportunity to go for was the Ghost Terror on Vivian. So what Paul really didn't want to happen is you Ghost Terror, I Fake Out into you and try to just Blizzard, and then you put me to sleep. So that was a really safe play. The only thing that could have counteracted this was a Hurricane plus Earthquake double up onto the Incineroar. Earthquake, by the way, there still did so much damage with the Intimidate.
It really did. And I think the other thing, though, about the Ghost Terror, too, is, you know, Z would have also hit the Vivian with the Earthquake, because it does change the typing there, but we are going to see a Protect just as a defensive play coming out from Z's Vivian. The Blizzard now in play here for Paul, as it is going to be able to hit this Garchomp. It's no longer super effective with the Fire Terror. It's also going to end up resisting that damage, but we also see the Earthquake again. Dragonite not going to fall to this, but the Alolan Ninetales has to take this attack.
Yeah, but how much does this do? Yeah, with the Intimidate and that Snow Defense buff, the answer is not very much damage, and so Z is down the Terra right now, and I think Paul's in a very good offensive position in this specific turn, but I really like Z's play this turn. Recognize, okay, you've gotten the Intimidate onto me. Not really going to do that much damage. Time to get Porygon 2 out. Now it might be time to, you know, try to do damage with this Porygon 2 under Trick Room and potentially afterwards if you want to set up Trick Room. Critically, though, only gets an attack boost, not a special attack boost from that download.
Would have been much nicer to have that, but we do see a full rotation from Z to also bring in this Incineroar, so the Intimidate onto the Dragonite will certainly help out. Multi-Scale is still active, though, so you're going to have to find a way to break that in the next couple of turns, as it's Terra time for Paul as well. The Dragonite, the tried and true, gonna get that Terra flying again.
Terra Flying Dragonite, of course, now weakened a little bit by the Intimidate, but -1 Terra Blast will still deal reasonable damage. Let's see where it goes into, and do any freezes come out right now from Blizzard? Always a chance for a freeze. Not gonna be one this turn, though.
So the Terra Blast, just to follow that damage up into the Porygon 2, it's so tanky. I mean, this Porygon 2 is gonna be a pain to actually remove.
So right now, Z hovering the Fake Out plus the Recover play. I think the Fake Out into Dragonite is so obvious that Z might expect the Dragonite to just protect or maybe switch out into Incineroar. Or say, you know what, you're intimidated, but no protects, no switches, it's just Blizzard. Another chance for a freeze! And there it is, onto the Incineroar.
It was trying to go for a Flare Blitz to finish off this Alolan Ninetales, and it's not going to be able to get a chance to do that on this turn. So the Terra Blast to fall into the Porygon 2 brings it very, very low. But Incineroar's Flare Blitz is going to melt the ice here as it's able to do that through that move. What a unique interaction we get a chance to see play out.
Yeah, critically there, because he had locked in Flare Blitz, saves it from the freeze. Porygon getting frozen there, I think, could have been a lot scarier, as it is able to recover. So Z now playing really nicely defensively, recognizing, hey, you don't have that much damage output with this intimidated Dragonite. This is why people often like running Inner Focus on the Dragonite, right? So Incineroar now able to come back out from Paul's end. But the Dragonite is still at -1 attack from the opposing side, so kind of feels pressure to switch out. And the big question is, what is the final Pokemon from Paul's end? He has made the adjustment into Ninetales. I think Garchomp would be really powerful this time around, but you still have to worry about Ice Beam Porygon 2. It could still very likely be that King Gambit with a lot of pressure offensively from it as well. So let's see. Ooh, there's the parting shot into the Dragonite. I mean, if that were to switch into King Gambit, that would make this very interesting.
That would make this very interesting. We've already seen what a +1 Kowtow can do, but it's not going to be any switches as the Terra Blast is going to fire out from this Dragonite into the Incineroar with a crit. It just gets knocked out. So all of those Intimidate drops completely negated by the crit.
Oh, and now Porygon can recover, but Incineroar has the opportunity to go for a knockoff, remove that Eviolite, make Porygon 2 so much less tanky. Looks like Paul's going to actually parting shot here, saying, you know what? I don't care about your Eviolite. I'll come deal with your Porygon later on. What I'm going to focus on right now is just knocking out everything around it, because if I keep decreasing your special attack, you're just not actually going to deal that much damage. So now the key question is, what is the final Pokemon? That is the King Gambit coming out.
Wow, so King Gambit, I mean, you don't get a chance to get the Defiant drop from the Incineroar anymore, but you're still putting on a good amount of pressure. This Garchomp as well, like, does it want to lock into an Earthquake here? It's risky when you have this Porygon next to you, even though it is very tanky.
Okay, going for that Stomping Tantrum option. Porygon, however, cannot do any damage into the King Gambit. With Terra committed so early on, that fighting Terra Blast no longer an option. So right now, I think if you're Paul, of course, you could consider just switching that Incineroar back in, get the Intimidate into the Garchomp, and then just use King Gambit offensively. But willing to just stay in here, it's just going to be Dragon Claw. That critically breaks the multi-skill, but takes so much damage in return this turn, and it's going to be the Terra Blast coming out once again.
And the Terra Blast is into the Garchomp just to be able to help soften it up. It's going to be down to just a sliver of HP as the Porygon 2 even isn't able to get the knockout because, oh, but it gets the freeze onto the Dragonite.
There's the Lumberry.
Oh my gosh, there's just been so many freezes around here and so many great ways for these players to actually work around it, whether it was the Flare Blitz, the Lumberry. It has been so back and forth in this set.
Yeah, so Paul says, you know what, I don't think I really need to switch. I'm down to just attack here right now. There was the potential of Garchomp to go for the Life Orb Stomping Tantrum just into the King Gambit slot. Finally sees the switch, though. And this, like, I think Paul had the opportunity to switch the last couple turns and kind of baits Z into thinking, I'm going to make the switch. Doesn't make the switch, but finally does it.
And with this attack drop now, maybe the King Gambit is just very easily able to survive on this next attack. And in fact, there's not even going to be an attack coming out from the Garchomp. Just a protect as the Porygon goes for the Ice Beam. Incineroar takes that like a champ, though. Like, it already, I think, had an attack boost on the Porygon. And so now you just keep taking Kowtow after Kowtow.
Fantastic play there by Paul, by the way. It makes the read like Garchomp is going to protect, doesn't even try to Sucker Punch into that slot, just gets the Kowtow in. And Paul Chua will be advancing to the top 4. What a set against Z there. We saw so many adjustments, and I don't know, I think if the Moonblast special attack drop doesn't happen onto King Gambit in that second game, Z's in a really, really good spot. Paul making so many adjustments throughout the course of the set. Drops the Garchomp, brings the Amoonguss, brings the Alolan Ninetales. It's a mix-up after mix-up after mix-up, and this is a reason why he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Always has to keep everybody guessing, opponents and everybody watching alike. So much fun to watch both of them play out, though, this set. Like, I think Z as well, just like major congratulations to them for having yet another fantastic regional performance. I know still hunting for that really big title this season, but wow, Paul one step closer to adding another regional championship to his list.
Yeah, so close. He made it to the finals last season as well over in Toronto, and It was so fun to see that Alolan Ninetales come out. I think what Alolan Ninetales does is it baits out Terras really effectively, right? So yeah, here we saw the Stopping Tantrum come out in the first game, being able to just knock out Incineroar. I was curious if that just gets the knockout onto Incineroar at -1 anyway, because Earthquake just does so much damage into Incineroar. Like, it did 60-ish% earlier, so yeah, obviously it's like consistently stronger. This special attack drop so critical onto the King Gambit, giving it that Defiant boost, allowing King Gambit to just knock out the Garchomp with Kowtow Cleave and then being able to Sucker Punch as well. So yeah, it's one of the only times you don't want that secondary effect to activate, and Defiant normally activated by things like Icy Wind or Intimidate, but yeah, what a clutch activation and survival there to begin with.
There's even potentially an opportunity for it to switch into something like a Parting Shot. So,
yeah.
It's game number 3, but oh, the freezes that came through. Good thing that the Incineroar had selected Flare Blitz, so it actually could get that damage down onto the Ninetales and also thaw itself out. But then the Dragonite gets frozen, and maybe not one of the status conditions that you would expect the Lumberry to actually have to remove. It's really there for Amoonguss.
Totally, yeah, and to not bring the Amoonguss on Paul's end, even though it was a pivotal player in that second game, and to lead with the Alolan Ninetales. Like, Alolan Ninetales is very good into some of Z's team. It's very weak into some of Z's other Pokemon. And Palchu is a Pokemon player that has so many accomplishments, they just don't possibly fit onto this. Right now you see his Worlds accomplishment top 4, EUIC champion, finalist at Toronto, NAIC top 16. The man also has, I think, like 6 regional titles on top of this.
So add another one, and potentially even another Worlds invite to the list, as we can see Paul actually make it to the finals and cross that finish line. But it has been amazing to watch Paul as a player. I remember that EUIC championship victory, being able to use Palafin, Salamence, just some really, or Roaring Moon actually, I think, with some really good key pieces. Thinking of Salamence now, because we're also seeing Salamence across the tables, but Paul has just been so standout as a player, and it's exciting to see if he can just keep racking up these wins.
And I think that set was a great demonstration as to why he's such a threatening player. The fact that he never went with the same 4 and was always willing to make a mix-up. Amoonguss in game 2, and then like Ninetales lead when you see Vivillon Garchomp must be the absolute dream, right? I think like Paul's leading that Ninetales specifically because he thinks that there will be a mix-up back into the Vivillon, but to get it, Vivillon and Garchomp, so good. And one thing that makes the Ninetales so fun in that matchup is you also have Freeze Drive for Primarina, right? So you're able to threaten that with damage as well. And so, yeah, just masterful play. But I thought Z put up such a good fight, and I keep going back to that Moonblast special attack drop. You know, it's like Pokemon is a game where one favorable roll can suddenly turn the tides of a battle, and there is a big part of me that wonders, you know, if that drop just doesn't happen and the Garchomp doesn't just get KO'd, the Garchomp still exerts so much more pressure to the rest of the team remaining afterwards. But yeah, just gets one hit KO'd by the King Gambit in a very unfortunate turn.
Well, sometimes that is just how Pokemon goes, and as we take another look at our top 8 bracket, we can see how some of the other top 8 matches have played out. Unfortunately, Christopher Han's run ends in top 8 as Dawei is able to move on. Would have loved to see how that match had played out, because Christopher on stream yesterday, lights out performance.
Absolutely, and so we've got one more top 8 match for you all. That's going to be Lorenzo against Nicholas. And as a quick reminder, we've already seen all the other players in top 4. So Dawei is using this unique Porygon 2 Ursaluna team. You've got things like Grimmsnarl support. It's going to be Choice Specs Golden Go, but not with that Steel Terra. You've also got Annihilate with safety goggles. Paul Chua versus Toler Webb, a legendary match. Both champions at the highest level. Toler Webb, of course, the Senior Division World Champion in 2012, the U.S. National Champion in 2015. Paul Chua, like we mentioned, so many accomplishments. Paul, of course, using the team that we just saw. Toler also using one of those Porygon 2 Ursaluna teams. So we've talked a lot about really crazy picks in this tournament. There are still some of those, right? We've got the Alolan Ninetales, we've got the Flamigo, and we'll have to see what our final team in top 4 will be. But for the most part, these look like really strong archetypes that have so many options around them.
And even just being able to look at maybe some of the differences between similar looking teams, I think there's still a lot of flexibility there. But I'm so excited to see what this next top 8 match is going to hold for us. We are going to go to a short break before we come back and see the conclusion of our final top 8 match between Lorenzo Arce and Nicholas Morales.
World Championship 2024. We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon.
Hey everybody, Dawei here in the lounge. If you saw the TCG stream yesterday, then you saw my colleague Adam Watson doing some art, and I just want to let everybody know he's not the only artist here. I'm going to draw you a picture. So I'm going to draw you the picture of my first World Championships experience. Back in 2009, the finals featured Tasuku Mano versus Kazuyuki Tsuji. Tasuku Mano had a very interesting team featuring Pokemon like Moltres, Hippowdon, Shedinja. Lots of really cool choices. Kazuyuki Tsuji, on the other hand, ran a team that was very much counter-teaming the entire metagame. He had options like Empoleon, which was great in terrain, Salamence, which had access to Intimidate, and also Snorlax, a very bulky Pokemon. Another Pokemon that Kazuyuki Tsuji had that was very much a great matchup in terrain was Toxicroak. One of the problems with the matchup was that Kazuyuki Tsuji's team had only 2 options to hit into Shedinja on Tasuku Mano's team. Those options were the Salamence with the Fire-type attack and the Toxicroak with Sucker Punch. In Game 2 of the World Championships final, Shedinja was able to showcase how much of a wall it could be. Tsuji played very well, but ultimately, it came down to the wire. Yanmega, over on Tasuku Mano's side, was able to hit a Salamence with a very powerful Hidden Power Ice. One-hit KOing it off of a switch. So, that removed one option from Kazuyuki Tsuji's side to be able to hit the Shedinja. Over on the other side, Kazuyuki Tsuji needed Toxicroak to be able to stay around in order to knock out the Shedinja with Sucker Punch. During one of the most crucial turns, Toxicroak wanted to be able to taunt the Shedinja in order to be able to beat the possibility of Shedinja stalling out the Sucker Punch PP. During that crucial turn, that taunt was coming out from the Toxicroak. Shedinja got a very crucial critical hit on that Toxicroak, one-hit KOing it. This ultimately led to a stalemate because Empoleon and Snorlax, the remaining Pokemon on Kazuyuki Tsuji's side, had no ability to hit it. Tsuji saw the writing on the wall and ultimately said, "It's over," and ran in Game 2 out of 3. Luckily for Kazuyuki Tsuji, Tsuji was able to win Game 3 and ultimately won the 2009 Pokemon World Championships. And this is my rendition of Shedinja hitting that Toxicroak and getting it done. I guess you just had to be there.
You just had to be there in 2009, but you are lucky and fun and fortunate to be here at the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships. It has been an incredible day of competition. 7 out of 8 of our top 8, or excuse me, 3 out of 4, wrong round, of our top 4 players have been determined, and Scott Glaza and myself, Gabby Snyder, are here to bring you through our final top 8 match. Sorry, I think I got a little bit, I don't even know what ability that was when I saw that artwork and I reacted, but you know, some people have talent, and that was certainly something.
Yeah, I'm sure the trainers we're about to see have some talent, and yeah, I mean, can only hope that this battle is exciting as whatever it is we just heard about.
Yeah, so if you have any artistic renditions of what you've seen on stream here, it could even be a sucker punch into, well, not Shininja with these remaining trainers, but Dawei C, Paul Chua, and Toler Webb will be moving on to the semifinals here in Baltimore. We have 2 more players fighting for that final spot and their opportunity to face off against Dawei C. So we will be featuring Lorenzo Arce versus Nicholas Morales in this final top 8 match.
Should be a lot of fun here. I feel like we kind of have like 2 different themed sides of the bracket where the players I feel like we see on stream all the time really accomplish tons of accomplishments, and then other side of the bracket, some players that we haven't seen on stream before at all. So I'll be kind of excited to see what wins out. We've seen a lot of surprises so far at this tournament, so hey, you know, I wouldn't be so sure that the favorites are going to come out on top of this one.
What's really interesting to me as well is that both Nicholas and Lorenzo have had truly an incredible run here. Lorenzo Arce went from 0-2 to 10-2 in the competition to make it into Top Cut. Nicholas Morales, this is his first regional ever competing, and with some very unique teams. Yes, you know the Pokemon, yes, you know the ideas, but both these trainers have really put their own personal spin on their game plan approaches.
I think it should be a lot of fun, right? Where Rain versus Dondozo has been a pretty standard thing so far early in this format. You know, we just saw it as the finals of the big fan tournament last weekend. Didn't quite look like this, though. A little bit different twist on the Rain here. We do have the, you know, the core 3 Pokemon up on top and kind of the Amoonguss. So you know, the 4 Pokemon in the caster prediction slide. But Incineroar and Mousehold in particular are the surprising choice on this team.
Yeah, Mousehold is one of those Pokemon where we all know that you can run Technician Population Bomb with a wide lens to increase the accuracy of that Population Bomb. You know, it's one of those things that in closed team sheet, you're always like, oh no, what Mousehold is this? But in this case, there's no Annihilate alongside of that Mousehold. There's no real support options in terms of the Friend Guard. It can redirect, but that Population Bomb alone is going to be a huge threat that Lorenzo is going to have to navigate through.
I think it brings a lot of cool tools that normally aren't on this Rain team, right? Get Taunt somewhere, a second redirection option. You know, the only Follow Me, but Follow Me in addition to Rage Powder, which certainly helps out both of the offensive Pokemon on the top of this team here. And then also, you know, Population Bomb does give that option for an offensive path, right? Even if it's like mostly playing a support role, does a surprising amount of damage, you know, does a little bit more than just break some focus ashes, so an extra thing that you have to worry about.
And again, Nicholas Morales, this is his first regional, so it would make sense that this is really a very notable accomplishment to him. Congratulations. It says top 16 on the slide. I think we can update that to top 8, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, good news, you know, you had to be there for this one, and you are.
Yeah, you are. Let's hope that Dawei still has that whiteboard backstage and is working on an artistic rendition of what's going to come up next. Lorenzo Arce on the opposing side of the field, again putting his own twist on the Dondozo and Tatsugiri archetype with Dragonite, Clefable, Kingambit, and actually that might be the Annihilate that's supposed to go with the Mousehold on Nicholas's side of the field there.
These trainers perhaps engaged in a trade. I think it's a fun look. It's like sort of 2-2-2 Dondozo, although it's not quite the way you might think. We saw the Choice Scarf Annihilate Dondozo thing, I think like round 3 of the tournament. The Annihilate never actually used any attacking moves. It was entirely supportive Annihilate. You know, perhaps with you know, a bunch of sport games going on today, I believe the local Baltimore Ravens home opener is happening as we speak. You know, just offer some coaching, you know, telling the rest of the team some plays to execute.
Yeah, and I think the threat of having, you know, you can go for coaching, you can go for Final Gambit and deal basically your full health points worth of damage to a Pokemon on the opposing side of the
field. There's a lot of Pokemon that will be picked up in a one-hit knockout if you go that route. There's so many different ways to approach these matchups. And again, Lorenzo Arce, 0-2 to 10-2. Also, top 8. Gotta update these slides for these trainers. Congratulations to both of them. And going into this matchup in particular, you know, I was looking at these teams prior to us coming on stream, and I think one interesting option for Nicholas is that Amoonguss with Clear Smog, but we're just gonna jump and maybe even dive right into this battle as Basculesian Pelipper out on the field versus the Dondozo and the Annihilate.
Now, we've both spent some time living in Seattle. We're comfortable in this rain. We'll have to see if the Pokemon are as well. Sort of fun to watch here with this Annihilate on the side of the field. Keep in mind that is the Choice Scarf variant, so best known perhaps for using Final Gambit, but it can do some other fun stuff too. And then, yeah, I mean, having a single Dondozo on the field always a little scary. You assume in a team like this, unlike the last time we saw a Scarf Annihilate team, the Dondozo and Tatsugiri probably both around here somewhere with Dondozo already seen, so will it come in now? Will it come in later? We'll have to see what it does. Annihilate fleeing immediately. Is it for Tatsugiri?
Well, Dondozo would love to see its friend Tatsugiri enter the field, and that's exactly what we see here. Easily flustered, almost maybe jumping in to that Dondozo to activate the commander ability, activate all those stat boosts. Works out very well here for Lorenzo, as now this Dondozo is going to be a little bit faster than it was initially when it entered the field, and a little bit stronger and a little bit defensive, and you can't hit a Pokemon that's no longer present on the field, so that Wave Crash tries to target down the Tatsugiri, doesn't make it. Order Up will further boost this Dondozo's attack by 1 stage, and Pelipper finishes things off with a Tailwind.
Kind of matching the speed boost, I guess, since Dondozo doubled its own speed by consuming its little friend, but a pretty great turn for Lorenzo. You get to dodge an attack for free, get that Order Up boost, and hey, you know, it's a pretty comfortable 2-hit KO on this Basculesian, who wants nothing of that and gets out of battle.
Archaludon will be the Pokemon taking the field for Nicholas. And Hurricane from that, Pelipper now able to outspeed thanks to the Tailwind. Does a little bit of damage there. Order Up will fire back again. Another attack boost for this Dondozo. But I think the nice thing about sending in the Archaludon in this position is that you have the opportunity to utilize your stamina ability to get some defensive boosts to help you take all that damage. And you can threaten some huge damage back with Electroshot.
Yeah, Dondozo much stronger at the physical defense and the special defense, so while you know, it's a little awkward matchup here with a bunch of water-type Pokemon facing off, at least you get to attack the weaker defensive stat. Also, for later in the battle, could potentially ramp up by getting some special attack boosts from Electroshot, but not so good against Dondozo itself, who is unaware of any stat changes.
It's unaware of any stat changes for sure, but the one big threat about this Archaludon is that if you do allow it to get those boosts and get that engine running, it's going to be able to handle the other Pokemon we've seen from Lorenzo relatively well. That being said, Nicholas dedicating his Terastallization in this battle to the Archaludon, turning it into a grass type, so it will no longer take any super effective damage from the Order Up. Electroshot will still take the turn here to charge up and will still get a special attack boost because of it. However, will not complete due to the Protect on that Dondozo.
Yeah, not completely a fainted turn there, but at least do get the special attack boost, which could be useful later in the battle. Dondozo going to happily chew on those leftovers, get nearly back to full health, and you kind of see what Lorenzo's strategy is here, right? Wants to slow play this a little bit, keep Dondozo as healthy as he can, despite it also being a water-type Pokemon, doesn't especially want the rain to continue, and maybe trying to slowly scale up the attack stat, which is nearing its maximum by beating up all of the partners of this scary terastallized Pokemon.
For sure, and the one downside to Dondozo as well is that Lorenzo, because he has activated Commander, because the Tatsugiri is technically hidden alongside of the Dondozo on the field, that Pokemon cannot switch out. So Nicholas taking this opportunity to pivot in the Amoonguss to try and help support the Archaludon in this matchup. Lorenzo, though, will match the Grass-type Terastallization on his own Dondozo. Again, a great defensive play here. No longer going to be taking super effective damage from Electroshot, but we'll just have to see how much it'll do when it connects.
A really nice prediction, too. would have expected perhaps to be taking a Hurricane this turn, but no need to worry about it now. And yikes, that is not going to do much at all.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting to see, honestly. Order up into that Amoonguss. Again, we'll bring it down low enough to activate the Citrus Berry. So a little bit of recovery there for Amoonguss. But I think the big turn for Nicholas here was getting the Amoonguss next to the Archaludon. So he could have theoretically redirected attacks, but now it's a grass type. That's no longer a strategy.
Yeah, we went from having a bunch of water type Pokemon on the field to a bunch of grass type Pokemon. I guess you can be whatever type you'd like to be in this format. And Dondozo's looking really good. That's a third order up. Has nearly maximized its stats. And even before this last order up boost, it did 150 damage to Amoonguss. So more than enough still to pick up the knockout, even if it hadn't further increased its attack without. So I mean, whatever's that slot now, to get to the point, likely to be knocked out in this turn, assuming we see a fourth and final, perhaps, order up.
Amoonguss will switch out this turn so that it's able to restore some of its health, and unfortunately Basculegion will be taking its place. Now if it can hold on for one turn, it could have done something, but like you just said, Scott, going to be knocked out by that order up. We'll see one potential final boost on this Dondozo for this game number 1, but it's not Draco Meteor, it's Dragon Pulse from that Archaludon, which does, well, not a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, not great there. I kind of have to sacrifice a Pokemon. Slowly whittling down Dondozo's HP, though, and we see the power of this Pokemon, where at least now with Rain expiring, you could switch the Pelipper back in and get it active again for some future Electroshock, but
Shocks from the Electroshot.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Whatever we're seeing, the sushi's been on sale. It's getting served up everywhere, and now Pelipper is looking down a very scary Dondozo on the other side of the field.
Yeah, and this is why Dondozo, I think, is something that players just don't want to run into in their tournament run. You can have all these Pokemon and all these approaches to how you play this matchup, but at the end of the day, if you're unable to find that alignment early on in the match, Dondozo just kind of goes and orders up some sides of stat boosts and then is ready to go when it's feeling it. No damage on the turn on the field that turn, though, as the Pelipper went for Protect.
However, okay, so we finally may see what the plan here is. Amoonguss critically does know Clear Smog. It's been slow coming, but we're going to see Wavecrash instead, opting to simply knock the Amoonguss out in a single blow. Unfortunately, there will be no Clear Smogging in Game 1.
And that's exactly why Dondozo is still a favorite. Does take enough recoil damage from that Wave Crash to ensure Hurricane is a KO. But with Nicholas down to his final 2 Pokemon in this matchup, he really has to watch the number of rain turns on the field and make sure that this Archaludon is well positioned to move forward. Lorenzo, on the other hand, can send in his Choice Scarf Annihilate, still has the Tatsugiri with the Focus Sash on the field, and that Tatsugiri as well can benefit from the rain with a muddy water of its own.
Yeah, so the positive thing there with all that pivoting kind of guaranteed some means of we got Final Gambit though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the other thing that could come into play here is that Final Gambit on that Annihilate should have enough health and enough damage to pick up the KO on the Archaludon in a single hit, and that's exactly what we see. This is why you run Choice Scarf Annihilate. Having that delete button essentially in battles is huge.
Looks like Pelipper is about to be deleted as well, and we'll be going straight into Game 2.
And the crowd really going wild there too, as Lorenzo made those final 2 plays in the matchup. It's a very exciting way, I think, to end the game. A lot of times, Final Gambit Annihilate is a Pokemon that you send out initially. You sort of feel out the board position, and then you save it for that critical moment. And I love how Lorenzo played this game, where he did have that in the back. And honestly, with Dondozo and Tatsugiri in front of it, even if that a Pokemon wouldn't have been KO'd by Final Gambit in a single hit, there was enough potential for chip damage, that really it would have had its pick.
Yeah, really impressive game there. I think this is kind of like the tempo of the game was really smart by Lorenzo, where he's doing everything exactly at the right time. Terastallizes just as Pelipper is leaving battle, and then eventually is able to get back in and knock it out with the Hurricane. It's just way too late, and then so much damage to the rest of the team. You don't see Amoonguss get one-shot by a water-type attack very often, but hey, we've seen in the past Pokemon maximize their attack by belly drumming. In this case, Dondozo maximizing its attack by filling its belly and able to have a very fulfilling victory in that first game.
Yeah, no room for sandwiches after this match, maybe for that Dondozo, but I think that's okay. I'm very curious how Nicholas is going to adjust in this game number 2, because going back to what happened in game 1, it felt like a lot of that time was spent just trying to find the alignment, trying to find that Amoonguss in front of the Dondozo, and by the time it got there just wasn't any time. So I almost feel like you can maybe not lead the Amoonguss, because again, you still have to worry about Final Gambit being a possibility on the Annihilate, but you gotta send it in sooner so that you have that immediate threat, assuming Lorenzo will be going for Dondozo a second time.
Yeah, I think the Pokemon who really kind of let him down in that game was the Basculegion, who didn't really accomplish anything. Kind of was just out there to help Dondozo boost its attack a little bit. We see the same lead from Lorenzo, which I don't think is too surprising after how successful that game was. But to see a critical combination of Pokemon on the other side of the field, it really was the point at which Pelipper and Amoonguss got in the field next to one another where things started turning around for Nicholas that first game. So didn't get both of them out of there immediately. However, you know, it's a little too early for right now, right? Tatsugiri is not out there yet, so perhaps going to try to bait a Final Gambit into another Pokemon or something of that nature.
Something of that nature. Nicholas does have the opportunity here to at least put a little bit of pressure on this Dondozo initially by leading that Pokemon. I think if Lorenzo wants to take a similar strategy to what we saw in game number 1, has to recognize that Clear Smog is what Nicholas is going to be fishing for. Maybe pun a little bit intended there, but won't be able to find any damage on that Pokemon this turn, as Amoonguss will be switching out for the Basculegion. That is a potential Pokemon here who could take a fighting type attack very well thanks to its ghost typing.
See early Terastallization here. Dondozo keeping itself safe, avoiding any potential spores, and going to fight a little bit without its friend Tatsugiri this time.
I think that's okay, though, as nothing really threatens the Dondozo on the field.
A really little bit without its friend Tatsugiri.
Yeah, a really little bit indeed. I guess you do have to worry about a potential Hurricane from the Pelipper now, but...
Yeah, no one way to reduce the damage of it.
Yeah,
Why don't we just get right back where we started? And hey, you know, Annihilate actually gets a decent little bit done there. Gets Basculegion baited back out, which we saw how well that worked the last time, and breaks the Focus Sash kind of for free.
Kind of for free, and potentially could be a 1-2 combo into this Pelipper. We'll have to wait a moment here while Dondozo really taking its time with all the boosts. Here comes the Wave Crash into the Pelipper, and that is enough to take it out in the first turn of this game.
Really fun combination there. Annihilate just doing a little bit of damage, just enough to break that Focus Sash, and then now completely eliminates the threat of that Pelipper. One of the best ways of dealing damage to the Dondozo as well. I mean, now there's the opportunity for the Clear Smog, but you know, the rest of his team does not match up super well with that Pelipper, so eventually can stall out the rain now. Later in the match, won't have to worry about that, and no longer will Dondozo have to deal with those powerful Hurricanes.
It won't have to worry about Hurricanes, but there is a move on Nicholas's side of the field that I think would be a little bit concerning here. Last Respects is the signature move of Basculegion, and depending on how many Pokemon are knocked out, it will get a bit of a base power increase. So something to keep in mind, especially once you lose the defensive boost from that commander ability. We won't see Clear Smog connect with the Dondozo this turn to accomplish that, though, because it went for Protect.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly coming, though. The Dondozo is not going to be able to keep its stat boost for the entire battle this time, but this does give it an opportunity now to fire a powerful attack into that Basculegion slot. We'll be able to ignore any potential rage powers, which surely isn't coming with the need to Clear Smog. So, you know, we have to decide now if you're Nicholas, do you want to take some damage on Basculegion, who could be very important later, or on Archuludon, who could be even more important later. You know, kind of the end game sweeping condition.
And unfortunately for Nicholas as well, both those Pokemon really benefit from the rain, so you have to make every single turn count. Dondozo revealing another attacking move here. It did bring Earthquake, so we'll do a bit of nice spread damage. Here comes that Clear Smog, and it's also super effective now thanks to the grass typing Terastallization.
So, yeah, actually decent damage in the Clear Smog, too.
Yeah.
So, finally, the terror of the stat boost, at least for Game 2, are over for this Dondozo, but it's had a pretty big impact, right? Again, you know, the core Pokemon of this team, the one who sets up all of the offense of the other Pokemon, has been defeated, and, you know, we're almost out of rain turns now. Dondozo going to be able to stall out a little while longer if it wants to, and some chip damage in both these Pokemon. I think one thing to keep in mind, well, let's watch the Life Respects first.
Let's give your last respects to this Basculegion, as while it is able to fire off an attack, it actually holds on through that Wave Crash. Dondozo taking damage from the recoil, and Amoonguss opting to Pollen Puff the Basculegion, so it's right back up at over half of its health.
Yeah, wisely done there. I mean, I think it's important, right? Again, you know, with already down a Pokemon, this Dondozo kind of mostly been dealt with. The important thing is, well, what board state can I set up after this Dondozo has been knocked out? Now there's sort of an interesting situation where you have the option of knocking out Dondozo, maybe getting a Spore on that Tatsugiri, and sort of flipping the situation around where now it would be Lorenzo who kind of only is dealing with half as many tools.
The other thing you have to keep in mind as well is that with that Annihilate in the back of Lorenzo's party, you have to make sure that whatever is remaining on the field won't necessarily be taken down by Final Gambit like we saw earlier. Archaludon does come in though for this Basket Legion. Wave Crash into it, not very effective. Will also activate the stamina defense boost. So something, again, to keep in mind. We still don't know the last Pokemon on the field for Lorenzo. If it is a physical attacker, getting all of these stamina boosts now, assuming the Amoonguss is still around to redirect a potential Final Gambit, again, that's a very important win condition for Nicholas to keep in mind.
And Nicholas did a nice job, too, of keeping his Pokemon healthy, where it looked like he was going to have to give up quite a bit, but these Pollen Puffs are really smart. You know, we got Basket Legion back a little over half of its health. Archaludon now, not only is it full health, but has gained a single stamina boost, which could be helpful later. At the very least, just to create the pressure where now it's going to get to a point where Final Gambit is the only really good solution to it, right? Even a series of fighting type attacks are going to be tough to take it out with. And again, pending what that last Pokemon is. If it's a physical attacker, we're starting to look like a pretty realistic win condition.
Yeah, and looking at Lorenzo's team sheet as well, you have to assume it's going to be Dragonite or King Gambit, as I don't think Clefable is necessarily going to help the team out too much in this situation. But only Lorenzo knows what that final Pokemon is for now. We might get to sneak a peek of it, though, with a Dragon Pulse able to finally pick up the KO on the Dondozo. This will force Tatsugiri back out onto the field, and Amoonguss will have the opportunity to connect an attack against it, and it's able to put it to sleep.
Yeah, expertly done there, and now, yeah, switches around the advantage a little bit. And this is a tricky situation to play in if you're a Lundra side of a team. The Pokemon that we've seen already has that Choice Scarf, so pretty limited in what it can do while Tatsugiri is sleeping, and then there it is. So now what do, right? You just go for the Final Gambit. If you do so, you're likely trading with Amoonguss, but you have to be at least a little bit cautious of the possibility that perhaps a switch or something causes you to attack or to collide with Basket Legion instead, who's not going to be quite as effective as it normally is with no more rain in this battle. And then also, like, how do you close the game? As you've noted, almost certainly a physical attacker in the back. So, you know, I don't think Archaludon's going to be all too disappointed about what it might have to fight.
Well, it's not going to be that Tatsugiri, as Lorenzo will switch it out to keep the Focus Sash intact. And it is King Gambit as that critical fourth Pokemon for Lorenzo. Rage Powder will keep this Archaludon safe. Also will take the opportunity, though, to not matter this turn, as the Choice Scarf Annihilate locked into coaching, which will significantly reduce the amount of damage that this body press does from Archaludon.
What an aggressive call, though. I mean, I kind of love what both players did. You know, coaching can't be redirected, kind of one of those moves like Dragon Cheer that only targets your side of the field, but predicts it and then calls the switch in on the King Gambit, kind of realizing, well, that's probably the final Pokemon. You know, your outs are pretty limited at this point, and yeah, it just knowing the matchup really well. What a great call.
That was a great call indeed by Nicholas, and really puts him in the driver's seat moving forwards. The Annihilate certainly could go for another coaching into that King Gambit, but it probably wouldn't be able to benefit from that boost. If it tries to go on the offense with the Sucker Punch, you know, that attack boost would happen after, as that's a priority move, and King Gambit's just a really speedy, normal priority Pokemon at this point in time. Instead, Lorenzo, though, making a call to switch it out for later, preserve the threat of a final Gambit, and send back in the Tatsugiri. Sucker Punch from that King Gambit, not going to do a lot of damage to the Archaludon, and further boosting its defenses and power of the body press will pick up the KO on King Gambit.
Becoming very unclear what out there could possibly be. Picking up a nice knockout there. Spore covering for potential options, and now, you know, Annihilate was going to be able to select one final move, but now what, right? I mean, there's not really any clearer way that it can get through the Amoonguss. Tatsugiri hasn't been out in the field, right? So it can't wake up yet, and even if it does, it's going to have a hard time breaking through the remaining Pokemon. It's a really well-played game by Nicholas in Game 2.
Yeah, unfortunately for this Annihilate, it's almost like close combat is the best option for it, because if you do opt for a final Gambit, you're just going to be knocking yourself out in the process and giving the Tatsugiri even more of an uphill battle moving forwards. That is what connects with the Amoonguss. It does just enough damage to activate that Citrus Berry and heal its health up further. So Amoonguss just happy to keep redirecting these attacks. Tatsugiri still asleep this turn, like you mentioned. That is the first required turn of sleep, and a Dragon Pulse from this Archaludon, bringing it down to the Focus Sash.
Yeah, I mean, at least it stays in the field, but things are still looking bad here. And Ilep's Choice Scarf also really going to work against it, where you normally be like, okay, well, what I need is Tatsugiri to wake up and knock out the Amoonguss, but they're moving in the opposite order because of the Choice Scarf, right? There'll be yet another useless close combat into this Amoonguss that the main impact of will be to further lower Annihilate's stats, making it easier for Nicholas to eventually knock it out.
I love this almost final turn terastallization from Nicholas on the Archaludon, just in recognizing that as long as the Annihilate's locked into close combat, it can't do any KO damage. Even if it were to critical hit the Archaludon without the weakness to a fighting type attack, it is very happy to just stay on the field and keep tanking hits. And then by going for a double attack here, Archaludon moves first, will pick up the KO on the Tatsugiri, and now Amoonguss will start the process of chipping down this Annihilate. Nicholas taking a very great adjustment after a tough game number 1 and showcasing just that he's in it and still vying again for the semifinals for potentially the title of champion here in Baltimore.
And things got a little weird at the end there, but Nicholas had that pretty locked in, and we're moving on to a game 2 there. So we've kind of seen between the first 2 games a decisive victory from either side, right? One game, Dondozo really got carried away, kind of won the game on its own. The other game, Nicholas played the beginning of the game a little bit better, quickly got in a position where he could remove those stat boosts, and then easily took over the game himself.
For sure, and it does make you wonder just how these trainers are going to adjust moving forwards. I think Nicholas made the correct call of trying to play that Amoonguss a little bit more, I don't want to say aggressively, but more quickly in the battle, where he let it, yes, he did switch it out for a turn or 2, but it came right back out onto the field, and as soon as that Clear Smog connected, really just opened up the doors for him. So now in this game number 3, I would imagine that he would want to rely on that a bit more, but then you look at Lorenzo's side of the field, and there's certainly a ton of Amoonguss answers there that he could adapt. He doesn't have to bring the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, he brings them, right? I mean, you get also the option of kind of just playing the beginning of the game a little bit more slowly. It was a pretty cool play to pick up the immediate knockout in the Pellet Bird, but it wound up just kind of letting Nicholas set up exactly what he wanted more quickly. And I think the speed at which he removes those stat increases is really the important part of this matchup. Dondozo is very unlikely to get anything like game 1 again. So that's the dream game, right? Literally maxing out your attack stat and just one-shotting an Amoonguss. But it doesn't need to be that effective in order for Lorenzo to win the set. It does need to be able to attack multiple times with stat boosts, probably. I think, maybe you look at a 2 Pokemon combination and like actually play it a little bit more 2-2-2 this time. Or yeah, maybe you do just switch it up all the way. Although I kind of feel like just kind of looking at these Pokemon, there's a firepower gap, right? I mean, it's really designed around the combination of Dondozo and Tatsugiri. So using the other 4 Pokemon can be tricky, but hey, maybe there's a path there too.
Yeah, I think the other adjustment that I want to see from Lorenzo, if not, maybe downplaying the importance of the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri in his strategy. The Dragonite is right there. I mean, it's one of his partner Pokemon plush on the desk rooting him on, and it's also an Assault Vest Pokemon that doesn't have to worry as much about body press damage from the Archaludon and can deal back some big damage with a Terraflying Terrablast. Yes, you might want to try and save that grass-type terastallization for Dondozo, but I do think it's an option to consider, especially if you're trying to catch your opponent a little bit off guard in game number 3.
Yeah, I think the problem is just like, how do you do enough damage? We're going to see the same leads, so I have to see, will they play it differently? Well, not. It's exactly what we saw to start out game 2.
Yeah, but you were saying, though, how do you do enough damage to...
Well, yeah, you want to just go for the blind final gambit and see what happens?
I mean, you could. It's a risk for sure, but if you're worried about how game number 1 went and you're looking back and recognizing that, okay, maybe I don't knock out the Pelipper turn 1, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess the scary thing is, well, if you don't do that, what's your pivot here, right? The same play as game 1's a little bit scary. Last time there was a switch immediately, so the final game it wouldn't have worked. But hey, maybe you're just reading that Nicholas is going to think a little further ahead this time and assume the same move. But Amoonguss will once again be getting out of the battle, knowing that it's too important to go down here.
And Basculesian will be taking its place, and because of that, Pelipper learning a lesson from game number 2. They're going straight for a protect in this first turn. U-turn into the Basculesian will do a little bit of chip damage, and I think we know what Pokemon's coming in next.
I think there's a good chance.
I think there's a good chance. It does make you wonder if Lorenzo did make an adjustment for that final Pokemon to consider earlier or later on in the match. But for now, as it is still early doors, we get to see Dondozo do what it does best once again.
Yeah, I think a critical difference here, though, is the Pelipper has survived this time, which is mostly good for Nicholas, although because it has survived, Amoonguss not on the field, right?
Yeah.
So at least there's a chance now for Lorenzo to try to focus down any potential Amoonguss switch-ins and maybe get a few order-ups down.
Yeah,
and
well,
there's the first.
I was going to say, there's the first order. I have an order up for Dondozo, an attack boost, dealing some nice damage to Basculesian and putting it within KO range.
Yeah, and now this is looking more like game 1, right? Where it got that first order up while Amoonguss off the field, hit Amoonguss on the switch-in, and then it wasn't able to stay in clear spot because it would have been knocked out with the order up. Gonna have to be a little more tricky this time, perhaps. Try to get a free switch to not take the extra order up.
Well, a wave crash will do a little bit of damage into the Dondozo, takes some damage in recoil as well. Order up targeting down the Pelipper to break that focus sash. We are at 2 order up boosts, and while Pelipper is able to set up the tailwind to help Pokemon maybe, be a little bit faster moving forwards in this match, this Dondozo, there's nothing stopping it from keeping those orders coming.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what happened in game 1, but I feel like it was really close to exactly this, right?
Yeah.
Now it'll be the 5th level of attack. At least there's no switching this time, but you gotta feel like one of these 2 Pokemon is not long for this battle.
I was gonna say, regardless of the actual execution of turns in game number 1, we're in a very similar situation here, where this Dondozo is just getting boost after boost after boost, and while it isn't Nicholas switching in the Amoonguss this time around, with Basculesian being KO'd by another order of the Tatsugiri special, if you will, you have to wonder, is Amoonguss going to come out on the field now? Is there enough attack on this Dondozo to pick up that KO? Or is Nicholas going to have to try and fish for a little bit more, I don't know, chip damage maybe on the Dondozo? Maybe you can try and force the terrestrialization here.
Yeah, this is a pretty
It's
big
tough.
deviation, right? Where perhaps just opting to go for damage onto this Dondozo with the 2 most powerful special attackers on his team. I guess the flip side of it, too, is there also hasn't been a terrestrialization force from the Dondozo either. So Lorenzo still has some options for later in the game that he wouldn't have in game 1 or game 2.
Yeah, and I really like how he tried to pin the Dondozo here, that if Lorenzo did go for a terrestrialization, then you get super effective damage from Hurricane. If it doesn't, you get super effective damage from the Electro Shot. The Protect here at least lets him know that this is probably what Nicholas is going to do in the next turn. So you really have to know your damage calcs here, which will allow you to fire back another attack. Would it be a order up into the Pelipper for the KO, or do you have to start going after that Archaludon?
Yeah, I mean, that's a scary thing, too, where if you don't take out the Pelipper, there's still the option for speed control. I think that was another critical element of this game, even though it didn't wind up being enough, or at least there was no concern for Tailwind later in the game. Annihilate was convincingly the fastest Pokemon for what was left. So a little different board state this time. Finally, we have some major deviation from the first and the second game. We'll have to see what both trainers are thinking, because, I think if Nicholas Desire is pretty close to picking up that knockout on the Dondozo and moving on to the next phase of this game.
Yeah, it's a nice deviation as well, because I think it showcases just why Pelipper is such a threat in terms of these weather-setting Pokemon. It can still do damage. Hurricane not going to be enough to pick up the KO on the Dondozo, but Archaludon following up with another Electro Shot. It will be able to connect. The Dondozo has taken, I think, enough damage to pick up that KO. This could be huge, and it is enough.
Yeah, big knockout there. You see the effects of the tail end, where even though Dondozo has that boosted speed from Commander, not enough to outspeed these Pokemon with tail end, and with rain expiring, at least there's still the option of, cycling the Pelipper back in and out, perhaps, although maybe it's not necessary, right? The special attack boosts now matter on the Archaludon because the unaware Pokemon has been defeated, and we find ourselves in an interesting spot, because one other critical moment is, Annihilate still available in the back, and, this Archaludon cannot protect. So you have the option of going for a final Gambit in that slot, and then you're guaranteed either to knock this Pokemon out or the Amoonguss that's hiding behind it. And then it's all up to that final Pokemon, where Lorenzo does know his final Pokemon, where of course Nicholas does not.
And I think seeing how he approaches this endgame, especially knowing that he will send in the Annihilate again, will show us just what that last Pokemon is. If he's anticipating the Amoonguss to switch in for the Archaludon, maybe you just go for that final Gambit and you hope that it's not the King Gambit in the back of your party to close things out for this game. It's a tough call to make for both these trainers, and especially given that this is really their first time playing under this amount of pressure. Every single turn counts.
Yeah, and you gotta worry too, where Tatsugiri's job here is going to be to deal with this Pelipper, but neither of its moves have perfect accuracy. So will Tatsugiri crush under the pressure?
Well, final Gambit will miss the KO on Amoonguss by 3 health points. So here comes the Tatsugiri and the potential Muddy Water here. Of course, Amoonguss still has that Citrus Berry, so probably will be able to withstand the attack from this Pokemon. It does connect with both its targets, which is not something that you can always say, but the Pelipper able to hold on, gets the accuracy drop, but not going to come into play this turn, as it will set up Tailwind.
Now, the game's far from over. You see the importance of Amoonguss surviving. If Amoonguss had been knocked out, that Muddy Water would have done more damage because it no longer would have been a spread attack, would have knocked out that Pelipper before it get the Tailwind off. Instead, once again, a Pokemon with the speed control move, just barely surviving, able to set up the board in a more favorable state. And we'll have to find out now if that's enough for Nicholas.
Archaludon will come back out onto the field. I think this is a great play from Nicholas, hoping to start getting those stamina boosts and hoping to get body press into a position where it can deal the final damage to the opposing King Gambit. King Gambit, though, will double down. It's a Terra Dark King Gambit with the Black Glasses item. We've seen just how much damage this Pokemon does in the Regulation H format in particular. Weather Ball first will connect with the opposing Tatsugiri to break that Focus Sash. A great call there, as that's the higher accuracy of Pelipper's 2 moves. We get a stamina boost on our Charlodon from the Muddy Water. Doesn't look like we're going to see an accuracy drop come through, so that's 1 defense boost. Here comes another. Kowtow Cleave will be boosted by the Terra type, but still at +1 defense, just not going to do a lot of damage.
Well, that's pretty scary too, because not only is it going to reduce the damage of future attacks from this poor King Gambit, but also going to start increasing the damage of this body press from Archaludon. So yeah, I mean, it looking like King Gambit's going to have to be the offensive threat in this game, but there still is the Tatsugiri there, right? If there's some way you can deal with the Amoonguss, maybe you can get a Draco Meteor onto this Archaludon and end the game that way instead. Still a very tight match.
Still a very tight match. Again, every single turn counts for both of these Pokemon trainers. It's down to the final 2 Pokemon. It's down to the final game of this Masters Top 8 here in Baltimore, and Dragon Pulse from Archaludon will be starting the turn off and will be able to pick up the KO on the Tatsugiri. It is just the King Gambit left for Lorenzo. It is going to attack with another Kowtow Cleave, this time targeting down that Amoonguss, trying to save itself from a Spore, and it is able to pick up the KO, but Archaludon still at full health, or almost full health, still a huge threat to this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nicholas almost has this locked in now. There was the option for Tatsugiri to protect there. I think choosing not to do that could have been this game's decisive decision.
It won't take one body press to pick up that KO there, so King Gambit will have the opportunity to go for another Kowtow Cleave, and this is where things get really interesting, as there is always the potential for a Sucker Punch critical hit to end up the game.
Yeah, that could be all of it this comes down to now. What's going to happen this final turn?
All right, Sucker Punch, it's boosted by the Dark-type Terastallization. It is not enough to pick up the knockout. Archaludon holding on with 3 HP and a dream. Nicholas Morales moving on to top 4 in his first regional here in Baltimore.
Well, matches don't get any closer than that, coming down to just 3 hit points. And before that, I think about the same amount of hit points in the Pelipper, right? Twice in that battle, Nicholas's Pokemon were trained just right, able to find his way out of that one after a very tough first game of that set, grinding it out. Really great poise by him, and congratulations to him as he moves on to the top 4.
Yeah, poise I think is the perfect word for it, because you could have even had that Archaludon Terastallize is away from a dragon type weakness like you were sort of mentioning, you know, maybe the Tatsugiri goes on the offense there, but had he done that, that Sucker Punch probably would have picked up the KO in the end game. So just very well played. And I think, again, some great showcasing of new talent here at the Baltimore Regional Championships. You know, we have some of the most seasoned players in the metagame, but we also have these newer players who are just showcasing why they are up here on stage. Just incredible plays all around.
Yeah, the first game, you know, we can see Dondozo dominating, but then, you know, the path of the first game starts slipping away here at Game 3, where it looked like it was going to be just as decisive. But the big difference was, yeah, that Arch Aladon getting in the game a little bit faster, helping Pelipper pin Dondozo to pick up that knockout with a combination of moves that were super effective, regardless of whether or not it was terastallized. Final Gambit just barely failing to pick up this knockout. Certainly, you know, that's a known thing, right? You can train for that. So
yeah.
that one, not luck in any way, probably. And then Pelipper, with a single hit point, able to survive this muddy water. And wow, you know, it's just that close.
It was just that close indeed. But that is why Pokemon is such a fun game to watch and play. At the end of the day, it really can be anybody's game, and that's what's so exciting. And I'm so glad we got to go back and just watch through this end game again, because it was really just that close.
Yeah, and it wasn't just these Pokemon surviving with just a few hit points, too. I mean, the decisions mattered as well.
Yes.
Certainly, again, you know, I think that Tatsugiri, you know, a Protect on that turn instead certainly would have caused a difference of more than 3 hit points. But congratulations to Nicholas, moving on and showing the power of this Rain archetype in this format.
Yeah, choosing the Skiploom as his mascot plush there. I'm guessing we don't have a Pelipper around for some of these trainers to adopt for their photos. We might have to fix that. And, you know, the other thing I want to call out about Nicholas's team is that, you know, I think we saw the Rain core incredibly well throughout those 3 games, exactly matching your predictions, Scott, coming into this tournament. But we didn't see the Mousehold and we didn't see the Incineroar.
Maybe that's good for him as well as he moves on to the tournament, right? Where you know, Rain does have a pretty favorable Dondozo matchup, although for a while that didn't feel like it was a lot of fun to watch the back and forth of it. But you know, the 2 most surprising parts of his team didn't really get revealed, right? You get to see, I mean, certainly saw the moves and the items and the Terra type, but like the way he chooses to play them and kind of the strategy with it wasn't revealed. So perhaps in his next round, we will see how he uses that, and there'll be kind of some extra surprise for his opponents.
Yeah, and his next round will be facing off against Dawei C in the semifinals, but we're going to be taking a step away from that side of the bracket, as our next match on stream will be Paul Chua versus Toler Webb. And I don't know about you, Scott, but I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, 2 fantastic players. You know, Toler Webb, a former Senior Division World Champion, as well as a Masters Division Regional Champion. And then, hey, you know, Paul Chua back in the action after taking some time off. You know, Wolf looked like he might be extending his Regional Championship title. Like, I guess, cumulative title lead.
Yeah.
But Wolf ended up losing the top 16. Now, Paul Chua has the opportunity. He's just 2 set wins away from adding another one to his list and starting to catch up to Wolf on that all-time leaderboard.
Yeah, and being able to make it this far in the competition as well. I mean, we saw just how insane that game was, Paul Chua versus Z earlier on in the stream. Just goes to show, I think he's one of the most poised Pokemon trainers out there, to quote something you said earlier. I feel like nothing rattles him, honestly. So I'm so excited to see how he's going to approach this matchup with Toler. You know, both of their teams have been on stream already. These players certainly know how they think, how they approach the game, and we're just going to get to observe, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, I mean, they're both so good, right? They're so hard to knock out of a tournament once you get to this phase. In Paul's case, you know, I feel like right up into the point where that Moonblast lowered the special attack, I kind of thought he was done, and then not was able to eventually win that game, but also the Game 3 as well. Really well played by him, and yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to see who comes out on top of this one.
All right, well, I'm also excited to say we have an interview with Nicholas Morales here. Top 4 first regional. I can't wait to hear from him himself. Dewey, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Scott. I am currently in the lounge right now with the top 8 winner, our semifinalist, Nicholas Morales. Nicholas, how are you feeling right now?
Feels surreal, honestly.
Can you tell us a bit more? This is your first regional championship. Tell me about what happened in day 1, day 2, and then how's the experience been coming all the way over here to the top 4?
So day one was pretty interesting. Day 1, when I went into day 1, I didn't really expect a day 2. I really wanted to do well, obviously, but I definitely didn't expect a day 2, given this is my first ever regional. And once I started, I played my first game, won that, right? Felt good. Lost my second game, right? Now you know, now I'm down in the dumps, win my next 2, and then I lose like my 5th game, and now I'm like, I gotta like lock in and win the rest of them, and I ended up doing that.
Yeah, you absolutely locked in. I mean, you're now in the top 4 in your first ever regional championship. Can you just go ahead and give us a little quick rundown on your team? Are there any cool tricks that you want to talk about? You can keep them hidden if you want to, but if there's anything that you want to talk about that's special about your team, let us know. Let the people know.
I have a rain team. I don't know if there's any cool tricks at rain. I'm not going to lie to you. It's pretty basic.
Well, I mean, it seemed like you're piloting it well. How do you feel about going into Dondozo matchups? Are you pretty well prepared for that?
No.
No?
That was like my 5th Dondozo matchup, and every time I played a Dondozo, it feels like if I don't get the lead right, I'm on the back foot immediately. The most recent one was definitely a lot tougher because he had the final Gambit Annihilate. I wasn't sure. I knew I had lived. I know I lived with Homungus, but I wasn't sure if I lived the follow-up from Dozo. That's why I had kept switching in that game. Because I knew I was slow. Even after Tailwind, I was slower than the Dozo. I came to find this out in other games, that after Tailwind, I was still slower than the Dozo. So that's why I kept switching over and doing all that kind of stuff.
In terms of this Rain archetype, do you feel like this is one of your favorite teams in this format right now? Do you think that the Rain archetype is the best team in the format?
I think Balance is actually one of the better teams in the format. Before I went into this, I was playing around with the Balance Volcarona team with Clefable, but I ended up really liking Rain a lot more, so I just stuck with the Rain.
Gotcha. This is your first ever regional championship. Do you have any advice to any players out there that might be watching? You know, hey, what to do to prepare for your first regional championship to possibly even be able to have the amount of success that you're having right now?
Honestly, just go with friends. Your friends make the experience so much better, you know? Whether win or lose, you know, you have people with you while you're there, and you go, after every game, you guys meet up, talk about the games. Maybe that can like help you into your lines and stuff. So just have friends go with.
Do you have any shout outs that you want to give out to anybody watching the broadcast right now?
Yeah, I want to shout out all the draft players.
Anybody specific or just to the
shout
draft?
out, yeah. Shout out WBG and all the VGC draft guys.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go prepare for your top 4 matchup. Nicholas, congratulations. It's always been such a pleasure to get to talk to players here in the lounge. But yeah, I'm gonna go let you prepare. Thank you so much for joining me here in the lounge. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here in Baltimore.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Some of the earliest stories about the first snow cone date back to the 1850s here in Baltimore. Sounds like a nice treat, but don't expect much snow to be happening here with all the teams being built.
Don't expect a lot of snow to be happening here. Well, Dawei, you might want to check the weather forecast, as I have some real confident feeling that we're in for a bit of a snow warning. And, you know, if y'all haven't gotten any bread and milk recently, don't rush out to the store. It's not that kind of snow warning. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Just some Northeastern humor here for y'all. My name's Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Scott Plaza, and we are ready to take you into top 4 here of the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of precipitation in the battle so far. Hopefully we'll also see some excitement. We had a great round in the top 8, and now we are just a few matches away from finding out who our first regional champion of this season is going to be.
Yeah, Dawei and Nicholas Morales are in the wings waiting for their opportunity to fight for their spot in our finals, but we'll be kicking off top 4 here this weekend with Paul Chua versus Toler Webb. 2 incredibly accomplished players. So many regional titles between them both, most of them on Paul's side of the field, a world championship title on Toler's side of the field, and we've already seen them already, and they just have so many fun teams, fun techs moving forward in this tournament. You can see them on stream as well right now. I think the standouts for me are the Flamigo versus that Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, we've debated whether Toler's team qualifies as being a Trick Room team. I think we can both agree that Paul's team does not qualify as being a snow team. Certainly has the base requirement of being a snow team, and that it does indeed have snow. I think what's fun about it is that, yeah, it doesn't really in any way have any snow team qualities otherwise.
It really doesn't, and that's why y'all don't have to go to the store for the milk and the bread and all that stuff that us or Northeasterners do when snow is in the forecast. Toler's team, if you're just tuning in for the first time this weekend, Golden Go, Incineroar, Flamigo, Ursaluna, Porygon 2, and Amoonguss. I think most notably the strategy we've seen from people running these teams is that you use the Flamigo to remove the big Trick Room counters off the field, Brave Bird into Amoonguss, an incredible amount of damage. And once those Pokemon are gone, Ursaluna and Porygon 2 really steal the show for themselves.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny where I was looking at the team sheets here, and I was like, oh, you know, I think this time probably what I'm going to say is, oh, there's way fewer Pokemon on the other side of the field for Flamingo to rip through, so maybe we'll see a little different strategy this time. But there's still 3 things that it has a great matchup with, right? I think it probably says something about how great of a meta call Flamigo was, that, you know, 3 huge advantages seems not that great compared to what we've been seeing Flamigo match up against throughout the rest of the tournament.
For sure, and with Golden Go and Incineroar as well, I think we've primarily seen Toler rely on the Flamigo, the Ursaluna, the Porygon 2, and the Amoonguss throughout his tournament runs on stream, but does have some good playability into Paul's team, as, you know, the Steel-type attacks from the Golden Go, the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar certainly would threaten that Ninetales if it makes an appearance, but also has some good synergy into some of the other Pokemon Paul Chua has on his team as well. But Toler Webb, no stranger to the competitive stage. We have his most recent accomplishments up here, bar one. Got top 64 at Worlds this past year, won the Knoxville Regional Championships last year, and actually ended up playing Paul Chua in day 2 of Swiss at the Charlotte Regional Championships, where he got top 8.
Yeah, one of those very few players, too, has the combination of a regional, national, and world championship, you know, kind of mixing age divisions, and I guess in the case of national championships, a defunct tournament level, but one of the most successful trainers of all over the course of his career.
Well, here's the snow that doesn't really be a snow team from Paul's side of the field, focusing on multi-scale Lumberry Dragonite. We saw that come into play huge for him earlier on in top 8. King Gambit, Alolan Ninetales, Incineroar, Amoonguss, and Garchomp rounding out the team.
Yeah, I'm really interested, especially in that Ninetales. I don't think I've ever really seen this Pokemon used this way, right? Where even if you don't have like a whole snow-themed team, which tended not to be very good largely in the video game championships, we almost always at least see the Aurora Velvet, right? And like, snow is doing something. Certainly it's necessary for Blizzard's accuracy, and there's no weather moves on Toler's side of the field, so you know, we'll at least get to maintain that. But I think it's just a cool use of this Pokemon, focusing solely on its offense and a little bit of support with Encore. And there are 3 Pokemon on Toler's side of the field who really don't want to be hit with ice-type attacks, so hey, maybe we'll see it.
Maybe we'll see it indeed. I think the other Pokemon to keep your eyes on here in this matchup is going to be the King Gambit with the Defiant with Low Kick and the Garchomp from Paul Chua. I feel like Paul's team is a very offensive approach to Regulation H, has many different options he can bring and go on the offense right away, where Toler may have to waste some time trying to find positioning, trying to find speed control. Real quick though, Paul Chua got top 16 at NAIC last year. I think most importantly in terms of his accomplishments was our 2023 European International Champion.
I think one last thing in this matchup I find kind of exciting is that usually that Amoonguss is such a great counter to a Trick Room team, doesn't actually mash up very well with this version of Trick Room. Certainly Porygon there wouldn't especially enjoy playing as Amoonguss, but we have Ursaring already on the field, eventually probably going to see a Flame Orb activate and remove its ability to be spored. You know, Incineroar has safety goggles, Golden Go could be in the back, although now we see it's not, who has the good as gold ability, so a little different solutions required to this version of Trick Room compared to some of the more common Trick Room teams of the past.
And I think having Toler lead the Porygon 2 alongside of the Ursaluna gave him the best option to go on the offense immediately to sort of rival what Paul Chua brings to the table here in this matchup. We do see Toler make a bit of a defensive pivot here. Interestingly enough, though, will opt to leave the Ursaluna on the field for this turn, which means it will get the Flame Orb boost to its attacking damage at the end, unless something a little bit strange happens. But I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing here, as Paul Chua opts for the first terrestrialization in this top 4 match, and just like we've seen from him throughout the tournament, going immediately for the Terra Flying typing on the Dragonite.
Does need a little bit of extra boost, you know, there's no like any damage boosting item on this Dragon, instead opting to have even more powerful flying type attacks.
Protect will keep this Ursaluna safe, and no fake out from Paul Chua, instead going immediately on the offense. That's a Terra Blast from the Dragonite, targeting down the Incineroar on Toler's side of the field, and a parting shot onto Incineroar's, Toler's Incineroar as well. Haven't seen this move in a while, but I assure you, Incineroar still loves to use parting shot, giving Paul Chua the opportunity to make a Pokemon switch here, opting to send in the Garchomp alongside of the Dragonite.
Yeah, so this is kind of a throwback from older players. We have the double dragon combination. I guess Dragonite no longer a dragon-type Pokemon, but still kind of has, you know, the vibe. You noted previously, you know, this Dragonite, unlike some other Dragonite we've seen, has that multi-scale ability, which will reduce the damage of the first attack it takes, however, did not mitigate that Intimidate and will not mitigate a Fake Out if that should be something Toler is interested in, though certainly would be a risky play with Garchomp standing right over there.
It would be a very risky play, as Garchomp certainly is faster than that Incineroar and has plenty of ground moves it can use to deal some super effective damage. That's why we see Amoonguss take the field in its place, going to be able to take those attacks a lot better from Garchomp, but a risky switch, as that could have been in line of fire from another flying type Terra Blast on this Dragonite. Porygon 2 gets the special attack boost from download, so that'll be very helpful for it as we move forward in this match. Earthquake for a little bit of chip damage on both of these Pokemon. Dragonite closing things up with a low kick into the Porygon 2. Porygon 2 is not a heavy Pokemon, so that doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, it may literally be super effective, but does not do nearly as much damage as a flying type Terra Blast would have, although none of them would have been too devastating. And now Toler is in a spot where, hey, it took a lot of pivoting, but if he wants to, he can probably get Trick Room up here, though it may come at a bit of a cost.
It may come at a bit of a cost, and I think that cost will be losing your Amoonguss. And Toler goes for the switch here, not opting to lose it at this point, and really has a great pivot with that Incineroar, as without the inner focus, we see Intimidate once again drop this Dragonite's attack, but he also drops the Garchomp's attack one stage. So now this Earthquake, even though it will be threatening damage onto this Incineroar and still does get the KO, it is going to be significantly weakened moving forwards when the Ursaluna tries to make an appearance on the field after maybe the dimensions have been twisted. Here comes the Terra Blast from this Dragonite. Will get boosted by the Terastallization, but is not enough to pick up the knockout, and Porygon 2 free to set up Trick Room.
Yeah, what wasn't free was the effort that caused this Trick Room to go into play here. Entire Pokemon feigning, Porygon very low on HP. Ursaluna actually looking pretty good, though likely to get intimidated shortly. And meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Toler's done 0% damage. Paul has done 20% damage to Paul with the Life Orb on Garchomp, and we will now see Toler's first attack of the game. And Trick Room, very important to get up with a Trick Room team like this one, especially with how quick most of Paul's team is, but really going to need to take advantage of this because that was a huge cost.
I was going to say, like, you're down the Pokemon account, you could even lose an additional Pokemon here. I mean, we know that this Porygon 2 has access to recovery, but you're almost forced to go for it at this point in time, as if you are down to your final two Pokemon, even if you have Trick Room on your side. Fake Out will buy some time for Paul. You can keep switching Pokemon around. Of course, Paul's Pokemon all have access to Protect. We do get confirmation of Paul's final Pokemon in this matchup, as his own Amoonguss will take the field alongside of the Incineroar. And while we will see Toler go for a Terastallization on that Ursaluna to boost the damage of any normal type attacks here, that might not be enough, as Paul Chua still has the Pokemon advantage. Facade will be the attack of choice, though. Again, benefit from that Terastallization, targeting down the Incineroar, but Incineroar able to hold on with just a little bit of health.
Yeah, it's a pretty big survival there, even though, you know, the Incineroar might not be a critical player in some ways the rest of this match. You know, now able to have that Fake Out threat, potentially able to potentially switch out again, get another Intimidate out. You know, Ursaluna, the big one, the only Pokemon that's really threatening a lot of damage left in Toler's side of the field. So the threat of an Intimidate staying active is pretty meaningful.
It is pretty meaningful, and I think the other thing you have to keep in mind is that between, we've seen Porygon 2 do damage in this tournament, but it's not going to match the amount of damage that the Ursaluna does, and every little bit of damage to this Ursaluna counts, as we see Trick Room slowly losing turns in this matchup. Pollen Puff into the Incineroar will take advantage of the flinching Ursaluna to heal up its health.
Now, the good news is now for Toler is that he's going to get something on this turn, right? Incineroar isn't able to protect, so if it stays in the battle, likely to get knocked out. If not, going to switch out, cause one of its poor friends to take some damage, although, you know, Amoonguss on the other side able to Pollen Puff. Kind of noted in the pregame that Amoonguss offensively isn't nearly as good against this team as it normally is because there's not much to Spore, but Pollen Puff is pretty annoying, and hey, that could be enough healing to survive another Facade.
I was going to say, you know, the way that you stall through Trick Room is you find opportunities to protect, you find opportunities to mitigate damage, and being able to heal your own Pokemon is huge, as Facade is able to pick up the KO into that Incineroar. That was a ton of damage from that attack, making it so those Pollen Puffs really didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, so both trainers learning that it turns out that that was a damage roll, and Incineroar may or may not survive that. Of course, all attacks in Pokemon, there's a range of damage you can do based on a little bit of luck there. And you know, well, last match it seemed like every attack we saw did just not quite enough. Pretty clutch knockout there for Ursaluna.
Yeah, sending in the Dragonite here as well, which is still at full health, which means multi-scale is active, and with only one turn of Trick Room remaining as well, a Dragonite Protect here would be perfect.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind, I guess we move to this side, is that at least for now, Toler's got to find a way to pivot, get another Trick Room. He's too far behind. But you know, later on, the Amoonguss, perhaps on Paul's side of the field, is slower, or that could be a tie as well. If it turns out that Toler's Amoonguss is actually quicker than his opponent's, you know, there would be the option later in Trick Room where to come up again to use a Sludge Bomb to break the multi-scale and then allow Ursaluna to attack. But we're a long way from that opportunity.
We are, but there isn't going to be a Protect on the field from this Dragonite, as Amoonguss is more than happy to redirect damage its direction. Can't redirect the Sludge Bomb, as it is, you know, a Grass-type Pokemon that's not affected by Rage Powder, but will be enough to keep this Dragonite in the game for now. We also see a cool interaction there between the Lumberry and the Poison status from that Sludge Bomb. May not make a big of a difference here. I think the bigger thing here for Toler is that he did knock out the Amoonguss, but with Trick Room expiring, Garchomp can just come out on the field, and Dragonite at full health can target down this Amoonguss for its own KO.
Yeah, huge damage there, and we get down to a 2v2, but when you have a few Pokemon remaining like this, the speed advantage is a huge one, and Trick Room is going to expire at a critical time. Now there's the opportunity to try to get a Trick Room back up, but it seems a little unrealistic in front of both Garchomp with that Life Orb and all the damage it can do, and the Terastallized Dragonite. So now for Toler, you kind of have to make a read, right? Well, if I think that Paul's going to double target this Porygon and try to punish that, I definitely need to at least knock out one of these Pokemon to give myself a chance in this game. Although even then, it could be a little bit bleak on the turn after that one.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make here for sure, and I think honestly all Paul has to do to preserve his win condition right now is to ensure that the Porygon 2 cannot twist the dimensions, and we'll start by doing a little bit of damage thanks to that Earthquake. Here comes the Terra Blast on this Dragonite. We'll be connecting with the Porygon 2 for the KO. So while Ursaluna did make the correct call here on Toler's side to go for an attack this turn, the big question here is, who did this Facade target? And can Garchomp just return and knock out next turn utilizing Earthquake or maybe even Stomping Tantrum?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I think Earthquake easily going to pick up the knockout now. I do like that play by Paul, where Earthquake hovers for both options, causes that not to matter. He's going to take the 1-0 win there. I think even a spread Earthquake would probably pick up a knockout here. But now that there's only one Pokemon on both sides of the field, Earthquake going to do even more damage. Paul should easily take this first one. Very close, very exciting game one, but Paul playing very well.
Yeah, playing very well and being able to manage Trick Room to his advantage. You know, we saw him not have to rely on Protect, not have to rely on stalling out those turns in a more traditional way, able to find enough health on the field, able to time the knockouts perfectly, getting rid of his own Amoonguss just when the Garchomp needed to come in.
Yeah, I really liked that game by him. I think he did such a great job of pressuring Paul with the combination of those Dragon-type Pokemon that are pressuring Toler. Paul did a great job of pressuring Toler. That, you know, by the time he got the Trick Room up, he'd just given up so many resources, right?
Yeah.
I think Ursaluna actually got quite a bit more out of that Trick Room than I was expecting it to. But even with 2 clean KOs, one of which may not have happened, right? It needed the damage roll. Just quite wasn't enough. On the flip side, maybe this goes differently. You know, eventually we're going to see the Incineroar barely surviving that Facade, and you know that was the same Facade that eventually did knock it out clean. So if we'd seen the rolls in the opposite order, maybe it's a very different game.
I was going to say as well, Toler did start this game off with the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna. I wonder if there's a world where he just starts it off with Porygon 2 and his own Amoonguss, being able to redirect damage, being able to set the Trick Room up initially. And while you may have to wait one more turn at that point to get the Ursaluna in on the field safely, you know, we've seen how much damage Porygon 2 can do with Ice Beam, especially into Dragon or Flying type Pokemon. And losing your Amoonguss isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world when its whole goal is to provide you with opportunities to twist the dimensions and to give yourself that advantage.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see Toler change up the leads there. I'm assuming based on what he led, he was expecting something a little different from Paul. And I think that's one of the things that complicate this matchup is both sides have a lot of options. I think it's also just a little bit easier in some ways to play Paul's side of his matchup where he's just swinging away, right? He doesn't need to set anything up. He's doing as much damage as he can. We've really seen the power of this Light Orb Garchomp having you know, the Earthquake next to a flying Pokemon. We get the nice, you know, brother, are you flying moment with the Dragon types. But it really does make a big difference, right? Where you don't have to make so many calls correctly in order to get enough damage on the board to succeed.
For sure. Here we go. This is game number 2, and Paul Chua does mix things up with the Alolan Ninetales and the Incineroar on Toler's side of the field. We do see that Porygon 2 in the lead, but his own Incineroar alongside of it.
So this is sort of an interesting situation. Offensively, not exactly what the Ninetales wants to see here, right? I guess sort of it's getting some help from its defense boost from its Snow, but natural type disadvantage with the Incineroar, and not immediately able to do anything to mess with either of these Pokemon. It does no Encore, so if, for instance, Toler were to try to fake out the opposing Incineroar, there'd be the option of trying to Encore it. I don't know necessarily that makes a whole lot of sense. So I think if you're in Toler's side of the field, you're feeling a lot better this time. I think you're not that concerned about Ninetales in general.
You aren't, and I think the other thing I want to call out is that we saw Toler's own Incineroar's Intimidate go first, which means, I mean, obviously that could be a speed tie. We don't know yet, but if you know, you could go for the faster fake out here, but there really isn't a need to fake out. If you're confident that your opponent isn't going to go for it, knock off into the opposing Incineroar will get rid of the safety goggles. We see Blizzard connect into a little bit of damage from the Ninetales, but most importantly, Porygon 2 ready and raring to go with Trick Room.
Knockoffs all around, obviously not doing a whole lot of damage, but perhaps a good hint for both players that Amoonguss could be lurking in the wings on both sides of the field, enabling a potential Spore later, or at least just preventing them from avoiding Rage Powder and attacking whatever Amoonguss's future partners could be.
Porygon 2 does have to watch out for a knockoff of its own, though, as you don't necessarily want to lose the Eviolite right now in this matchup. I find it interesting that Toler set up Trick Room, but now almost feels like he's struggling to find an opportunity for damage.
Yeah, here's the kind of reverse of the previous game, right?
Yeah.
Where he got exactly the right situation, but it took him a million turns to get there. This time he gets Trick Room quickly, but can actually do a whole lot. I think probably happier to see, in some ways, Parting Shot, although this allows Paul to switch first. At least on Toler's side of the field, you're going to get a little more time to see what Paul has done when you make your future decisions. But yeah, I mean, it's we're kind of just moving along here, right? Trick Room doesn't matter if none of the Pokemon are going to knock each other out anyway.
Here's another adjustment from Paul. It's going to be King Gambit coming out onto the field. Terra Blast into the opposing Alolan Ninetales will break the Focus Sash, and a Parting Shot from the Incineroar, giving Toler the opportunity now to make his own pivot.
Yeah. Avoiding complete disaster there by using Parting Shot on the King Gambit, probably what Paul was fishing for. But one of the advantages you mentioned of the Incineroar speeds there, with this time Toler's Incineroar moving second, avoiding what actually probably could have been very, very bad.
For sure, but I mean, if you want to talk about things that could go bad, both the Amoonguss and the Ursaluna that Toler's trying to decide between right now do not want to take an Ice-type attack, and given that Snow is still active on the field, I think that this Ninetales probably just went for a Blizzard. I guess you could Encore, but like Encore into what?
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure Blizzard, right? And you'd be a little scared too. I mean, Ursaluna wants to be status, but if you get frozen before the Bernard activates, you're in trouble.
Well, Ursaluna takes the field. Blizzard happens. Thanks to the Parting Shot, doesn't do much damage. And for a second, I thought it was about to freeze. Nope, that was just the Flame Orb activating. Toler avoiding disaster on that turn.
Yeah, perhaps everyone's heart stopping for just a moment there, but no, it is the red status, not the blue and the game status. Toler's tournament's going to continue here, but perhaps not for long. He's going to have to try to get some damage down here. Pretty scary Pokemon on the other side of the field, where both of them have like reasonably high defense stats, and both of them can do pretty good damage to this Ursaluna. I keep trying to call it Ursaring. I'm catching myself.
It's okay. It's okay. Just remember.
I miss it. You know, it was a fun Pokemon.
It was a very fun Pokemon, and I think you and Dawei with Tauros there, we can have some chats about that later. Maybe some artistic renditions of Intimidate, lowering the attack of the Ursaluna. I would love to see y'all's interpretation of that as we get our first terrestrialization of the game. Dark type onto the King Gambit. Paul Chua fishing for some big damage here.
And critically, potentially removing its weakness to ground type attacks.
That as well, and here comes a second terrestrialization from Toler. In game 1, we saw him go for it onto the Ursaluna, but in game number 2, it's the fighting type Porygon 2. And I love this adaptation in Regulation H from these trainers, as it allows it to use Terra Blast to deal super effective damage to any dark type Pokemon. And there's certainly a couple of those on the field. Sucker Punch will not connect with the opposing Ursaluna. Terra Blast from this Porygon 2 will find its target in the King Gambit, and it is is going to bring it down just a little bit of health, but I think that's enough chip for this Ursaluna to start doing what it does best.
Yeah, it could pick up a knockout here potentially. Of course, now it's been intimidated and its health's already been reduced, so you gotta kind of think through, like, do I really want to make this trade? But hey, you know, we were kind of wondering where's this damage going to come from.
Yeah.
Maybe the sweeper was in front of us all along.
It could be. And the other thing that I really like about this position, at least from Paul, is that he's once again found a way to sort of ignore Trick Room, if you will. There is the threat of Fake Out on the field right now, could go for a flinch on either of Toler's Pokemon. We saw the threat of the Sucker Punch in the previous turn, and both those moves just completely ignore the Twisted Dimensions. And I think Paul's done a great job of showing just how flexible his team is in the approach in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really feel like Toler's in a position to get all that much out of his Trick Room.
Yeah.
Turns are really whittling down, but it's the Ursaluna who has to flee inside of its own Trick Room. Now on Paul's side, I feel like if you can position in such a way to punish a second Trick Room attempt, it's really looking like the finals are close.
Fake Out will connect with the Amoonguss, and Kowtow Cleave from the opposing Kingambit will follow up as well. Not enough to pick up a KO. Will bring that Amoonguss down to just below half its health. And with another Terra Blast on the Porygon 2, this time targeting down that Incineroar. It's super effective, but it's just not doing any damage.
And this could be okay. I kind of wonder if on Toler's side of the field, he doesn't want to slow play this a little bit on purpose now. Don't give Paul any free switches to get those more offensive Pokemon out once Trick Room expires. Maybe instead try to keep these Pokemon that are kind of struggling to knock out his own Pokemon on the field, whittle them all down a little bit, and then get in a situation where maybe you get a second Trick Room and just start clicking Earthquake and deleting Pokemon.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow approach here from Toler yet again, but I think this is okay. As long as Paul is unable to really switch out the Incineroar or the Kingambit on his side of the field, he has a few turns here to play around. Could also try and fish for some recovery. There is, Pollen Puff on his own Amoonguss. We know Porygon 2 has access to recover, but before we get to any of that, Paul Chua will be switching out the Incineroar for an Amoonguss. Toler Webb making a switch as well, and will opt to send in the Ursaluna.
Sort of interesting, Spider. I forgot being hinted that both sides had the Amoonguss, so neither trainer really having a whole lot of offensive potential here as we see the Spore Whip.
Yeah, the Spore unfortunately will not work on an opposing Amoonguss, and Kowtow Cleave from this Kingambit is enough to pick up the KO. So Porygon 2 or the Incineroar could come back into play from Toler, but I'm assuming you don't want to activate your opponent's Defiant ability at this point in time, so it's just down to the Porygon 2.
Yeah, and as much as that maybe is a little bit what Toler's looking for, a chance to get Trick Room back active again. I don't know. I feel like losing the Amoonguss there really hurts. I think critically, you kind of wanted it for later in the game, either to redirect a Sucker Punch to get a Pollen Puff off on this Ursaluna, or like probably both. It's kind of asking a lot here. The one advantage that Paul's side of the field isn't threatening a ton of damage either, but this Ursaluna's already at half health, and is that going to have to do a whole lot? And this Defiant active, it's only going to take one more attack from the Kingambit if it can somehow find it to take care of this Ursaluna.
Yeah, there will be the opportunity for Toler to go for a flinch here with a Fake Out onto that Pokemon. Could opt to just move faster and go for a Flare Blitz, but with the Amoonguss alongside of it, we know there's also no more safety goggles on that Incineroar either, so Paul Chua has plenty of options here. Can't protect at least, but will not be switching, so will opt to stay in this turn, will be flinched for its trouble. Facade from that Ursaluna picking up the KO in return, but now the Amoonguss on Paul's side of the field, free to target down either of these two Pokemon. Could try to put the Incineroar to sleep to try and cut down Toler's moves, and that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, I don't know if I hate that if I'm Toler. Things are a little sketchy, but like we're at least approaching a situation where you can imagine that Porygon actually could try to clean up this game on its own. The problem with the kind of how defensively oriented all of Paul's Pokemon are is going to be pretty difficult to get through a cover if Toler can find a way to get rid of probably this Amoonguss, although it's going to be tough to deal with now that Ursaluna is going to have to somehow get around Ninetales to attack.
It will have to get around Ninetales, but the Incineroar on his side of the field will be able to take those Ice-type attacks a lot more comfortably. While it is asleep this turn and will remain asleep this turn, as this is the first turn that it has been put to sleep on the field, an early wake-up here from this Incineroar and then a Flare Blitz into either of these two Pokemon would be a great opening for Toler to start to make a comeback. Blizzard from that Ninetales, not going to do a lot of damage, and it's all up to this Amoonguss. What did it go go for this turn? Is it going to heal up the Alolan Ninetales? And that's exactly what we see.
I mean, I think it's better than a Spore. It could be worse, could be worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, not ideal, right? And now there's a full Amoonguss still sitting there. On Toler's side of the field, I feel like if you get a quick wake up on Incineroar, there's definitely still a path here. But the key is going to be removing this Amoonguss quickly enough that you can then pivot in a position where Porygon can heal itself up and win the game.
Encore from this Alolan Ninetales will connect with the Incineroar, and you have to remember what was the last attack it used successfully. That
would
was
have happened, but the Encore is going to
Fake
save the game.
Yeah, Fake Out will not work as it has been on the field for a couple of turns. Return will bring this Porygon 2 back up to full health, but Amoonguss is right behind it with another Spore.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet, but wow, that's just such a huge swing, right? Without Encore, Incineroar gets a Flare Blitz off, most likely into the Amoonguss, either knocks it out clean or gets very close. Now instead, you're in a situation where you're stuck faking out for the rest of the game, potentially, at least until you make a switch. Ninetales sitting here going to Blizzard. You really can't switch out because you're just going to lose your Saluna, so kind of no choice but to sit here and take it.
And I think that's what's really cool about this Alolan Ninetales from Palchua. It reminds me of, you know, the Whimsicott pressure that you see, but instead of being a supportive option for the team, you just have incredible offensive synergy with the Snow Warning, with the Blizzards, and then if your opponent does use Fake Out in front of the Alolan Ninetales, you can immediately punish that play.
Yeah, the Encore is just so good there.
It really is.
Like, really smart play by Paul, too. I think it's easy to get greedy and, like, kind of just not play around the potential for a minimum turn sleep there. Does exactly the right thing. And, yeah, I just don't know what you do on Toler's side of the field.
I mean, you hope that your Pokemon wake up and try and go on the offense at some point in time, but a second Encore from this Alolan Ninetales will ensure that there really is not much damage coming out on Toler's side of the field. And while he may have wanted to try and twist the dimension so he wouldn't have to worry about Encore in the future, it's instead cover that he's locked into now that the P2 is waking up.
Yeah, to me this looks pretty over here. Where I just don't know how you avoid the situation where Incineroar either gets knocked out or switches out and allows its friend to get knocked out, and then as soon as it comes back, immediately gets taken care of again. There's a real threat of Paul running out of PP for Blizzard, which is a unique problem. I don't know that I've ever mentioned a VGC match for, but it doesn't matter, right? There's still a secondary attack on the Ninetales, and you know, Porygon being stuck recovering for the rest of the game. As much as that was sort of Toler's win con, it did need to eventually weave attacks in there, and I just don't know how that's going to happen now.
I'm not sure either, but Toler is trying to find that win condition, and I think another cool thing that Paul's doing here is that he's actually not using Blizzard so that he doesn't have to worry about running out of those power points, the number of times he can use those moves, and it's a very, very slow end game here, but this is what Palchua does best. Like, I feel like every single time we see him in one of these high-stake matches, he's able to manage the board position and really just systematically shut down the options that his opponents have.
Yeah, I guess the good, in air quotes, news for Toler is now that the snow has gone away, so Blizzard could miss, but also Freeze Dry is there.
Yeah.
So we may see the adventures of Sweeper Amoonguss as we very slowly get to a position where Paul can then pin and knock out this Ursaluna, but Encore's really just set Paul in a position where there doesn't seem to be any outs. Beautifully played game, and one of the stranger end games I can recall seeing on stream, but you really see why Paul's such a master.
You do, and recognizing that the Alolan Ninetales, you know, has other ways to play it, looking for that creativity options, looking for ways to use Pokemon that we recognize, but in ways that are new and exciting, and that's what it takes to be a multi-time regional champion and be fighting for your opportunity to add one more to your resume. It'll take one more attack to knock out this Incineroar, as it was able to hold on through that freeze dry. But oh, don't worry, it's finally going to be KO'd by a Pollen Puff. Amoonguss getting a knockout in the game.
Noted offensive dynamo, Amoonguss getting it together, and
yeah,
I guess the good news here is that at least Porygon's not Encored anymore, but I feel like the play here is you just use your Freeze Dry on the Ursaluna, you spore the Porygon, and then it doesn't really matter what happens here. And your Ursaluna can't protect in front of the Ninetales, just going to be Encored, and Porygon not going to be able to one-shot either of these Pokemon to avoid a Spore, even if it wakes up.
Yeah, the one benefit, I guess, to Porygon 2 being Encored into those recovers turns ago is that if Toler does opt to go for Earthquake here, try and get some spread damage on the board to break the Focus Sash potentially temporarily on the opposing Ninetales. You know, you're not necessarily sacrificing your Porygon 2 in order to accomplish that, but at the same time, you really got to think to yourself, if I am able to hold on through a freeze dry, do I take out the Amoonguss and try in 2 versus 1 the Alolan Ninetales, or do I focus on the Alolan Ninetales, which is going to be doing damage here? And also, by the way, Palchua still does have the Incineroar in the back of his party to just further give himself one more piece in this game. Intimidate will lower the attack of the Ursaluna a little bit, so you got that working for you too. But here comes that freeze dry. It comes into the Ursaluna, and it is able to pick up that KO. So Palchua now a 3 Pokemon advantage here against the sleeping Porygon 2 on Toler's side of the field.
And bad news, I know what move it used most recently.
Yeah. It was Recover, right? I gotta check my notes on that one. Unfortunately for Toler, just the options are running out. Will be encored once again. Paul cheering for his opponent, celebrating Toler's top 4 placement here at the regional championships. But we're still gonna have to wait a few turns for this game to wrap up, as Knockoff will at least remove the Eviolite. That is the item that boosts Porygon 2's defenses pretty significantly in this matchup. So we're still in this.
Yeah, Incineroar doing its best to help put us out of our misery here by increasing the damage that it takes. I see the Recover. The good news for all of us, Toler, Paul, humanity as a whole, Recover doesn't have as much PP as it used to have, so eventually the Recovers will stop.
You know, that's good. Thank you for sharing that information here. And I'm curious what win condition Toler is trying to find his way for moving forwards. I mean, I guess you can hope that your opponent runs out of freeze dry attacks, but at the same time, you're probably going to run out of Recover first, as there's still 3 attacking Pokemon that you have to contend with on Paul's side of the field. And, you know, even though, sure, when you go on the offense with your Porygon 2, the Terra Blast will pick your higher attack stat to do the damage with. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily going to make too much of a difference here. And I mean, we could even consider timer rules here, but with Paul with the significant Pokemon advantage, that's not necessarily a win con for Toler.
Maybe he knows Paul has an early flight?
Maybe, but we do see Toler web lock in the forfeit. Palchua, a very commanding win in that game number 2. Moving on to the regionals finals here in Baltimore.
A creative way to get the end. I don't know if I've ever seen a match quite like that one, but it wasn't that close for a while there. Paul did a really good job of sitting in a situation where there was nothing that poor Toler could do. One of the best uses of Encore I think we've ever seen, where the game was just super, super over, and we kind of noted that Ninetales as being a particularly cool piece of Paul's team. A Pokemon we don't see very frequently, that we've never really seen used the way that he's using it, and we see exactly why it's been so effective for him, right? Not the most exciting way to end a game, but perhaps the safest I've ever seen.
And that's what Palchua does. At the end of the day, he's able to find very safe, very controlling board states, and having a fast Pokemon with Encore is really all you need against a Trick Room team, provided you're able to find those opportunities. And while I think Toler had a good approach, trying to get that Trick Room up early, trying to have that Amoonguss to support his Pokemon, at the end of the day, just did not have enough offense to break through the defensive playstyle of Palchua.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny where, the speed control seemed like it should have been a really important part of that matchup, right? But ultimately just kind of wasn't super relevant, where even when Trick Room was up, poor Ursaluna was trying its best to do some damage there and get a hold of a few Pokemon and knocked them out pretty well, but it just didn't matter that much. And yeah, that third game, I really see kind of just the power of, the defensive Pokemon there. It's really beating Porygon in its own game, where I think kind of in the times where we've seen Porygon in recent metagames, it's kind of been the king of doing that sort of thing. But yeah, I guess it's critical when you're a Pokemon like Porygon to be able to switch between your attacks, and Ninetales wasn't having any of that.
Yeah, and that was also a completely different approach than what we saw from Paul in game number 1. And if you think all the way back to then, it was Garchomp and Dragonite doing a majority of the damage in that matchup. And I think Paul getting enough information in that game 1 to be confident with slowing things down, to bring the Encore with Ninetales to really provide that late game pressure. And again, that's what it takes to recognize, to be an international champion, to be a top 4 worlds placing player. And I think Aaron said this earlier during the Top Cut preview, one of the best players to ever unfortunately not win a world championship that the game has ever seen.
Yeah, I think that even for a player with his accolades, I thought that was a really scary set that he played. Because, yeah, I mean, exactly. Even the best players, right? You have a great team, usually you kind of have one strategy you're trying to execute. That was just such a big difference between what he did in game 1 and game 2. And he a little bit conditioned Toler to do it, right? Where he changed the Pokemon in such a way in game 2 to try to handle what Paul did game 1. It was just a huge deviation. I don't know if it, again, I've seen such a big tempo change between a game 1 and a game 2 before.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time I saw somebody make that kind of play, and I honestly want to say it was Paul at maybe his international championship placement at European International Championships a couple years ago. But he has successfully beaten Toler Webb and will be moving on to the finals here in Baltimore, and will be facing off against either Dawei C or Nicholas Morales, who are going to be facing off soon on the other side of this top 4 bracket. And what's really cool, I think, as well, is that all the teams remaining at this point in the tournament kind of have their own play styles. You know, Dawei did also have the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna, but has some very unique Pokemon of their own with the Grimmsnarl, with the Golden Go, and the Annihilate to make the team super different. And Nicholas Morales as well, you know, had his own approach to games and just did very, very well in that top 8 match we saw.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the rain-based team there, so kind of had like the more offensive ramping strategy. I think it'd be kind of funny if we had a matchup between Paul and Dawei, where I think when we saw Dawei on stream, kind of a similar sort of thing, right, where it just kind of prevented his opponent from really being able to do anything. I think it'd be harder to do it with Paul's matchup just because it's, you know, a physical damage-based team largely, other than the Ninetales rather than a bunch of special attackers. But it would sort of be a funny way for this tournament to end, right, where seeing all these like crazy Pokemon we weren't expecting, especially a lot of really offensive teams, and then could wind up with a final where it's more kind of control on both sides of the board.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, though, honestly, because at the end of the day, it's consistency that makes you do well at a Pokemon tournament. And what better Pokemon to be consistent than the ones that you can consistently rely on to provide that board control, to shut down the options your opponent has, to make them more predictable. So we'll have to see who'll be facing Paul Chua in the finals. But for now, we're going to be taking a short break as we get ready for our next top 4 match here in Baltimore. So please stay tuned.
Jousting is a state sport of Maryland. There's lots of events held near Baltimore. I got no fun fact for that besides the fact that it's just a cool thing to read out.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang to bring you through our next Top Cut match and into our Masters Finals. What a phenomenal event that we have had so far. This Top Cut well underway, but we are barreling towards that finish line.
We've only got 3 players remaining in the tournament. Paul Chua has secured a spot in the finals, and of course, we are now going to be determining who will be playing Paul in the finals. But we started with nearly 700 competitors at this tournament, and we are almost at the finish line.
It's kind of crazy that also it feels like just a couple of moments ago we started our asymmetrical Top Cut bracket, and we are now at the semifinals. It just feels like everything has flown by so quickly, but we are going to be focusing in on Dawei C versus Nicholas Morales to find out who Paul Chua's opponent is going to be. And this matchup is so interesting. Nicholas Morales, very first regional championship, had such a phenomenal 3-game set on stream versus Lorenzo, and Dawei just masterclass of matches so far, as we saw even earlier on for our top 16 match.
Yeah, Dawei, I think one of the most impressive players I've seen from this tournament, especially because of their take on the Porygon 2 Ursaluna composition. They're running other Pokemon like Annihilate with no beat-up user, Grimmsnarl with screens to just make your Pokemon like Porygon and Ursaluna super bulky, and this very supportive Volcarona set that has Struggle Bug, Will-O-Wisp, as well as Overheat and Rage Powder. And so it's quite different from some of the other Ursaluna teams that we've seen, and the Volcarona and Grimmsnarl combination in particular looked really good in their top 16 set, and we're going to see it match up against Rain.
Ooh, Rain was another one of those archetypes that we were thinking would have a lot of success in the early format, especially looking at how Pelipper is able to enable Swift Swim on Basculegion, all of those water type attacks, as well as Archaludon's Electro Shot. But as we look at Dawei C's team too, Rain versus Trick Room, speeds are going to be so important in this matchup.
Yeah, I think what's really fun about the Rain on the opposing side is that mouse hold, but once again, quickly looking at Dawei's team, you've got offense from things like Golden Go as well as the Annihilate and Ursaluna, and you've got support from Grimmsnarl and Volcarona. The Porygon 2 here is Trick Room, of course, able to set up for that Ursaluna. Grimmsnarl's screen support here is so valuable, and Volcarona, defensive here, able to support its teammates. You can lead it with something like the Annihilate, like the Ursaluna, like the Golden Go, and just protect your opponent from your opponent's Pokemon.
And that Porygon 2 is also going to have a bit more of a unique moveset to the Porygon 2 we have seen in the previous rounds of this tournament. Its 2 attack moves of choice are Tri-Attack and Shadow Ball, rather than something like the Terra Fighting Terra Blast, as well as Ice Beam that we've seen on other Porygon 2.
Exactly. Now, looking over, of course, at Dawei's accomplishments, top 16, top 32 in back-to-back-to-back North American International Championships. That's one of the most difficult tournaments of the entire season, and they've made it not only to day 2, but had deep runs each time there.
Yeah, and a ton of top 32s last season for the regional championships as well. So being able to show up on the international stage as well as once again in a regional championship makes this matchup very exciting. But a little bit of a different story here for Nicholas. Again, first regional championship ever, but with this phenomenal Rain team.
Yeah, Rain was one of the top archetypes coming into this tournament, and this is a pretty classic take on it. A couple things to note. You've got the Mystic Water on the Basculegion. Sometimes people like running Choice Band, but Mystic Water, of course, allows you to click Protect, means that you're not locked into an attack immediately. There also is the offensive Mouse Hold here with that Population Bomb, the Technician Wide-Lens combination. It's kind of funny that in this matchup we've got Mouse Hold on one side and Annihilate on the other side. Normally they're combined with each other, but pay special attention to Basculegion in this matchup. I think with that Water Terra with Wave Crash, it does so much damage even before Pelipper sets up the Rain for it. Dawei's team does not have that many Pokemon that can reliably take Wave Crash, and so for Dawei to respond to it, I think some answers include Dragon Terra Goldengo as well as Dragon Terra Volcarona with that Will-O-Wisp, but Basculegion immediately looks really oppressive, and of course with Mouse Hold, you could even go for Population Bomb onto your own Archaludon to get that stamina boost up very quickly and make Body Press suddenly really powerful and make your Archaludon super defensive.
Maybe that's where Goldengo could really come into play though. As just a ghost-type Pokemon, you have the opportunity to bypass a lot of those body presses, but you still also have that defensive Terra, as you were saying, to be able to try to go from there. So I'm really interested to see how both of these players are going to approach this. Dawei absolutely has those defensive Terras, but also even has Trick Room to potentially try to finagle the speeds a little bit, maybe get that Swift Swim Basculegion caught off guard. As we head into the first game of this top 4 set, it is going to be that more passive lead of the Grimmsnarl and the Volcarona here for Dawei, as Nicholas goes right all out on the offense with that Pelipper and Basculegion.
Yeah, so Pelipper Basculegion is so oppressive. This is the Terra that we were talking about, right? You can go for the Terra immediately to at least resist this Water Terra Wave Crash. Otherwise, Water Terra Wave Crash does neutral damage to everything on Dawei's team. So Dawei recognizing I need a defensive option here immediately, but you know, there are a bunch of other questions as to like where does the Basculegion target right now, right? If the Wave Crash goes into Grimmsnarl, even with Reflect setup, it still takes so much damage, but it's going to be the Water Terra immediately on Basculegion. This is a super safe Terra for Nicholas because there really aren't any super effective attacks from the opposing side once you Water Terra. No Grass, no Electric type attacks.
And it's going to be the Terrestrialization matched on Dawei's side, as we do see that Volcarona go for the Dragon Terra. And so I kind of wonder, though, how much does this leave that Volcarona vulnerable to something like a Hurricane from this Pelipper?
Absolutely, and it's just going to be the Reflect to start off here, so you really want to mitigate Basculegion's damage output. Does it matter if Wave Crash goes into the Grimmsnarl is the first question. Let's see, it is going to be the Wave Crash coming out into the Grimmsnarl, and Grimmsnarl manages to hang on.
That's a really big survival because it can go for something on that next turn, the Struggle Bug to be able to do that spread damage, as well as break the Focus Sash on that Pelipper and drop that special attack. Could also make sure that this Volcarona can stay around just a little bit, but it's not an attack coming out from the Pelipper. It's just going to be that speed control. So for this Basculegion, it's got Tailwind behind it, as well as that Swift Swim.
Yeah, critically going for the Struggle Bug there rather than Will-O-Wisp. What you do there is then, if Basculegion protects or switches out, for example, you can at least reduce Pelipper's damage output. Nicholas goes for the target on the Grimmsnarl, doesn't get baited into Volcarona, but Basculegion does lose a lot of HP. One of the downsides of Wave Crash is that you are going to hurt yourself a lot. And so critical survival there on Grimmsnarl because it'll allow it to set up that second screen, light screen. Basculegion now wants to pivot out because it's just not going to do very much damage into Volcarona. Amoonguss, though, a great pick here because you can potentially heal yourself back up later with Pollen Puff.
As this Grimmsnarl gets a chance to weave in this light screen, though, these attacks coming through from the Pelipper are going to be even more mitigated. The Grimmsnarl is not going to be able to survive that Hurricane, though, despite the light screen and that special attack drop from that Pelipper. The Will-O-Wisp, though, is going to actually avoid the Amoonguss, but you would have loved to hit into that Basculegion if that was what was still on the field.
Yeah, not super critical into the Amoonguss there. You at least, if you're Dawei, have set up your screens. But it's awkward, right? Because, so Amoonguss doesn't feel very intuitive to bring into this matchup because there's a Golden Go in Team Preview, there's a Safety Goggles Annihilate, but it's really good against a lot of the Pokemon Dawei's brought here. So Nicholas identifies, even with some troublesome Pokemon in Team Preview, it's still worth bringing. Now, Ursaluna comes out because the idea is you want to protect so that you get the Flame Orb activated. Once Flame Orb is activated, you at least cannot put the Ursaluna to sleep. Terra, however, has already been committed. You've got to be worried about offensive pressure from the Pelipper, right? So a Rage Powder here, of course, can deter that. What you can do this turn is maybe go for Overkey onto Amoonguss or Struggle Bug, protect with the Ursaluna. It's actually just a Headlong Rush. Hover though, so for maybe predicting that the Amoonguss is not going to actually Spore into Ursaluna.
But we do see the Pelipper also leave the field, so the big threat of something like the Weather Ball into this Ursaluna has also been avoided, as the Overheat, even in the rain, is going to be able to get half damage down onto the Amoonguss, as Amoonguss goes for the Spore anyway into this Volcarona. Still leaves it open to an attack from this opposing Ursaluna, though, as the Headlong Rush to follow it up picks up the KO onto the Amoonguss.
That Tailwind from Pelipper was really, really nice because it allows the Amoonguss to actually outspeed the Ursaluna, get the Spore off into the Volcarona, and now with no defensive Terra from Ursaluna, you are free to just go for a Wave Crash. Nicholas has not been baited at all this game. Did not go for the Wave Crash early on onto Volcarona, went for the Spore onto Volcarona this time around instead of maybe targeting into the Ursaluna, and now Basculegion is so well positioned, and Archaludon comes in. That's a Dragon-type Pokemon. That's got access to Dragon Pulse. You can now just go for a Wave Crash here into the Ursaluna slot and go for a Dragon Pulse into the Volcarona slot. I think Nicholas has played this game so fantastically, and not going for Will-O-Wisp on turn 1 of this battle and going for that Struggle Bug instead has definitely punished Dawei.
The Protect first to just make sure that Ursaluna isn't going to go down immediately, and hoping that this Volcarona can take this first turn of sleep and maybe get an early wake up. You are still vulnerable to this Archaludon though, which goes with the Dragon Pulse. There's a light screen still up, so this Volcarona is able to take that pretty comfortably. Another attack as it bypasses that first turn of sleep.
Oh, this is a really crucial turn. Volcarona has taken a turn of sleep, so if you're able to wake up, you can go for that Rage Powder and redirect that Wave Crash away from the Ursaluna. Then Ursaluna, of course, will be able to launch a very powerful attack off here. So, okay, we're actually seeing an alternative option here, which is saying, you know what? If I manage to burn you, I know I can at least survive the Wave Crash with the Porygon, and your Dragon Pulse isn't KOing me. So, opting to go for a defensive option here, doesn't want to just lose the game immediately with if Volcarona stays asleep.
Oh, you actually tricks the Swift
okay.
Swim. Oh, maybe Porygon 2 can actually get a little bit speedy up in here, but it is going to have to tank this Wave Crash as it is switched into it. That is still so much in the rain with the Water Terra, and no way to actually try to shut down some of this attack, and the Volcarona stays asleep. Gas to take another Dragon Pulse. This time around, it's still very, very close, but it does hang on.
Yeah, 2 HP there. I think if Volcarona faints, the game is just immediately over there, but Volcarona hangs on with just a sliver of HP. So now the question is, can you actually set up a Trick Room, right? You've got the Rage Powder support from Volcarona, so Rage Powder into Trick Room can be quite powerful. Of course, on the opposing side, you are staring down the Archaludon, which has access to the Body Press, but I think Porygon, I would actually expect to survive a Body Press right now. So I think Dawei's hoping, okay, I just wake up right now, and yeah, you can debate between Trick Room or Recover, but I like Trick Room more to just let Ursaluna can come out, but no, wake up from the Volcarona. It stays asleep for another turn. That allows Nicholas to exert maximum offensive pressure here. That Wave Crash, even without the rain, still gets that knockout onto Porygon.
No Trick Room for Dawei heading into the final couple of turns, and even this Archaludon is going to be able to secure a knockout for itself as it finally gets the job done onto this Volcarona. It's just the Ursaluna at the end, and this Basculegion is going to win that 9 times out of 10. You've got a Pelipper in the back there to set the rain up again.
Yeah, absolutely. So easy switching to Pelipper here, but Nicholas played this phenomenally. I think the key turn was honestly turn 1. The Volcarona had the potential to go for the Dragon Terra and immediately go for Will-O-Wisp onto the Basculegion. Dawei might have thought, well, that's just so obvious. I think you're definitely just going to protect Basculegion. You might consider switching out as well. But Nicholas just says, you know what? I'm just going to attack with the Basculegion. Dawei opting for not going for Will-O-Wisp on that first turn means that this Basque Legion is so powerful in the end game, setting up that Tailwind so that Amoonguss can outspeed the Ursaluna, put the Volcarona to sleep as well, preventing redirection support further on. I was talking about how good Basque Legion was coming into this game, and boy, did it look good.
It looks so good too, because there's not really a clean way for Dawei to switch up the speeds immediately. Like, you have the Pelipper in, the Swift Swim is always going to make that Basque Legion one of the fastest things on the field. And regardless of even if you get the Terra, like, you're still able to get a huge amount of damage down onto something.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think if you're Dawei, the idea was right. I think the Pokemon choices are actually fine. Golden Go feels really scary to bring here because you don't even have something like Choice Specs Thunderbolt, so you could go for Choice Specs Shadow Ball, but the Basque Legion can just always Terra, right? There's like nothing to actually punish Terra coming out from Basque Legion, so if you're Dawei, you might be okay just going with the same options. Grimmstar, Volcarona once again, but this time opt for the Will-O-Wisp onto the Basque Legion. However, Nicholas now, I'm sure, is thinking about that as an option, right? So what you could do then is just protect your Basque Legion on turn 1 and go for damage onto a Volcarona immediately. But I think burning Basque Legion is one of the only ways of actually handling it here, because even with Reflect setup, it's still so difficult. Dawei also didn't manage to set up Trick Room in that game, so that's another approach that they could take.
Yeah, just lead the Porygon 2, maybe even, knowing that you might be able to take a hit from the Basque Legion. We saw how much it was able to do with the Terra Water in the rain and the Wave Crash. It survived, but can you actually pair something, if you're on Nicholas's side, to actually just finish off the Porygon 2 before it's able to get that Trick Room set up?
Yeah, it's tough. I think like the main calc I'm curious about is if you lead Pelipper or Basque Legion on Nicholas's side and Dawei goes Grimmsnar or Porygon 2, can the Porygon 2 survive a Water Terra Wave Crash if Reflect is set up? If that's the case, you at least get your Trick Room up, but oh, it's gonna be a mix-up here. No Basque Legion. Incineroar is out on the field instead, and there is the Porygon 2.
Okay, so the Porygon 2 is in a much better position in this spot because you are able to just get this Trick Room set up. You are not in any threat of actually getting knocked out before you actually are able to get it up and going, but the Drizzle getting traced there is very funny.
Yeah, so this is interesting because Incineroar does have the fake out into Porygon. A Porygon here is Ghost Terra, but would you really want to Ghost Terra solely to get around the fake out? We also see a key Pokemon in the back. It's going to be Golden Gold this time around, so offering a little bit more offense. I think Dragon Terra here generally is the more consistent option because you just want to have something that immediately resists the water type attack from all of the opposing side, right? So now the question is, where do you go from here? Incineroar caught in a kind of awkward spot. You're not really doing that much damage. You can't really fake out into a Volcarona and flinch it, of course, because of that Covert Cloak as well. But of course, you could fake out into a Porygon 2, deny it an attack. Pelipper here could go for a Hurricane, a Weather Ball into Volcarona just to get some damage on the board immediately, force a Terra out.
Terastallization onto the Volcarona first, though, to kick off this game. And so the Dragon Terra will be good moving forward. If the Basque Legion is in the back, which I feel like we have to assume that Nicholas is going to have, then Volcarona is still around to at least be able to get some damage down in the process, and also hope that it will be up and running for something like a Will-O-Wisp in the future. As the Focus Sash gets broken onto this Pelipper once again, but even more importantly, drops the special attack like it did in that game number 1. With the Weather Ball 2, take a look at how well this Dragon Terra is going to help this Volcarona stay up. Does have to take a parting shot though, so what's going to be coming into that Incineroar slot?
Yeah, I mean, our Chowdon right now, definitely a decent switch in. I think Basque Legion, you kind of want to wait until you knock out the Volcarona. Once Volcarona faints, suddenly there's nothing that resists water type damage, but it's actually going to be the Amoonguss. And so obviously by going with the Incineroar this time around, you can only bring one of the Basque Legion or the Archaludon, given Amoonguss coming out here. And Tri-Attack does get the burn onto Pelipper, so that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that is something else to maybe keep in mind for this game, is that there is a 20% chance to burn, freeze, or paralyze with Tri-Attack. And so the burn here maybe gives a little bit more hope to Dawei to see this Basque Legion in the future and maybe get a burn that way.
Yeah, and there's Golden Gold this time around, which is a really nice response in particular against Amoonguss. So if you're able to predict correctly where Amoonguss is going to target this turn, you could also actually go for the side Will-O-Wisp to burn your own Porygon 2, preventing it from getting spored. So, okay,
no
we
way.
see the hover here. I like that a lot. Oh, and Trick Room. So the idea is, okay, let me just set up Trick Room right now, then I can get my Ursaluna out afterwards. Pelipper is going to switch out. So, will the Will-O-Wisp connect on the own Porygon 2? This is a very crucial turn right now.
If it does, this is going to put Dawei into a very good position. Incineroar comes in first, though, to get the Intimidate drops. And the
Will-O-Wisp, okay!
Oh,
it does connect! Porygon 2 is burnt. It will now no longer be able to put to sleep by Amoonguss, and the Amoonguss Spore goes into Porygon 2. Trick Room is now set up, but if you're Dawei, you still need to get your Ursaluna out safely. If you switch it in on an Amoonguss Spore, it will just get put to sleep. So how do you get it in right now is the main question, but Trick Room at least is set up. Golden Goal, though, that is something that does not have to worry about Spore from the Amoonguss. And whoo, I like that. Dawei is playing so confidently, just going for that double switch lock-in immediately.
This is something that could really throw Nicholas off his game already. After you are feeling the Spore, you're thinking, how do I actually get through these Trick Room turns now? As we see this double switch come through from Dawei. So both of the final 2 Pokemon revealed in this game right away. You've got the Ursaluna as well as the Golden Go. If you get this right as well, it's going to be the Spore into the Ursaluna, not the Golden Goat!
What a play! What is Incineroar going for? It's knockoff as well. Goodbye to your Flame Orb. That is one sad Ursaluna, and this is what makes Ursaluna hard to use. You have to get it in safely, and Dawei was in no position, had to make a call, and gets it. The double up on Amoonguss safe though, right? Even if, or the Porygon, even if Porygon stays in, you still eat up the knockoff, and Amoonguss doesn't lose that much value, right? It's not like Volcarona is applying that much pressure anyway, but by going for that play, Nicholas gets probably even more than he initially thought he would really get out of that turn. So what a phenomenal play. Nicholas has been playing so well. Dawei making such a cool play as well. Golden Go now at least is out on the field, but you have to worry about Incineroar just hitting you with a knockoff.
You do, because you also need to consider that your terrestrialization is already used.
Yeah.
You don't have that Dragon Terra available to you, and you're also Choice Spec, so you have to lock into something right away. Amoonguss safely going for another Spore here, not under any threat of getting knocked out by either of these Pokemon right now, as Ursaluna takes its mandatory turn of sleep, and Golden Go has to eat the knockoff. It's going to be going down already to just a sliver of HP as it locks into the Power Gem. Now that this Choice Specs is gone, it's actually not going to be enough damage for this Incineroar to get finished off, but you could also change up your move if you actually have an opportunity to with Golden Go.
Yeah, this is so tough. That Spore, by the way, just to cover for Ursaluna potentially switching out into the Volcarona specifically. The Golden Go is caught in a really awkward spot. That slot will just get knocked out by an attack at this point, right? And Ursaluna is so sad because not only did it switch in, it lost its Flame Orb, and so you don't even have the Guts activation anymore. So its damage output into Amoonguss is not going to be that great. I like the idea behind this play, though. Get the Golden out safely, wait until Trick Room is stalled out, and then just try to get some damage off with the Earthquake right now. Porygon 2 is going to switch back in, gonna get a Trace off. It's gonna be the Regenerator, okay? It's always fun to see what traces. And the side Pollen Puff here, just such a safe play to go for. Heal the Incineroar nearly back up to full HP now.
I mean, this Earthquake, even if it goes off into the Amoonguss, it's not going to be able to eliminate that right away. And this Porygon 2 is going to have to take this knockoff, and it removes the Eviolite now, a play that you were calling out. So this Porygon 2 is a little bit more vulnerable to these special attacks.
Yeah, the main thing is right now Incineroar Amoonguss, like, they're not exerting the most amount of offensive pressure, but Nicholas is probably okay with how this game state has played out, right? Dawei's strategy was to try to set up Trick Room, try to bring out these really powerful attackers under Trick Room. Nicholas is content just getting damage off across the board, because you're setting yourself up for an endgame where Basket Legion comes in, the rain is set up, you water Terra, and you click Wave Crash into everything. So right now, Dawei is in a really tough spot. Porygon at least is pretty bulky, right? So it can heal back a lot of the damage that's been taken right now. Ursaluna has taken a couple of turns of sleep as well. Gonna go for the Facade there, so potentially reading that Incineroar is gonna switch into Lapelliper right now.
You gotta knock out something. You're running out of Trick Room turns, and you're also running out of HP and Pokemon. As Amoonguss goes for the Rage Powder, it will keep this Incineroar safe on this next turn, but we've gotta see the Wake Up, and it's still gonna be asleep. Ursaluna, this is not the time to be taking a nap or this Flare Blitz.
Yeah, it was already an uphill battle for Dawei, but for it to stay asleep for as long as it has made it even more difficult. We, of course, saw the Facade lock-in, so it wouldn't have really done very much damage, and this Golden Goal losing the Choice Specs as well. I mean, like, the Golden Goal and Ursaluna on this team, when their damage output is reduced, it just feels so sad because they really aim to pick up these big one-hit knockouts. And Nicholas, you know, Incineroar Amoonguss, not exactly meant to be the most offensive combination, but he is making it look so strong. We've seen so many cool plays throughout the course of this game, but, you know, Dawei does not have the ability to heal up with Pokemon like Ursaluna, with the Volcarona, with this Golden Goal. There's no Amoonguss on Dawei's end. You can't self-Pollen Puff here, and so caught in a really tough spot right now. I think the idea is, yeah, let me at least get Porygon 2 in, let me try to set up Trick Room again, then let me get Ursaluna out under Trick Room, but it feels pretty inevitable right now. I think Nicholas is in such a huge advantage.
Oh, I mean, you trace the Regenerator again, I guess, if that ends up helping in the future. But Amoonguss goes for Rage Powder yet again. This Golden Go is just going to struggle a lot to try to get some damage down, even though the Rage, like, look at how sad that Make It Rain is of all things. And this Incineroar still gets a chance to actually go for damage. It goes into the Porygon too, though, but look at how offensive this Incineroar is. We've gone back to 2 attacks on this Incineroar, and they both look amazing.
Yeah, Flare Blitz, really big deal. I know that seems really standard on Incineroar, but this is a Rain team, right? So a lot of times people would think, well, you know, I'm going to set up the Rain so often, I'm not actually going to run Flare Blitz, but it's a really crucial move to have here because it allows you to actually deal so much more damage. If you were the Incineroar set without Flare Blitz, then you're kind of just stuck awkwardly clicking knockoff. Right now, Nicholas isn't even bringing out what I think is the most powerful Pokemon in Basculegion. He's saying, you know what? You have to knock me out first, and then I'll just bring it out. I don't want to switch something in carelessly, and I think that's really smart, recognizing, hey, the duel that I have on the field right now is already applying so much offensive pressure. So Dawei keeps making these switches, but you're just losing more and more HP, which makes this so difficult.
It adds up over time, and I think what's also really tough about this Golden Go is you've taken a special attack drop now as well.
Yeah.
Not only do you have your choice specs gone, but you also just use Make It Rain, which dropped your special attack. And so is there really a way for you to actually knock out this Incineroar? You saw Dawei actually remove the Porygon too, just to make sure it's not going to get knocked out to another Flare Blitz. And look again at how much sadder these Make It Rains look time and time again.
And the Citrus Berry hasn't even been consumed until now, so Amoonguss just heals all the way back as well. Incineroar happy to just keep launching damage. It's going to be knockoff. Golden Go finally is eliminated. So if you're Dawei, at least you now have Porygon and Volcarona out on the field next to each other, right? So you can aim goal to set up a second Trick Room. The thing is just, even once Ursaluna wakes up, are you able to pick up one-hit knockouts with it, right? Does a Headlong Rush under Trick Room, for example, actually get the KO into the Basculegion? The Basculegion also has Aqua Jet, right? So if you knock out this Volcarona, well then Basculegion doesn't care about Trick Room being set up. So Volcarona traces the Regenerator once again.
Well, I mean, it helped out. Look at that. Porygon 2 has actually recovered some of its HP thanks to tracing that ability and would be able to take another Flare Blitz. But we are now going to see this Incineroar finally leave the field, and it is going to be the Pelipper that takes its place. Not a bad idea to set the rain in case you are going to see something like an overheat come through from this Volcarona.
Yep, Amoonguss is going to switch out here as well. So if there was any turn for Dawei to have a big turn, it's actually not even Basculegion in the back. It's going to be Archaludon. Okay, so Nicholas saying, you know what, I think you're going to counter Basculegion a little bit harder this time around, but Archaludon's such a good final Pokemon to have here. Yes, you drop its special attack, but how do you deal enough damage to KO it right now? Especially as stamina boosts continue to stack up as well. Tri-Attack comes out, hoping for a status condition. Do we see one here? It's a critical hit and a stamina boost, but no status condition.
I was holding on because I was expecting maybe something would end up coming through there, but now you've also given this Archaludon 2 stamina boosts. So where did these body presses start to actually stack up in the grand scheme of the damage on Nicholas's side?
Yeah, this game definitely doesn't feel over. Will-O-Wisp onto Archaludon will of course reduce the damage of body press. It does connect.
Hit.
Yeah, and so maybe there is a world in which Ursaluna can put in some work under Trick Room. We're still not at the Trick Room part of the game yet. Dragon Pulse will still do reasonable damage. Here's a Weather Ball also going out into the Porygon slot. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. A double up might just KO it. There's body press.
There's no Eviolite.
Yep, that's out of the way. So Dawei down to their final 2 Pokemon, and they weren't able to set up Trick Room. There is still this sleeping Ursaluna in the back as well. Pelipper is going to finally faint from the burn, but now you get a free switch into that Incineroar.
So Incineroar gets an Intimidate drop onto this Ursaluna that also doesn't have its guts activated because the Flame Orb got knocked off. It gets a chance to wake up, I think, on this turn because it's taken so many turns of sleep. But how is this Volcarona actually going to be able to do the job?
Yeah, it's tough. I think the main question here is, if you're Dawei, do you try to, say, Protect maybe, and then go for another Struggle Bug, knock out the Amoonguss, then try to get like an Overkey? I think you need to go for the Protect here. So yeah, Protect Struggle Bug is, I think, the only play that would keep Dawei in this. If you're Nicholas, you might be content still just going for the safe Fake Out onto the Ursaluna slot and then go for a Dragon Pulse onto Volcarona, for example. You could also gamble a little bit and just, you know, double up onto the Ursaluna slot. But either way, I think Nicholas in a really commanding position, and I love the decision to drop the Basculegion, recognizing realizing this was really good, but I don't think I'm going to get away with it again. Incineroar actually even pivots out here, going to bring out that Amoonguss. Of course, now so healthy thanks to Regenerator.
Yeah, Ursaluna is going to wake up.
up.
Okay, so finally we get a chance to see this Ursaluna do something in this game number 2, but it's just the Protect. And with the Struggle Bug just continuing to chip away at both of these Pokemon, Amoonguss and Archaludon, they don't really mind that. Archaludon, no, it is going to start to really feel the hurt of all these Struggle Bugs, though. That is -3 now for its special attack, and it is burned. So these body presses, even with the +3 stamina, not going to be that impactful.
Yeah, Nicholas kind of covering for all options there, basically. I think the one scary thing could have been if the Volcarona had just gone for a Rage Powder, and then maybe you just headlong rush immediately into the Archaludon. But the reality is a non-Guts boosted Ursaluna was already kind of sad, and now we're staring down a +3 defense Archaludon. So I think Dawei here, they want any chance of winning this game, needs a critical hit right now from the Ursaluna.
Rage Powder first, so we'll see if that critical hit can come through as the Archaludon goes for the body press, and this
so much
Volcarona
damage.
does do a lot of tanking there, but you see this Amoonguss just not a critical hit, not going to end up being the KO either, and even still, this Amoonguss gets a chance to re-heal this Archaludon with Pollen Puff.
Yeah, and even with the burn on Archaludon, it's putting in so much work. Being able to soak up these defense boosts from that Struggle Bug, so valuable. If you're Nicholas now, you could just switch the Amoonguss back out into Incineroar, go for another body press, and so I was thinking maybe you go for the headlong rush and just try to crit the Archaludon right here and then. Instead, the damage goes into Amoonguss, and so Archaludon here now sitting so healthy. You can go for Rage Powder once again, but I think Body Press might just get the knockout in return. It's doing so much damage even with that burn thanks to all of those boosts. So yeah, here's the Rage Powder play. Okay, opting for potentially the Overheat here instead. Of course, if you go for Overheat, the risk is Archaludon just clicking Body Press into the Ursaluna slot and getting KO there.
But you gotta risk it at this point because Dawei is several steps behind in this game.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
The side Will-O-Wisp.
Oh, it could just give the Guts boost that way.
Yeah, but the question is, how much does that matter? And first of all, like, does the Archaludon just body press into the Ursaluna slot? I like the idea here, but I don't know if that's enough. Let's see, though.
That's a second Intimidate drop onto this Ursaluna, though, as the Will-O-Wisp is able to connect onto the Ursaluna. So what does this Archaludon actually do on this turn? It's going to be a body press into the Volcarona, and it survives with a headlong rush to go into the Archaludon. It's still so little with all of those stamina boosts.
Yeah, it was. I think this endgame pretty much was always you need to get a critical hit. The Archaludon just has too many defense boosts, but now it's just a fake out into a body press, and it should be a double KO. So that was cool. The side Will-O-Wisp in this game were awesome. I think what was the absolute game-defining turn for me in this match, though, was the Ursaluna trying to switch in and getting doubled up with the knockoff and the Spore. If the Porygon had stayed in and then the other slot switched into Ursaluna, I think there may have been a decent chance for Dawei, but Dawei just had to play so defensively, never really had that much offense, and that's why Amoonguss was so good in this matchup, despite there being so many Amoonguss counters seemingly, with Golden Goal, with Safety Goggles Annihilate, with Flame Orb Ursaluna.
Dawei got so close of being able to make it to the finals, but it's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales, with that final KO onto Ursaluna, making it to the finals of the Baltimore Regional Championships.
I love that Nicholas decided, you know what, Basculegion was so good for me in the first game, but you have an answer to it. You didn't go for it in that game 1, but you definitely see it, which is just going immediately for Will-O-Wisp. And Nicholas said, well, I don't want to just leave Basculegion and be forced to protect or switch out. So adapting and then going with the Archaludon game mode. Archaludon was such an immaculate Pokemon to close out this set. I think really just perfect play from him throughout both games. And I wonder how different all of this would look if just in game 1, turn 1, we saw Will-O-Wisp instead of a Struggle Bug go out into the Basculegion. But Nicholas recognizes, you know what, I'm going to lean into one of my other game modes, goes with the Incineroar. Incineroar plus Amoonguss, actually just so oppressive. This has been a combination that's been so strong in VGC for so many years, and it continues to be just as good.
Oh man, even just the Archaludon being able to go for these Dragon Pulses, I think this has been such a nice move change to see on an Archaludon, because otherwise you're running Draco Meteor, you have a chance to miss, and Dragon Pulse is just such consistent damage, especially when you see 2 Dragon Terras on Dawei's team.
Yeah, and I think Nicholas always just made really consistent plays across the board. I like the patience to stay in with the Incineroar and Amoonguss and keep Dawei guessing, basically. Once again, this duel was able to just do so much damage, and Dawei just never really had anything that exerted too much offensive pressure. I think Ursaluna was the best bet, but as soon as it got put to sleep and lost its Flame Orb, it was going to be such a big uphill battle. And the reality is that there just was not very much for this Archaladon, right? Now, Ursaluna normally pretty good into Archaladon, but once you get a couple stamina boosts, I mean, we saw, yeah, it was burnt, and it still did like 25–30% of damage.
Yeah, it was a lot. I think this was just a fantastic display, though, by Nicholas. And in his very first regional, he is going to be making it to the finals, where he has to face one of the biggest and strongest veterans of the game, Paul Chua, looking to catch back up in regional championship title win to Wolf Glick, who is leading the charge right now.
Yeah, Paul's at 6 victories in the Masters division alone. Paul, of course, was also a phenomenal player in the Seniors division, which is where he started. And so this is going to be such an exciting finals. Paul made it to the finals of a regional championship in the last season as well over in Toronto, losing to Chupa Cross in a really, really, really close set. And we've seen some crazy games from both players already throughout the course of this tournament. Of course, Nicholas winning just by a sliver of HP in that top 8 match, and Paul, of course, winning against Z in a very intense top 8 set as well, where it felt like he was behind, especially in, midway through game 2 before a critical Moonblast special attack drop allowed his King Gambit to get an attack boost and just go from there.
30% of the time it works 100% of the time, Bo. This just makes me so excited to see the conclusion of the Baltimore Regional Championships. We're going to go ahead and let our players get ready for the finals and let them take a little bit of a short break. So we will see you guys on the other side.
Edgar Allan Poe lived in Baltimore, where he penned some of his most famous works and is buried at Westminster Hall. Spooky!
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela, Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
We have just started our journey through the 2025 Pokemon VGC competitive season, and we are almost at the end of our very first event. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang, and we are here to bring you through the Masters Finals of the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships.
Such an exciting one. We have one of the winningest players of all time in regionals history, Paul Chua, also just one of the greatest players to ever play VGC. 6 regional championship titles, the European International title, NAIC finalist many years ago, top 4 at the World Championships in 2022 as well, and he's going to be up against Nicholas Morales, who has been on an unbelievable run this tournament.
Nicholas Morales, this is his very first regional championship, and we just saw him take down Dawei, one of our best players in North America. Also a very close 3-game set versus the Renzo Arce earlier on in top 8. And just across the board, Nicholas has been on a phenomenal run. It's so difficult to do that as a first-time competitor.
We've seen first-time competitors rise and instantly become stars in this game, and so it's so exciting to see Nicholas come onto the scene and what better way to prove yourself to the world than to defeat Paul Chua in the finals, right? And so he's got a tall task ahead of him, and this was just one of the craziest games that we had on stream in top 8. Nicholas, of course, using that Rain team against Dondozo, staring down the really tough boss of Final Gambit, Choice Scarf, Annihilate as well. And the game, the set, was so close. Game 3 came down to just a sliver of HP here in the end. But Amoongus, of course, a really valuable answer. Insula Dondozo, able to get that clear smog off, able to hang on from that Final Gambit with 3 HP. Always has enough HP if you haven't taken any chip damage. You can see him breathe a sigh of relief. I'm sure the adrenaline has been pumping from these last couple of games. And this match against Dawei, just really beautiful team play and team selection. Being able to adapt from the Basculegion, then switching into the Archaludon mode for Game 2. Being able to deny Ursaluna from coming in safely, being able to remove its Flame Ore, put it to sleep. Just masterful play of this Rain team. I still want to see the mouse hole though, because I think that's the thing that really is unique about the team relative to a lot of the other Rain comps that we see in this format.
Yeah, there's no Annihilate. Usually when you see the mouse hold, it's there to be able to provide friend guard or is able to go for beat up so that the Annihilate is getting a ton of Rage Fist stacks. And so it's really unique to see this mouse hold as a more offensive variant and on this Rain team. It's really cool.
It really is, and the fact that you can not only deal damage with Population Bomb, but still also self-target your Archaludon, I think is a super unique interaction. And so I think Archaludon's a Pokemon that just had a very impressive finish in that top 4 game that we featured, and it's a Pokemon that I definitely have my eye out on going into this finals match. Archaludon, of course, with that stamina, will be able to consistently boost its defense as it takes damage from the opposing side. And Paul Chua's team has a lot of physical attackers. You've got the Dragonite, the King Gambit, the Garchomp, Incineroar. These are all Pokemon that deal physical damage. But quick recap, of course, we saw Paul Chua play on stream against Justin Karras round 7 of day 1.
And we've seen Paul Chua so many times on stream after that, but a very critical piece of his game plan has been this Terra Flying Dragonite with this Lumberry. That has been so good just to provide consistent damage with those Terra Flying Terra Blasts. It also provides a really nice partner for his very own Garchomp that can go for something like Earthquake, and the Dragonite's not affected by that. And just time and time again, we've seen Paul just dominate with this Dragonite, and even Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, agreed. I think the Dragonite has been one of the most impressive pieces. Paul using this unique set with the Lumberry as well as the multi-scale. Lumberry, what a interesting meta call, because there were so many things that pressure Dragonite with status conditions throughout the course of this tournament, but having that Lumberry allowed Paul to bring it into Toadscrew, a Pokemon that we definitely didn't expect to see in this event, right? It also protects around things like Will-O-Wisp, for example, from Talonflame. So just being able to mitigate those status conditions, recognizing, you know, Dragonite's base attack is just really strong, so I don't need something to boost my damage output. I'm happy to just 2-hit knock out so many different Pokemon with the combination of Terra Blast and Low Kick.
We even saw the Lumberry also help protect that Dragonite from a freeze.
Yeah!
Which is so cool.
Right,
Who
exactly.
ever thought that that would be a part of the interactions we would have seen on stream?
100%. And the Alolan Ninetales is such a cool pick as well. And both players here are seeded for our grand finals. So we've seen both of them play already on stream, but let's just recap their teams and their accomplishments.
Nicholas Morales is going to have that Rain team built around this very stable core of the Pelipper, Basculegion, and Archaludon. A ton of synergy there to make sure that you're getting those special attack boosts, thanks to something like Electroshock being charged right away, being in the rain. You've got Swift Swim on Basculegion that is going to make it one of the fastest Pokemon in the format, and you have a ton of other supportive options around that, like the Amoongus, like the Incineroar, to make sure that your Archaludon is staying around for a long time.
Yeah, the main things here, you've got the Dragon Pulse on Archaludon over Draco Meteor, which is on the standard version often of these compositions. You see the Basculegion with the Water Terra Mystic Water rather than something like Choice Band, so flexibility in switching your moves. Incineroar here still has Flare Blitz despite it being a Rain team, so we saw how much impact that had in the semifinals as well. And then the Mousehold, Grass Terra, Wide Lens Technician, Population Bomb, but still with enough support with Follow Me, with the Taunt here. This is a Pokemon that I would absolutely love to see in the finals because it can not only deal a lot of damage, but also synergizes really nicely with that Archaludon on the team.
Would be so cool to see if we could see just Body Press take KO after KO, but it's been amazing to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championships. This is his very first regional and his very first regional final. I think that is incredible to see for a player like Nicholas, and who knows if this is going to be kind of the next chapter in a story to see him take another regional championship title.
Yeah, I just love seeing this. The game is so difficult. There's so many amazing players these days, but there are still so many new players that come onto the scene and just dominate right away. So Nicholas, I'm sure he's feeling very happy, very proud, but I'm sure he can also taste the championship. You know, it doesn't feel real until you are sitting there in the finals recognizing I am just one opponent away from taking home the title.
But that opponent is going to be so, so tough because it is Paul Chua, 6-time regional champion, international champion just a couple of years ago, and this team has stumped so many tough opponents along the way.
The Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon that makes Paul's team super unique and a team that will be impactful in this matchup without a doubt. You are up against a Rain team, Alolan Ninetales. You've got the Freeze Dry to hit Pelipper, Basculegion, and Amoonguss for super effective damage. Encore, a move that we saw Paul use in the semifinals as well, really, really critically. Paul surrounds this team with just incredible offense. You've got the Dragonite, the Life Orb Garchomp, the Assault Vest Kingambit. Of course, Amoonguss and Incineroar here used as a support. Amoonguss on both teams so critically, being able to Pollen Puff to heal up its teammates.
Yeah, and that maybe just that extra little bit of defense boost might help out this Alolan Ninetales too, as well as being able to just shut off the rain entirely. I'm excited to see Alolan Ninetales potentially make an appearance in this match, but also, how do you deal with some of these big threats on Nicholas's team? I feel like Paul is almost a bit spoiled for choice when it comes down to what physical attacker he can lean into. I think the Dragonite's been so standout. You also have that Dragon typing to naturally resist a lot of these water type attacks, but you also have the Kingambit's Assault Vest, and I'm looking at something like the Archaludon. You might like to see that on the other side.
Archaludon, I think, really scary Pokemon to deal with here, right? So Paul can do a couple things, has, once again, so many accomplishments to his name.
They don't fit on this list.
Yeah, like this doesn't even cover all the regional titles he has. And yeah, even like the finalist run that he had at NAIC, you know, just back in 2017, I believe. But talking about the matchup here, I think Archaludon itself, such a scary Pokemon to deal with, especially because Paul's using so many physical attackers. And so Paul's going for regional title number 7. What do you do if you're Paul to deal with that Archaludon? Well, you've got some answers. First of all, if you force a Terra onto the Archaludon, it's Terra Grass, so then your Ninetales can hit it for super effective damage with Ice type attacks. Dragonite can Terra Blast into it as well. We're just gonna get right into the game, and it's gonna be Incineroar, Amoonguss, and Kingambit here gets the Defiant boost.
Oh boy, Kingambit would love to receive one of those. It's gonna be a +1 now, and it also is gonna be threatening a low kick into this Incineroar.
Yeah, so no mouse hold in this one. There is the threat, of course, of Fake Out plus Spore immediately into the Kingambit slot. This is an Assault Vest Kingambit. It cannot protect right now, and so relatively safe to double into that, but if you're Paul, what you can do is just pivot the Kingambit out, of course, into the Incineroar and the Amoonguss. And so Nicholas decides, I'd rather just split my damage. However, this now puts him at risk of taking a ton of damage from this boosted Kingambit.
But because this Dragonite is multi-scale, it is going to get faked out on this turn, and it's also going to break the multi-scale thanks to that fake out damage.
Is there a flinch here? It's going to be Iron Head on turn 1. No flinch critically, so Spore does go off into Kingambit. That'll be put to sleep now. Like you said, Rosemary, able to intimidate and flinch the Dragonite and break the multi-scale. Now Amoonguss can switch out, and Archaludon, I think, is the key piece in this game. So Nicholas now going to bring it out onto the field.
I love that the Incineroar has this opportunity to be able to pivot as well. You've got the Parting Shot. You can also go on the offense here. We've seen just how much damage this Incineroar can do with Flare Blitz or Knockoff. Knowing that the rain is not present, there's really no way right now to stop this damage.
Absolutely. Kingambit still will be a threat, of course, once it wakes up. So the question is, can Nicholas knock it out before it manages to wake up? Dragonite goes for the Protect here, so Paul's saying, you know what? I just want to burn a turn of sleep here. And critically, we saw that the Incineroar targeted Dragonite. There was no Flare Blitz into the Kingambit, but Archaludon has now hit the field. It threatens both of these Pokemon with super effective damage.
This Kingambit is that Dark Terra too, so even if it's going to be able to get rid of that Steel typing, it is still going to take that super effective damage. Taking its mandatory turn of sleep, so it has the potential to actually wake up on this turn, but neither of these Pokemon, the Dragonite nor the Kingambit, want to hit this Archaludon and start setting off stamina boosts.
Yeah, exactly. And you still have to face down all the offense from the opposing side as well. So it's just a low kick, no switches here, no Terras. So this is going to be a very super effective body press, but Kingambit bulky enough to survive it. Does it wake up right now? We'll have to see after the Parting Shot.
Now the Parting Shot going to drop this Dragonite's attack again, so now it's going to be at -2 thanks to the Parting Shot plus the Intimidate at the very beginning of this game. And Nicholas gets a chance to bring in the Amoonguss again, or we can even see that there actually is a way to really start to get this engine on the Archaludon up and running. Amoonguss, though, going to be the Pokemon of choice for now.
Okay, and Kingambit stays asleep critically, so that's absolutely huge. It got the attack boost earlier, but now you'll just faint to another Body Press. Body Press plus 4, really safe into that slot. covers for switch out options as well. King Gambit, of course, cannot go for a protect, right? Now, you could Spore into the Dragonite if you want to cover for a switch out option on that side, right? Dragonite's attack is now greatly decreased, and so a lot of different options right now on Nicholas's end. You could even go for, say, switching into Pelipper and Electro Shot instead, but looks like Amoonguss is just content to switch out right now. So Paul's going to continue to stay in with this Pokemon.
May as well at this point, but now you're going to be at -3. And King Gambit gets a Defiant boost, but you're just one of the slowest things on the field. Even when you take a look at this, or Chaladon, you get a chance to knock it out with the body press, but we are going to see a Terra committed. And it should end up being that Dragonite that gets that Terra flying again and even be able to go for some damage here.
Terra flying, though, means that you are very vulnerable to Electro Shot in subsequent turns, right? So this Dragonite's damage output has been so greatly reduced. King Gambit does wake up, though, and he gets that Sucker Punch off. That is a ton of damage on Slear Chaladon. That's the risk of switching an Incineroar. You don't have to care about speed when you have priorities. So critical wake up there to damage something that's so scary otherwise. Terra Blast, though, not going to do that much damage into Incineroar, and Body Press will finish off King Gambit.
But now Paul gets a chance to switch in something that's going to potentially finish the job here on the Archaladon. The King Gambit got even more than what it could have asked for out of those first couple of turns, despite taking a nap.
Yeah, and Garchomp, the perfect Pokemon to bring out here. You apply pressure with that Earthquake, of course. So Incineroar here at least is able to go for a Fake Out this turn. I think one thing that a lot of players have been doing with Incineroar this tournament, and just with this Pokemon in general, is not going for Fake Out, just saying Fake Out's so obvious. And so yeah, even though Archaladon's at such low HP, still willing to go for the Dragon Pulse here. If Amoonguss can somehow get a Pollen Puff onto Archaladon, that would be absolutely huge. You right now have to, of course, worry, though, about something like Dragon Claw plus Terra Blast into the Archaladon, or Stomping Tantrum into Terra Blast. Now, Dragonite's attack has been so greatly reduced that maybe that doesn't even get the knockout, but let's see.
I mean, this is going to be an Archaladon that has started to take some stamina boost, so it could actually get enough defenses online to withstand both of those attacks. Especially with the Terastallization here, you are going to remove your weakness to something like that Stomping Tantrum, but conversely, as you said, that Terra Blast now looking mighty juicy here. It is an Earthquake, though, so even before this Dragonite gets a chance to move, it's going to be giving over another stamina boost to this Archaladon.
Yeah, Archaladon is getting dangerously low, though. Hasn't gotten a ton of boost yet. There's Dragon Pulse, doesn't knock out the Garchomp. It does just get the one-hit KO, so what's huge for Nicholas right now is that Paul is down to his final 2 Pokemon. You would think Ninetales is in the back, but if it's Ninetales, well, Pelipper can just switch in now, of course, and change the weather. Here's Terra Blast onto the Archaladon, and it does not get the knockout either.
That Archaladon is now just going to start running away with things. This Dragonite is slower. Maybe you're able to do something like an extreme speed, but even then, you can actually... I don't know. This is tough. It's just the Ninetales.
Yeah, I think Extreme Speed plus Freeze Dry right now is pretty safe, and so if you're Nicholas, you can potentially counter that by obviously making some switches, right? The key thing here is Incineroar, I think, is really good in this endgame. Now, Terra was committed, but I think that was absolutely necessary to survive the turn. Looks like Nicholas here actually willing to just attack with both Pokemon, saying, I'm confident in winning the game with my Incineroar and my Pelipper. Amoonguss hangs on with 7 HP. He'll back up, but it will be eating, presumably, a Terra Blast. No switches, though.
No switches, but I mean, at this point as well, like, this poor Dragonite is still at -3, and because there's no more Pokemon left for Paul, there's no way to actually get rid of all of those drops. So Amoonguss does actually get fouled here, but you bring Incineroar back in, Dragonite has to eat another Intimidate and a Fake Out.
Yeah, this is going to be really close, though, because the Ninetales has Freeze Dry, right? So you can just double up onto the Pelipper for a KO. Oh, man, this is really intense. The damage output, obviously, of Flare Blitz is also going to be reduced because you've set up the rain, right? So this turn, you have Fake Out pressure. If you're Paul, you could theoretically double protect both Pokemon. I think Ninetales is actually the big threat right now, right? So you see the Fake Out target into that slot. Pelipper actually trying to just go for the safe Tailwind. No protect on either slot. Fake Out does do really meaningful damage here. So Ninetales will protect. Pelipper will set up the Tailwind, but Dragonite free to just launch another attack, but its attack status drops so low right now.
It's at -4, but Terra Blast is still going to be able to do even just a little bit. Like, Incineroar almost goes down there, and at least puts it in range of being able to get knocked out in this next turn.
Yeah. Ninetales here now, of course, has Freeze Dry to bring Pelipper down to Focus Sash. I would think that it just knocks out the Incineroar, so one of the things I'm curious about is how fast is this Incineroar under Tailwind? Also, can Incineroar survive an Extreme Speed from the opposing side at this point? you need to knock out the Ninetales. The Ninetales exert so much pressure onto Pelipper. If you somehow knock out the Ninetales and Pelipper hasn't taken damage, that's huge. Dragonite goes for the Protect this turn. We saw what Nicholas went for. The Weather Ball into the Protect.
That is huge because that's going to be a Dragonite that sticks around, and this Freeze Dry to fire back. This Pelipper goes down to its Focus Sash, and that's just going to be extreme speed range now for at least the Pelipper, and it gets frozen in the process.
Yeah, I think this turn was just a guessing game, right? As we see knockoff double up into the Dragonite. What Nicholas was predicting was for the Ninetales to protect this turn. The idea is then let me just get damage into the Dragonite. But there was the opportunity, of course, to go for the Weather Ball. Now you can just extreme speed freeze dry and the game is just over.
Oh, extreme speed into the Pelipper. It is so sad to see that Pelipper frozen in place in the face of this powerful Dragonite and Ninetales and the freeze dry. This Incineroar is also felled, and Paul Chua takes game number 1 of this finals.
The King Gambit waking up was so critical, managing to get that Sucker Punch. It is risky to switch in Incineroar to keep getting Defiant boosts, and the Archaludon here was never able to heal back up from a Pollen Puff from Amoonguss. I think Archaludon is such a key piece in this finals match. You can't just let it take so much damage and not be able to heal back, right? So that's why I think Archaludon's really interesting. If you can like mitigate the damage up by even 1 stamina boost goes a really long way, but King Gambit able to get that damage necessary so that Archaludon just can't do very much and get that many attacks off. But this endgame so close as well. I thought Nicholas maybe had the potential to switch some of his Pokemon the turn that he just ate the double knockout on the Amoonguss slot, but he probably thought, I think I can play this endgame with Pelipper. Pelipper is really strong, but Ninetales such a big threat with that freeze dry. Even when you don't have the snow up, still applies so much pressure.
Yeah, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how this second game goes, because I wonder maybe if there's a world where you're okay with the Ninetales coming in. Maybe you're able to use like an Ice-type Weather Ball against something like the Terra Flying Dragonite. I don't know, there's some mind games here.
Yeah, to me, I think Archaludon needs to just be protected better into this matchup. So Maushold Archaludon was a lead that I thought is really fascinating, but what you're probably worried about is something like an extreme speed plus Sucker Punch double up into the Maushold immediately just to KO it, because this is the offensive set. But I think Archaludon really just wants to get a couple of defense boosts before it soaks up that much damage, right? You're going into a team that's primarily physical as well, right? And so I think Archaludon basically just needs to be better protected. And here we are. We're just going to go right into game 2. Dragonite and Garchomp this time around. And Maushold has hit the field.
Ooh, the Maushold on the field, and there's no redirection available. There is a Rage Powder for the Amoonguss that maybe could have been able to be a wrench in these plans, but Maushold Archaludon, it is here, but it is under threat. There's 2 things on Paul's side that can hit it super effectively.
Do we just see the side population bomb get those defense boosts? It looks like Nicholas is going for it. This is so safe to go for right now. This will boost Archaludon's defense so quickly, and we are down. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Then, you know, it's risky going for this lead because you got to be scared about King Gambit Dragonite coming out once again, but Paul tries to adjust, and actually I think Nicholas gets the better end of this, and here we go. Self-population bomb, boom, number 1.
Let's see how many times this population bomb can hit. That's going to be a second one, a second stamina boost, and let's see if we can keep them coming. There's number 3.
You can hear the crowd cheer the number right now.
4.
Give me a 4. Do I have a 5? 5?
Come on,
anyone in the crowd?
5. Let's see, can we make it a maximum? Let's go 6. There's the 6th stamina boost.
Okay, Maushold, now miss. Now miss.
Now
we don't need any more. Okay, no.
That's too many now.
We're speeding things up a little bit, you know, and each consecutive hit just does less damage once you hit that.
It's max hits there. It's gonna be 10 times. Maushold, you got a little bit too good eyes on you right now.
How much does this do? Let's see. Oh, yeah, not very much.
So little with that +6 stamina boost here. And even with the Terra Blast, like, I think you're able to finish the job there on the Maushold, but it goes into this Archaludon anyway. Such a sad amount of damage. As the Dragon Pulse we saw, it's going to finish off this Garchomp. Oh, but it doesn't actually this time around.
Okay, big
must
survival.
Have been a roll game 1.
Yeah, exactly. So big survival there. You do have the population bomb threat here, so of course, if you're Paul, you can extreme speed, finish off Maushold and Stomping Tantrum into the Archaludon, but then there's the free switch in into, say, the Amoonguss. So the Archaludon is boosted up now, but the question is, can you get a Pollen Puff onto it? I think that's really critical. Let's see how much this Earthquake does. It actually opts for Earthquake rather than Stomping, which would cover for a switch out. decent damage, but that was 34 damage. And so Archaludon's still sitting just quite nicely. Garchomp critically will faint. So that gives Palchua a free switch in. Here's the +6 body press, but it is into a multi-skill Dragonite. That does 20%.
Yeah, it's, you know, think about the multi-scale now being removed. It would maybe do a little bit more, but as the Amoonguss comes back in, it's going to have the opportunity to redirect away attacks. It's got Rage Powder. There's also the Amoonguss on the other side, but because we haven't seen that Terra yet onto the Archaludon, how do you remove these boosts?
Oh, this is really interesting. So Amoonguss from Paul's end means that, yes, you can Grass Terra, and that'll make you immune to Spore, but Paul has the Clear Smog. If you get rid of your typing, you will be able to get hit by Clear Smog. Nicholas critically also did not bring the Pelipper into this matchup, so you can't just switch in Pelipper and go for the Electro Shot. His strategy in this game is fully centered around the Archaludon, which I think makes a lot of sense. But the question is, where do you go from here? Can't get put to sleep, but the upside is Paul at least doesn't have that much offensive pressure with this current duo.
Intimidate now onto the Dragonite, so you're not only contending with a +6 Archaludon, but you're also contending with a -1 Dragonite into the mix. But it goes for a Protect. So as Archaludon would have loved to be able to hit the body press into the Dragonite, it's not going to be able to do that. And this Amoonguss does get a chance to put this Archaludon to sleep, buying Paul very valuable time.
Yeah, that was a turn where Amoonguss could have stayed in and maybe gone for Pollen Puff, but of course Nicholas may be a little bit afraid of eating up the super effective Terra Blast from the opposing side, just wants to get an Intimidate off into Dragonite. So a big question now is, what is Paul's final Pokemon? Amoonguss is switching out. If this is Alolan Ninetales, Blizzard will be very effective here. That is Ninetales hitting the field. That's exactly what you need if your Paul is your final Pokemon. Now we're down to a game of, does Archaludon wake up quickly enough? Terra Blast coming out, just slowly chipping away at the Archaludon. You just need every little bit of damage you can get, even if it's only 8 HP.
It's every little bit will start to stack up here as Archaludon takes its mandatory turn to sleep, but with the Flare Blitz into the Alolan Ninetales, it actually does get brought down to its Sash. That defense boost not helping it out this time around.
Oh, that is a great Flare Blitz, certainly, because it prevents the Ninetales from, you know, hanging on with a little bit more. This turn is so critical, the route, because you can just double up onto the Archaludon right now. You could go for a Freeze Dry. So yeah, do you ever consider just switching out the Archaludon? It feels so bad to get rid of those boosts. Incineroar, at least right now, does exert a lot of offensive pressure, but can Incineroar plus Amoonguss win the game? It's actually Blizzard instead of Freeze Dry, so I think Archaludon will be able to survive the turn, and it wakes up! It's gonna be the body press into the Dragonite. Still not enough to get the knockout, though.
Starting to whittle away at it as the low kick into the
Archaludon
Archaludon.
is so light, it's super effective, but that doesn't matter. Knockoff comes out and knocks out the Ninetales.
The Ninetales has tried so hard, but Paul in the second game is already down to this Dragonite and this Amoonguss, and there's Archaludon. It has still yet to be taken out of this game. Amoonguss is at full HP, so that definitely feels nice to have to bring in here, but you have this opportunity to just double into it with this Archaludon and Incineroar and take it out.
Oh, and the Dragonite protects. We know where Nicholas is targeting, so this, folks, I believe will go to a game 3. +6 body press into Amoonguss. It's not doing that much damage, but that's okay. The whole point of this Archaludon is to survive the physical attacks. Flare Blitz knocks out the Amoonguss, and with 15 HP and a dream, Archaludon will keep Nicholas's hopes of winning this tournament alive. The Mousehold Archaludon Gambit works in this one. I said 15 HP. It's a little bit less than that. It's 12, but it doesn't matter. Every little bit of HP matters on this Pokemon.
It really does. Even just in case you had the Terra Ghost to try to get around in extreme speed, but Nicholas has kept himself in this one. First time regional championship, and he's taken a game off of Palchua. One more, and he gets a chance to win his first regional ever.
The Mousehold was exactly what I wanted to see, and for Nicholas to do that down a game is so scary, right? Because you saw Paul's previous lead. The King Gambit Dragonite lead really scary because of the Sucker Punch plus the extreme speed pressure onto Mousehold immediately. But Garchomp Dragonite, a dream lead here, and Archaludon just soaked up so many attacks in this game. And so now the question is, do you go with Mousehold Archaludon once again if you're Nicholas? If you're Paul, do you adjust to try to beat that, right? Do you go back to the same lead that you went with in game 1? And Nicholas decided to gamble, say, you know what, this is technically a rain team, but I don't actually need Pelipper because Pelipper is so weak into your Ninetales. And I think that was a really smart decision to just fully enable Archaludon in that last match.
So how do you actually take it out, though? I mean, the low kick was so sad. We already talked about the weight of Archaludon, but even just thinking about how many physical attacks it actually takes to whittle this away, it's going to be tough for Paul to find a great way to just take the Archaludon out immediately.
Yeah, he went for that Blizzard. I was thinking, you know, like, Blizzard is spread, freeze dry, single target, but the reality is like you need to get the Archaludon chipped away a little bit more. I think one interesting tool is you have knockoff if you're Paul, right? So you can get rid of that Assault Vest, then your Ninetales of course will deal considerably more damage. Archaludon doesn't have the strongest base special defense, and so I think that's one approach that Paul can take. The main thing is, do you just try to shut down the lead of Mousehold plus Archaludon? You could go with your own Amoonguss, right? Amoonguss, of course, this is not Safety Goggles Mousehold, so you can go for Follow Me or Rage Powder on Amoonguss to redirect those population bombs immediately. Now, Mousehold could Grass Terra to get around that, but if you Grass Terra, it means that the Archaludon can't Terra. Another approach is to go for the King Gambit Dragonite lead, Sucker Punch, Extreme Speed, like we were talking about earlier. I think that's another way that you can think about playing this one out. So yeah, then the question is, I think Nicholas is probably thinking, well, Paul's definitely going to counter for this lead, so maybe I don't lead it this time around.
That is certainly a possibility, but only one way to find out as we enter into this third and final game. It's just a run back of this second game.
Okay, folks, let's see. Let's see. Paul might be thinking, you know what, that last game was so close. If I just got one better attack off into your Archaludon, I would have been fine. But I think, once again, this lead favors Nicholas. 1-1 right now. It all comes down to this game. It's Incineroar Amoonguss once again confirmed in the back. Ooh, okay.
Very interesting. Do you just go pop bomb something else?
Yeah, so the idea is let me just try to pick up a knockout maybe onto the Dragonite immediately. Now, this is Rough Skin Garchomp, right? So you got to be a little bit careful here. But I think Nicholas here saying, well, I don't know. I just don't feel that great about taking all this damage once again with Archaludon. Why don't I just go on the offensive? You have two physical attackers out against me right now. So let's see. Archaludon switches out. This is going to be the Intimidate. So then the question is, does Dragonite go for a Protect right now? Or does it just eat up Population Bomb?
Oh my goodness. Well, the Intimidate has to come out first before you get a chance to see whether or not this Dragonite does actually go for the Protect. And it's actually just a Terra. That's the Terra first to see if this Dragonite maybe is going to actually go out on the offensive here.
Yeah, can it take Population Bomb from Mousehold, though? I really would not expect it to, but let's see.
Well, the Mousehold is sometimes the little family that could, and it's going to be going after each of these hits.
Whoa.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Does it miss? 10 hits! What a start for Nicholas! He knocks out Paul Chua's Dragonite in one hit. Paul now no longer has Terra to play with and is down such a key piece in this matchup. Garchomp here will be able to get the Earthquake off. It's Life Orb, but it is intimidated. It's gonna be a lot of damage, though, still coming out on both Pokemon, but what a start for Nicholas. There's not many Pokemon that are faster than Mousehold in this format right now, so it's very safe for you to be able to just keep wailing away at these Pokemon with this Mousehold. You see the Ninetales come in, but there's an opportunity here to actually go for Fake Out, but Nicholas also has so many other options, knowing that this Archaludon is still safe in the back.
This game is not over by any means, though. Mousehold will start this turn off with the Protect. Incineroar, of course, had the ability to click Fake Out. Does not go for a Fake Out. Fake Out Population Bomb here would have been an absolutely huge play, but of course, Nicholas expecting Paul to maybe just protect both of his Pokemon. Freeze comes out onto the Incineroar. Does that matter, though? Is it just a Dragon Claw or stomping into that slot? It is. Incineroar will faint now.
Still a roller coaster of emotions, though, as we follow through the turns of this game number 3. So much has already happened, and it's only been a couple of turns.
All right, now you've got the Archaludon to come out. You could bring out Amoonguss. If you bring out the Amoonguss, you could, of course, go for a Spore, but Archaludon now has hit the field. Nicholas had such a strong start to this game, but it's not over yet.
There's still an opportunity to go for the Terra, and yes, you're making yourself a little bit more vulnerable, though, to this Ninetale. So I wonder if you still stay the course, make sure that you can actually utilize this Assault Vest. There's no Incineroar yet from Paul, so there's not actually a way to knock it off this Assault Vest, but we do see a switch here from the Garchomp.
Okay, Amoonguss is a great Pokemon to switch into to take that Dragon Pulse. We saw what Mousehold locked into. Here it is! Population Bomb number 1.
2.
Number 2.
3.
It's doing so much damage!
5.
This family of 3, can it do it? Another one! Give me 2 more! Oh my goodness!
This Mousehold has taken 2 KOs by itself!
Mousehold putting on a clinic right now. That's Dragon Pulse instantly Amoonguss. That's so much damage. This Amoonguss does not have Protect. It does not have Rocky Helmet. Mousehold that's outspeeding the entire team. It can just Population Bomb instantly Amoonguss, Dragon Pulse into the Garchomp. You go for the Terra here, doubling up here just to cover for Population Bomb missing. Your accuracy is so high, 99% per hit with Population Bomb, and Nicholas Morales takes it. He does it. He beats Paul Chua, 6-time regional champion. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all.
Something about the family of Mousehold as the friends you make along the way. Incredible stuff coming out from Nicholas Morales to not only beat one of the biggest champions in the game of Pokemon VGC, but to do it in his very first regional championship ever. What a show-stopping finals that we just had. Mousehold is the biggest MVP I think I've ever seen in my life.
That was unbelievable. If you ever want to show someone why Mousehold is good, just show them this set. From being able to boost our Chaladon's defense to doing so much damage. Like I said, going into this match, I wanted to see it. It can put in so much work. It is still vulnerable to a couple of things, right? Amoonguss redirecting attacks away, Intimidate from Incineroar. But the Gambit to go with it in this final game and just say, you know what? I'm just going to attack your Dragonite. It's so smart because when you have Mousehold and Archaladon out on the field, the Archaladon draws so much pressure, right? You want to go for the defense boosts onto your Archaladon. Your opponent has to respect that. If you protect one Pokemon, well, you're not getting damage onto the board. But Mousehold says, you know what? I can also just attack myself. I don't need my Archaladon to do it. And oh my goodness, 3 little mice, a dream accomplished.
Oh, so this is the cutest Pokemon we've seen and just the nastiest amount of damage coming out from it. That is incredible, though. I love this take that Nicholas has done for this team. Being able to go for this Mousehold, doesn't need to have an Annihilate when you have a different type of Pokemon to actually enable it. And everyone's gonna have to be looking out for this cute little Mousehold in the future. We all thought maybe, Flamigo, you know, can Gambit. It's actually Mousehold that's the problem.
It's just so funny because when we started Scarlet and Violet VGC, Population Bomb Wide Lens, one of the strongest combinations that we had talked about. But then everyone's like, I'm just going to use Support Mousehold, right? It's really nice with the Annihilate and other Pokemon, and even Support Mousehold on these rain compositions. But deciding to run Wide Lens Population Bomb is such a big deal because normally with the Support Mousehold sets, Mousehold kind of just stays there and is holding hands, you know.
Friend guard.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like, okay, we're just going to support our best friends here. But this Mousehold was like, no, I want to do damage. It's time for me to take over the game. And that's what makes Nicholas's team so threatening. You've got our Chaladon and Basculegion as 2 key pieces for damage output, but Mousehold turns into a third one. And having that Wide Lens Population Bomb, such a nice tech specifically to deal with Paul's Dragonite with that multi-scale, because you can just break the multi-scale and then knock out Dragonite.
Someone call the Exterminator. This Mousehold gotta go. But congratulations to Nicholas Morales. When it rains, it pours, or sometimes when you just make enough mice, you can get the job done. And congratulations to all of our top 8 competitors here at the Baltimore Regional Championships.
Oh, wow. I mean, rain was definitely one of the most talked about archetypes coming into this tournament, but no one was talking about Population Bomb Mousehold, the missing piece that completes the story. Nicholas here had so many different techs as well, whether it be the Dragon Pulse over Dracometer in our Chaladon, the Mystic Water rather than Choice Band or Life Orb on Basculegion, and it just plays out perfectly. What a run by Nicholas. This was truly one of the most phenomenal runs I've seen from a player in VGC history, and he just really felt like a seasoned veteran in every single one of those matches. That top 4 match against Dawei, of course, we saw him play against Lorenzo. He was able to win just with a couple of HP points as well. It was just unbelievable.
And making some really just heads-up calls in a lot of these games as well. I think it's just a testament to VGC can be for everyone. I hope this inspires some people at home to actually come here, play their very first regional. Maybe this could be you with some hard work and some great plays. You could be just like Nicholas.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if Paul thought about going back to Dragonite King Gambit and just saying, I can just extreme speed sucker punch you, you know? But the fear with Dragonite King Gambit is Mousehold could just protect on turn 1, and then the Archaladon can just body press or Dragon Pulse immediately, right? So unbelievable finals. This was one of the most exciting finals I can remember in a long time. And What a photo finish for the family of 3.
Everyone's going to be trying extra hard to get the family of 3 rather than the family of 4 in game. Enjoy the hunt for that one, everybody. That's a fun one. But what an amazing event that we've had so far. Paul just one step shy from being able to add another regional championship to his long list of accomplishments. I still do not think it's going to be much longer before we see Paul in this spot again, or even just taking another championship title.
Yeah, and it's tough. I think Nicholas has so much mastery with his team. His ability to switch between game modes that we've seen throughout this entire tournament. So flexible, willing to adapt on the fly, and even when he goes with the same mode, make different moves, right? That turn 1 of game 2 and game 3 were completely different from each other, going on the offensive rather than enabling the Archaludon. It shows how flexible Pokemon can be, and why a well-constructed team will allow you to keep bringing the same Pokemon over and over again, but give you multiple different options.
And this was a hard tournament to have to do that in as well. There were so many different Pokemon that you could have potentially faced, a lot of different archetypes that were viable, and to be able to have a game plan into all of those things is a very, very difficult task to have to face.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's funny because going into this game, I was thinking, well, Archaludon itself is just so darn good. And it was really darn good, right? It totally carried that second game. Game 3 here, the mouse hold demonstrating, hey, like I can actually do a lot of damage, right? If you look at Paul's team, King Gambit is basically the best answer into the mouse hole because you can just easily soak up the population bombs. Incineroar can at least intimidate it, and there's the threat of the Ghost Terra as well. But with Paul just leaning into this lead immediately of Dragonite, Garchomp, and having Ninetales in the back, and Amoonguss, there was no Incineroar, there was no King Gambit, so there was no better game for the mouse hole than this one because there was no threat of the Intimidate or the Amoonguss. But of course, Pokemon is such a difficult game. How do you know which Pokemon to bring? How do you know which Pokemon to drop, right?
Tough. Yeah, it's super, super tough, but there's only a couple players that'll be able to give us those answers, and that is our finalists. We're gonna go ahead and throw over to Dawei for the award ceremony of the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships.
Thank you so much, Rosemary and Aaron. I am here on the stage. It's been a wild 2 days of battles, but we are down to our finalists and our champion. Let's give it up for all the players who participated here today in Baltimore. For everybody that participated here this weekend, let's get started with the ceremony, yeah? And now introducing your 2025 Baltimore Regional finalist, Paul Chua. Paul, that was a very exciting battle. Can you tell us a little bit about that Alolan Ninetales and that Dragonite that had us so fascinated backstage that you used this weekend?
Yeah, so Alolan Ninetales, I had Primarina before, but I put Alolan Ninetales because I struggled against Archaludon Rain, so I thought I'd be able to do stuff like Encore Electric Shot, and important stuff is like changing the weather. Lumberry, Dragonite, I just didn't like Sneasler, so, you know, Lumberry just cures any status it gets, so.
Thank you so much, Paul. You know, going into this, you were the finals here in the first regional. Are we going to see more of you later this season?
Yeah, you're going to see more of me. I mean, maybe if I won, probably not, but since, yeah, there's probably more events around. All good.
Well, I'm super excited to see your future teams at future tournaments. I'm going to go ahead and let you go celebrate with your friends. Thank you so much. Give it up, everybody, for Paul. And now, your regional champion, the 2025 Baltimore Regional Champion, Nicholas Morales. Nicholas, first things first, congratulations on this win. This is your first regional. I'm going to ask you anyways, how are you feeling?
Doesn't feel real, I'm not going to lie. Kind of still like shaky from that game too.
This is your first regional championship. You are our first Worlds qualifier. Are you excited for the World Championships?
Yeah, I was actually planning on going to Worlds as a spectator, but if I can compete, that sounds amazing.
Well, guess what? You're competing. So yeah, can you tell us a little bit about your thought process going into the matchup versus Paul?
Well, at first, I wanted to test out to see how Rain did, see if he maybe sacked Ninetales a little early, and he just didn't end up doing that, so I went with my the B plan, which was the mouse hold kind of stuff. I just didn't know if I wanted to self-hit my Arch first or hit his D-Knight first. In the end, I thought that he might overcommit the second time, so I went ahead and hit my Arch the first time.
The crowd was popping off for the population bombs. I mean, at what point did you realize, hey, this is my chance to be able to go for these population bombs and pick up such huge knockouts?
Population bomb's pretty hype. I heard them counting down. I thought it was really funny. So I went for the kill on the D Knight because I figured his D Knight was really slow and it was bulky, but he didn't look like he had too much bulk from how much the body press was doing. And I knew I had killed the Ninetales Alola too.
Thank you so much for that insight. Nicholas, do you have anybody out in the audience right now that's rooting for you? Where are they?
Right there. You got Calvin, you got Chase. I forgot your name, I'm sorry. Sorry, you got Cheesy. And we got Marcus at home, and Dylan, who I believe also had went at home as well.
This is your first ever regional championship in attendance. Again, do you have any tips or advice for any trainers out there that are watching along that might want to come to a regional championship for the first time?
Well, like I said, I think just going with friends makes the experience much more enjoyable. You know, they'll push you to do better, you'll push them to do better, and you kind of have like that hype man group. And once you start doing well, and you got like a bunch of hype men behind you, it's like a never-ending snowball.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. I'm gonna go ahead and let you celebrate with your friends, your family. That's it for us here in the Baltimore Regional Championships. But don't worry, Gabby is in the lounge right now to help wrap up everything that's happened here.
Thank you so much, Dawei. As a wise song once sang, you teach me and I teach you. And I think that power of friendship really was showcased not only in the population bomb from the Mouseholds doing a lot of damage, but also seeing Nicholas and all his friends here cheering him on. I mean, that was such an exciting match. I mean, Rose and Aaron, you had to have heard the crowd behind the desk, right?
Oh my God, the counting? I don't think counting has ever been so hype.
Could you imagine if one of those population bombs actually missed as well? Because you did need like all 10 hits on those KOs. And so, oh my God, like the odds are so high for you to hit all of them, but my heart was pounding. And the decision to just turn on the offense with Mousehold in game 3, such a delight to watch.
You know, I also heard Scott cackling backstage after every number, so I think you know how to count too, right?
No, I was just really glad the audience could help teach me. I thought it was a lot of fun, right? I mean, it's like not a game where naturally you get a lot of crowd interaction, so it's kind of fun just to have everybody in on it watching Mousehold just going crazy on offense after getting sick of attacking its teammates.
Well, I have some more numbers for y'all, just in case you forgot. These are the top 12 Pokemon that did well here this weekend. No Mousehold yet, but I'm sure that we're going to be seeing that family of 3 or 4 making an appearance at a future regional championship alongside of these fan favorites. And I gotta say, even though we did see the Porygon 2, the Pelipper, the Ursaluna here in the finals, I feel like there's still a lot of opportunity. Sneasler definitely has a target on its back, like Paul was just talking about.
Where was it though?
I don't know.
I wanted to see more Sneasler.
Sneasler was learning how to count, so it'll be back at the next regional championship, which if you want to take a look back at our caster predictions, I think that even though there wasn't necessarily the perfect team match here, I feel like, Aaron, your spirit of hyper offense was really captured at the end with all that damage, Mousehold, and really the entire strategy that Nicholas had into that game. And also Rain on Scott's side, too.
I noticed I saw all 4 of those Pokemon.
I was going to say, but I'm just so happy about the Mouseholds.
Yeah, I think Rain was so strong coming into this that it felt like everyone should have had an answer for it. And it wasn't very widely represented in the top 8, but that's what makes the Mousehold pick so unique.
Yeah.
I think that was the missing piece because very few people, I imagine, would have prepped against Mousehold, not only as an offensive threat, but also enabling the Archaludon. Such a unique combination.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was interesting in general, like kind of both for it and some of the Sun teams that didn't make it to Top Cup but did make Day 2, where I kind of felt like they needed like a second dimension, and Mousehold was a secondary attacker, Delphox and Sun is the secondary attacker. I thought really kind of elevated those archetypes, and probably wouldn't have gotten so deep in the tournament without them.
For sure. So our next regional championship is coming up in just a couple of weeks in Dortmund, across the pond, as they say. So make sure to tune into that here. You'll be able to watch on this Twitch channel, on this YouTube channel, live during the weekend of September 28th to September 29th. And if you're here in North America, you'll want to make sure to get in on our next regional championship over in Louisville, and that will be October 11th through the 13th. So you still have time to make some travel arrangements to get down there, but time's running out. And even though it's actually only the first regional of the season. We have fewer regionals overall this year, so you really got to attend and get those points to have your chance at qualifying for Worlds.
Well, one is already qualified. We've got one player already qualified to go to the World Championships, so that's super, super exciting, and I cannot wait to see what these next couple of weeks and events are going to hold as we continue to evolve this Regulation H meta. It's been very exciting so far.
Yeah, I think from this tournament, the teams that finish in the top 4, a lot are archetypes that will definitely dominate continuing on, right? Rain as well as Porygon 2, Ursaluna, Trick Room. Should expect to see it everywhere. Obviously, there will be new ways to innovate those compositions, but those teams, I think, will very much set the baseline. And that's not even, considering all of the other crazy things that we saw. Toadscroll plus Weezing. Well, that's something you're going to run into now, for example, right? So a lot of information to take away from this very first tournament, and this is just the beginning of this format.
It is just the beginning, but there's also the global, not global, grand challenge, Groovy challenge coming up next weekend as well. You can still sign up for that online, and if you want more information on how to do so, please check out our social channels. Now, there have been a lot of great posts on social media with that hashtag Play Pokemon featured on stream this weekend, and you can join in on the conversation as well using that hashtag during our next event. You can also check out youtube.com/Pokemon for past VODs of events. I know they've been very good at uploading the finals from these events very quickly. You can check those out at home, and then you can also, of course, check out facebook.com/Pokemon and Instagram as well for some lovely pictures and, maybe some vibes. I know Dawei was big on vibes this weekend, and Scott, you and I respect the Pokemon Coliseum vibes that were on social this week. I think it's a good
A lot
pick.
of fun content lately,
Yeah.
and we got a lot of fun content here too. I learned more about Baltimore than I ever expected to.
Me too.
Thanks,
Me
Dawei.
too.
Thanks, Dawei.
Thank you, Dawei. Make sure to follow our channels as well. You can follow on twitch.tv/Pokemon or youtube.com/Pokemon. Ring that bell to get a notification of when we go live with our next regional. But that is it for us here in Baltimore, y'all. Thank you so much for watching. Congratulations to all of our accomplished trainers, and we'll see you real soon at the next one.